Hello, everybody, and welcome to the University of California Esports Initiative Invitationals, presented by Xfinity. We have a bunch of matches in store this weekend, featuring your favorite games such as League of Legends, Valorant, and Overwatch, and also featuring some of your favorite esports collegiate teams. I will be your caster today, Janine Reblight Almeria, followed by my co-casters, Jamel Aspern Hopkins and Vivian Maple-Nguyen. So, guys, what do you have in store today in terms of team rosters?
I'm very excited to see what these rosters are going to be coming out with. We are nice and early in the patch still. We just got started with the ranked season, so there's a whole lot to unpack. I'm interested to see how these competitions start to play out, whether we're going to see a lot of, safe competitive picks, or are people going to pull out their one tricks like, Are we going to see the random Draven pick in bot lane, or are we going to have people who just spam Jinx and Vayne every game? So we'll see what happens. I believe we're already in the pro draft ready to go, so we're going to be jumping into that really soon. Not yet, actually. So
Yeah.
how about you, Maple? What are you excited to see on the Rift today?
I'm excited to see because right now we have Berkeley against UCI, which are like the two top UC schools right now, and we have a lot of these strong bot lane picks coming up. Vayne, I know, is really strong this preseason, and it's also one of Sahori's like mains. So I hope to see that coming out today. And we also have like I know Lulu has been a big prio ban this season, but if that gets through, that would be pretty cool to see as well.
Yeah, I'm an ADC main, so let me tell you, I do in fact hate seeing Lulu in the bot
Woody.
side. I think
Yeah.
it's such a strong pick though. You get a lot of survivability, and right now in this sort of like roaming support kind of meta right here, you can get a lot of peel off of your carries in the backline as the game progresses. You see a lot of assassins prevalent in the mid lane, a lot of bursty champions. So being able to just let your ADC live for 2 extra seconds actually has a lot more impact in comparison. Both these supports, both Rex Required and Detro, are essentially like engaged support mains. They play a lot of Thresh, a lot of just in your face, I want to kill you level 2 kind of picks, and I'm excited to see if they do let those picks come through the ban phase, what we get in the bot side.
So we're most likely not going to see Lulu and see
I
maybe
hope we don't, it's boring.
Well, yeah, you know, you cupcake the AD carry for so long, and you total it at the end of the game. They weren't playing the game for like a minute and a half, which is a shame.
Definitely. I do want to see what's going to be going on in the top side, because are we going to have more of, carry-oriented top side? Are we going to just have one team say, all right, we're going to have our weak side play up there, go play a tank. Tom Kench, although getting tuned a little bit, is still ridiculously well performing, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
It just really depends on how these rosters want to pick it, if their jungler can path up to the top side. But speaking of the jungle, do you think of anything important picks coming up in this pick phase?
I definitely think that they're probably gonna try to go for like a Lee Sin or a Graves. Those have been pretty big picks for both those teams, and those will go pretty well like in the early game just to see how they choose the path and choose to gank. Maybe like you said, if they decide that top can be a weak lane, then maybe they'll like rotate towards mid better.
We do have UCEI on the red side, so it's going to be Cal that has that first priority pick. I feel that depending on how those first couple bans go through, we might see maybe the Lee Sin. Usually we see Xin Zhao coming up as well pretty often. Just a very strong jungler that can duel in the early game, get a lot of pressure down, and not necessarily scale, but they do well into the later game. They can skirmish and team fight. So yeah, I do want to see if we also get a Viego come up as well. Viego just to also similar idea. They don't have as much raw dueling power just because they lack that, not necessarily hard CC, but they lack as much early game potential as the Xin Zhao. But once Viego starts to get going, it becomes such a fun matchup to play into, I guess.
I find it so interesting how like during the last season of League, there's kind of been this like power balance shift into more of like the top side, taking away from like the bottom reign of like the AD carry kind of coming out, getting fed, carrying the late game. Now there's a lot of early game pressure on like the top lane becoming a carry and also the top lane roaming nonetheless. It's just really interesting how they decided to do
especially
that.
with roaming support meta as well.
That too.
It's simply,
everyone's a jungler.
Why put resources into a lane that might carry when we can just put 4 people topside? And then if that doesn't work, our bot laner is scaling. And it's like troll the kind of state, but when you think it works out, because a lot of the really popular bot lane picks right now are those late game scalers. I think we see a lot of Jinx in solo. It doesn't necessarily translate into competitive, but if these are picks that these players are comfortable with, they might see the Jinx. You will probably see the Vayne either picked or banned out. I think Vayne just does so much damage. And it's one of those things in bot lane where if Vayne's meta, there's a problem with ADCs, just because she has a laning phase you could take advantage of. There's a lot of supports for both of these rosters to kind of punish the Vayne early game. But if they're able to survive that laning phase, they can definitely deal with whatever top lane's dishing out.
Yeah, I agree. I think the bot lane right now will probably try to choose something that's more dominant later in the game, and then that's why I'm excited to see maybe again the supports going for something that's very strong early. I think on Berkeley side they have like that strong rel. And going back to what you guys were saying earlier about that top lane being kind of like more of a dominant lane recently in the new metas, I think right now with the teleport change, that's going to be very different because now they're not going to be able to have that much presence in other lanes. They have to be kind of more focused there on the top side until that minute mark where they can once again go back to like the normal teleport.
Yeah, the TP changes are very, very important to talk about.
Important.
Yeah,
Nice.
they're important.
They're nice.
I mean,
A nice change.
you can't get Tower Doe level 4 and then have your top laner reset and be ready to go again. And
Hated that.
it's a very, very big nerf. I think that it's still something that's required to bring out, but we'll see. I believe now we are actually jumping into the pick ban phase here. Maybe not.
Maybe not. You know,
Yeah,
false
production just got a
alarms.
little bit. So we'll see
It's
what.
okay. Just like the early game, lots of false alarms. It's fine.
You know, there's lots of things to talk about. Like I'm talking to you through these wonderful Corsair headsets. Beautiful sound. You know,
Yeah.
every word crisp, clean.
Look at it.
The lo-fi music they played in the beginning sounded so nice too. Amazing.
Yeah,
Just
and I
such-
wish we could show off the MSI
the
computers.
MSI
but
computers
Yeah.
also just
up here,
up,
up there.
Oh, that's true. You can.
Yeah, it's that they're up here. Yes.
Yeah.
Exciting. Very exciting sponsors. Honestly.
Exactly. You know, there's a lot at stake too here. It is a prize. It's like a very exact number.
Oh.
$11,520 in
Ooh.
scholarships for
Ooh.
first and second place here. That's a
Yeah.
huge chunk of change for all these
Chunk of
titles,
change.
and
Yeah.
yeah, a lot. It's not just your average collegiate for fun tournament. There's
Yeah.
some-
Wow. Oh no, there's prizes now. There's money on the
that's
table.
a
to
lot
fight
of money
for.
you
Oh.
could use on Corsair peripherals and MSI
Yeah.
compute, right?
I'm saying it's true.
And I
true.
also heard that we have giveaways today,
We
right?
do
On
have
Twitter. We'll be giving away prizes from Corsair and MSI.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Ooh.
actually, also our third place prize winners will also receive a K57 RGB wireless gaming keyboard. Now, that's a pretty good, lights up.
Keyboards are
at night,
expensive these days.
2 a.m. when you're grinding your homework and not playing games, you guys
Yeah.
got nice little fancy
Yeah, the
laptop.
RGB helps keep you awake a little bit. You know?
Exactly, while being a good student here.
There are practical applications to the RGB, I swear.
The RGB makes the computers go faster at the end of the day. It's like an
Mhm.
unstated fact.
Yeah.
Mhm. Speaking of stalling, we can talk more about top lane.
Yeah, let's talk about top lane, because I'm actually, as someone who's been playing League of Legends for a long time, I'm sure you guys too,
Mhm.
it's just so exciting to see top lane stop being the island meme that it used to be, and now there's a lot of impact that goes into,
Mhm.
playing top lane instead of just farming
Well,
for, all the game and then getting
it's good for
neglected
top
by
lane.
your jungler.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah.
yeah. I was trying to give it a justification,
Yeah.
but yeah.
No.
Top lane, it's definitely starting to evolve into sort of this carry-oriented role, whether we
Yeah.
like it or not. We're not going to see anything like Tryndamere.
I don't
I hope we
think so.
don't see anything like
At
Tryndamere come out.
least
But Tryndamere
not.
is doing very good on the patch itself, and it just goes to show these laners that can kill their top side.
Yeah.
Are very strong right now. We've seen a very, very, very tiny bit of Akshan top a couple times. It's one of those picks where I think if you've played Akshan and you're on top,
Gotcha.
but it does really well. It plays so much sort of like a Quinn or any sort of
Huh.
ranged top laner where you make
Ah.
the other top laner regret playing the game.
Yeah.
Kind of like
You just
Vayne
don't
top.
let them farm. Don't
Yeah,
let them
it's
play
like-
the game at all.
It's not that I want to have fun. I just want to make the top laner not have fun. And especially when you're playing the stuff like Tom Kench every single game, it's understandable.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta prevent them from playing the game so you can win.
That's true too.
Yeah,
That's true
sometimes
too.
it be like that. It is League of Legends. Denying the enemy team fun, unfortunately, is a part of the game.
That's why we have laning phase. It's not Heroes of the Storm.
Exactly.
That's my biggest gripe with that game. You can always just jump in and you team fight, and it's like,
Oh,
where's
really?
my
I
20
was
minutes
just-
of timing junglers and waiting for something to happen?
I was just there for the Overwatch skins.
Oh,
Okay.
All right,
is
now
that
we're
it?
entering into pro draft. I think so. So Berkeley, obviously, like we said, is on the left side. UCI is on the right side, and you guys did speak on some ban potentials? Maybe like the engage supports like you're talking about with our challenger supports.
So
Oh!
I want to talk about this right away. So
Pointed
some
attack!
sort on the side of UCI, their mid laner, is a Twisted Fate one trick essentially. So I'm pretty sure Berkeley wants to just take that off the table here. They're
Oh,
banning
there you
away
go. Wow.
the Tryndamere. That's a
You called it.
Well, I
It's a
said
powerful,
that
it's a
it's
powerful
popular.
top
Yeah.
laner, yeah.
Akali getting taken off the table as well. A
Okay.
lot, and we can go back to this sort of idea. A lot of top lane centric picks are getting taken off the table. I'm curious to see if they save topside for the second wave of bans, or if they choose to, prioritize it for first pick. Thresh also getting taken off the table as well. That's a pretty popular pick for both these supports. Is going to be Berkeley saying, we don't want to deal with Etro Stash.
Yeah. Man, there goes one really strong support that we know have been banned out time and time again against UCI.
It's like one of those things where when we finally get to see it,
Yep.
he pops off and it's like, all right, we're not going to see this
All
pick
right,
for
we're
another
never
3
gonna
months.
see it.
Savor it while we can here. But Caitlyn also, very strong bot
Ooh.
laner here. We see it paired with a Karma, with a Lux a whole lot, and taking it off the table to give our ADC Sahori some more room to breathe, essentially.
Yeah, I was actually really excited to see the Caitlyn. I was hoping for that, but then now it kind of makes sense. We're going to see probably Caitlyn's been so good with the new lethal tempo. Instead, we're going to probably want to have Berkeley on a different, maybe something that is easier for UCI to counter since that Thresh has been taken off. Ooh.
I like the Aphelios pick here, if they do choose to go for it. I think they are going to try and favor having their solo lanes get the counter pick. Lee Sin getting picked first, I think, is pretty obvious for the most. Yeah. Xin Zhao is still up for the side of UCI. We might see it picked up in this next round. Graves, actually. That's another good answer here. Graves, we're far from the days of flex pick Graves.
Are you sure?
I hope so. I hope we are far from those days. But yeah, already a.
What's wrong with flex pick Graves?
Well, I hate flex picks because it makes champ select a lot more boring in my opinion because you know they're gonna pick it up here. But speaking of picks, we got Jinx coming through as well. So an ADC we talked about earlier here. Very good, just sit bot side, farm up, let your support roam if you need to, if you can get the peel, and then just scale into the late game here. It kind of puts UCI on a timer, especially with that Graves. You kind of want to. Graves has a couple options. They could choose to be like a split pushing force. They could be a late game carry if they really, really choose to. But Graves just wants to sort of power farm, get the tempo going. But if he's not able to pressure that Jinx, then you kind of give Berkeley a free win condition here. LeBlanc as well is going to make an interesting mid lane matchup here. I think UCI might actually pick up their mid here unless they really, really want to secure support for Detro. And there's the Karma.
Support it is, the Karma. Yeah, we did see a little bit of a dip in the Karma picks over the last few patches. I think she definitely got kind of nerfed along with the support item changes, like with. But now I think they buffed Shurelia's again, and now it's back on her. So she's, oh my gosh, I remember playing against a Karma the other day. It's just her ult and then the shield, which makes you go faster, and then with Shurelia's you go even faster, and with carries that can chase down, you're literally just amplifying every single one of your allies to become basically Volley Bear.
Yeah. 2 more support bans coming through from UCI. I'm interested seeing no Lulu bans come through because, like you said, it's such a strong Enchantress support right in this meta too. It's interesting having Detro get shifted onto the Karma. I think that's just a pick they have to play with the Aphelios to kind of give them more mobility, give them more breathing room here. What I'm curious to see now is, since the LeBlanc's already shown, we're going to see the mid laner picked up a nice safe lane for some sort to sort of pick up, farm up, get some utility going, and you don't have anyone to really run the ball in just yet, but they might just be saving that as a response to Berkeley's topside pick.
Perhaps the Jarvan.
Yeah, that is.
Well, I just like the Jarvan Orianna match.
Yeah.
Well, not matchup, but duo, because you just put the ball onto Jarvan ults. It is literally just a swimming pool of.
Swimming pool. I remember there was a caster that talked about if you get the Rumble ult on top of the J4, you have the hot pot.
Yeah, the hot pot. Oh my gosh.
Rel getting picked up. This is something I do want to talk about because when I watched Berkeley, It was, I think, almost a year ago, but I watched Rex Required on the rel. He was very consistently like getting a large impact with the rel, finding kills left and right here. I was just remember his name specifically. So
Scary.
obviously I'm biased towards UCI, but I wouldn't mind seeing a couple of rel plays here and there before UCI wins, smile.
Disclaimer, we are UCI shoutcasters, so
I
little
mean,
bit of a bias.
One school pays me, the other school maybe flames me, I don't know. So we'll see what happens.
I hope they're not flaming. I promise
Maple,
we'll
what do
be
you think
fair.
of the top lane right now? We already see the Tom Kench picked up. What do you think will be the UCI response?
Like you said, Tom Kench is a pretty safe pick,
Oh.
and then we have a Trundle. I haven't really seen Trundle that often, at least UCI playing. Barrick, I don't feel plays that much Trundle that I've seen, so I'm excited to see how this kind of like new champion will look on him.
Trundle is one of those I think does very well specifically in this matchup just because of the rel and the Tom Kench. There's a lot of stats he can ult onto essentially, and like you said, yeah, we don't see a whole lot of Trundle, but Trundle is, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's a character you can kind of autopilot in a way. It's a very straightforward sort of game plan. Press W, E someone, and then you start autoing.
Definitely gives them the engage that they need on the side of UCI because it's a little bit hesitant to send anyone else into the front lines if they need a front line. There's a Tom Kench right there and a Rel, so obviously you need someone to be up front, and then again, someone who can also go into, what was it?
Yeah, the
Trundle.
win condition for UCI is more of a counter engagey.
Yeah.
They want to kind of skirmish in the jungle wherever they can. Whereas obviously you have the rel on the side of Berkeley. They're going to want to just full 5-on-5 team fight here. So I feel like we're going to have a lot of just UCI playing safe. Obviously with some sort in the mid lane, you probably just want to prioritize farming things up. You don't want to give LeBlanc any early game kills and just having stable lanes so that when Aphelios does get items and starts to scale up, they will become a very, very big menace versus that Jinx because you need to keep the tempo on that Jinx for essentially throughout the game, and one slip up, one assist on that Jinx, and she starts to pop off.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, Asprin, it is a ticking time bomb having a Jinx on the enemy team because of just her sheer scaling and the way she can just crash down lanes when she gets enough items. It's quite scary.
Definitely. Well, we are going to jump to a short ad break real soon here. Is Jinx going to be the ticking time bomb for Berkeley? Is UCI going to be able to send the Ori ball in, have Trundle take a bite out of that Tom Kench in the top side? We'll find out right after these messages.
I'm really excited for the next few years of esports at UCI. Coming back from COVID after being remote for so long, I'm really excited to help rebuild the gaming community. I feel like the feel of a college campus has changed, and there's just a lot of work to do to welcome students back and to reestablish that really engaged and flourishing esports community that we once had. So that's my hope for the next few years, is to build that out, not just at UCI, but in Orange County, and really connect all the people who love games.
Yeah. In terms of developing our club, I think growing the size of the club and like our reach is definitely like a big factor. As part of the Berkeley Legends Club, we held like an international tournament when COVID started, and was able to like gather teams from around the world, like old bears, new bears, alumni competed. We had like so many sponsors like HyperX supported our tournament, like over 100 people from across the world, and that was like a really exciting start for us to see like what we could be capable of. And I think like we can only grow from here. Like what I really want to see, like not only Cal Esports, but also like the gaming communities in Overwatch and League, Valorant, TFT, like all these games like gain more reach, like not only within our school and campus, but also within like the UC community, for example, through this tournament, and like across the world collegiately. As for teams specifically, I think it's pretty clear that we want to be the best, and I think it's very doable. Last semester, for the what is it called? the league, NACE Star League, West Collegiate Circuit. Our league team won that circuit, and like we can only take that success to win the whole thing, you know? So it starts right here.
And while on break, actually, me and my fellow casters were talking about top lane. What exactly were you talking about?
So these top laner, it's going to have, there's a lot of like just dueling potential or fighting potential. Trundle obviously just wants, whenever it's safe, obviously, when you just see the enemy jungler bot side, you want to kind of sort of get your trades in. You want to stop Tom Kench from getting super far ahead of himself here, but that's essentially, I guess, top lane. Although after those TP changes is a bit of an island still, at least until like 11-minute mark, we still can see a lot of jungler pressure in that top side here. I think we're about to jump back into game actually, in like a couple seconds.
A couple seconds, like 10 seconds.
You know, I'm so excited to watch these two teams
too.
play for the UCEI Invitational powered by Xfinity.
It's been a while seeing UCI going against another University of California, so it'll definitely be very interesting to watch it play out, especially because you actually remember parts of last year's. So.
No, yeah, it's going to be a very exciting matchup. I think that both these are very strong teams. The UCI roster actually played against Golden Guardians Academy earlier this week, and they were able to take a game off in that best of 3. So a little
not bragging, not
brag or anything. But I mean, our team kind of cracked, you know, so it's excited to watch. Yeah,
I'm sure UCB will bring it to the table, you know.
Yeah, if we drop a game now, it's gonna be funny.
Yeah, but this
don't jinx it.
It's Jinx.
Jinx?
Like Jinx
on the enemy team.
On the enemy team, like a
Jinx. How about Arcane?
Like an Arcane reference. Dude, I can't believe they made a game after the anime Arcane. Honestly. That's
honestly, my favorite anime. I love Arcane.
Yeah, I cried over Arcane. That's what made me start League.
Yeah, me too. I've been playing for 10 years, but it's what made me start League. Oh my gosh.
Okay, so
actually, I lied about, getting to game. We're not quite there yet. A little bit, some technical issues, but we'll get those fixed real soon. For now, you guys are stuck with us. Let's entertain them.
It's just good old what they teach us in caster school.
Yep.
Stalling for time.
Breaking
the fourth wall.
Well, guys, actually, this is my first UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity, but how were the last ones? Like, what did you guys see, or what do you think is going to happen based on like the history of this kind of event?
What was the last time? Because we definitely didn't have the same branding, so I'm trying to jog my memory.
It was a lot of UCI winning things for the most part.
A lot of stomps on UCI's part to enemy teams. That's a brag, but
Yeah.
I just remember having to play-by-play a, what was it, like a 50-3 game. Was that
No,
what it
yeah,
was?
there were some. I mean, and you get that. There's a lot of
Yeah.
different skill ranges as well.
Mhm.
Obviously, some
It's hard to
teams
regulate.
can end a little more cleanly than others, but at the end of the day,
It's all in good
it's
fun.
a for fun tournament
Yeah.
for scholarship money.
Yeah. Well, I
Presented
mean,
by
this
Finny.
one, yeah. Definitely. I mean, if there's any time to not have fun and just stomp the enemy team, it's now because of the prize pool.
Well, they're all gonna have prizes because this is the winners.
But the final,
So fun.
the final winner, like number
Mhm.
one spot, you all get compensated today. But
You'll get something. You'll get a keyboard.
Yeah.
At least.
You know, keyboards are pretty nice. You know, it's especially.
I wouldn't be complaining if they wanted to give us keyboards too.
Yeah. Look at me, just like typing on my laptop keyboard.
Yeah, we could bring it on string and like show it off, but it's okay. It's okay.
And think for next year, maybe all good.
Maybe next year.
Yeah. But you know, I did daily drive a Corsair K70, so I have first-hand experience. It is a very solid keyboard,
Wow.
still in my shelf somewhere from high school. So, good stuff. Very good peripherals from Corsair, I must say. I wish I had an MSI PC to play on with.
Wow,
Yeah,
wouldn't that be
wow.
great if we had first-hand experience playing on an MSI-powered computer?
Okay. I don't have room in my apartment for a PC, but I heard MSI also has like laptops, and those are
That
pretty
is
good.
That's true.
True.
That's
That is
true.
true.
That's true. I heard they're pretty high quality, and they don't scream at you like other gaming laptops.
That's
do.
actually something.
I know, right? They're like, oh, gaming laptop, and then they like scream when you try to play like Minesweeper, and I'm like, I can't play League of Legends. I definitely can't play an FPS game on this when I'm going like 1 frame per second.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, on mines I have to cap mines at 60 FPS, but I'm sure with MSI I wouldn't need to do that.
I mean, the frame rate would be nice. Man.
Yeah, man.
I could talk about like gamer tech all day.
Yeah, could talk about League of Legends too. You know.
Yeah.
That's
Like the
something-
game that we're about to
The game,
watch.
dude, the game that I love so much, League of Legends. Talk about bot lane again, low key. If I do, okay, let's go back to the champion select real quick, talking about the Aphelios versus Jinx matchup here. And this is just because Aphelios got nerfed so many times.
Yeah.
He's kind of, you don't see him
He's got
as much.
so nerfed.
Dude, okay.
It's
release
really funny how they
Aphelios-
keep bullying.
Release Aphelios was a little bit busted.
It was busted,
But it
then
was
they
fun.
kept nerfing.
Yeah, and then they kept nerfing it. Like, he's already on the ground and you just keep kicking
They keep
him, you know?
kicking him,
It's
no.
like, you thought an ADC could be doing these. No.
Yeah.
Go back with that. Same thing with Samira, too. That's why Samira doesn't exist
Yeah,
anymore.
balancing League of Legends is a fine art that has not been mastered yet.
Well, you know,
It's hard.
as one of my favorite ex-pro players once said, if everyone's a carry, no one's a carry.
That's true.
So,
X.
mhm.
Profile.
So I'm getting. There's a magic voice in my.
Yeah,
Corsair
there's a magic
headphones.
voice that's actually telling me to relate to you guys that they're having some technical difficulties. I think with the client, right?
The spectator.
Spectator.
The spectator client. So it's again, that's the only way that we can see these games live. So
Mm-hmm.
if we're getting blocked on that end, it's a little bit difficult for our team. But we're working really hard on it.
Yeah, we're just.
There's only so much you can do when it's the client. So
Yeah, a bit.
Please forgive us.
You know, small indie company. It takes a lot to.
UCI small indie company or UCI Sports, just a small organization.
All right. You know,
Yeah.
it's one of those times where I like magically signal to the production. Are we gonna go to another break or do we just keep stalling? And it looks like we're just gonna keep stalling here.
Yeah, so
No, actually, we've been
Actually-
gifted.
actually, fun fact, we've been gifted grace from our superiors on the stream table in front of us. We actually will be going on a break so we can, get all that spectating stuff ready, and hopefully we can show you guys a really exciting game. So yeah, we'll see you after the break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the stream. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for all the technical difficulties going on in the background. We really are trying hard to just get you guys the gaming content that you should be getting. The really exciting stuff. So we're just going to go straight into game. Apologies, it'll be not the beginning because they have been playing during
About 7-8 minutes.
about 7-8 minutes. So we will be going in blind with you guys.
So we can recap here. We have 2 kills already in favor of the UCI roster. Those kills are on the bot lane and the jungler for UCI. So already that Trundle in the
Oh,
Tompkins just got executed.
nah, it's okay. It's a little slip up. As long as the enemy team doesn't know, right? It's not like it's broadcasted to the entire map, right?
Anyways, going forward
Anyways.
here, I am trying to see. So we got a lot of points of contention going on here, a lot of win conditions for both of these rosters. Obviously, Berkeley, they want to get to that point in the game where they can 5v5 team fight, take advantage of their team's rel engagement mainly. Whereas UCI, they want to sort of play back, kite these fights out, take advantage of the Ophelios utility maybe, and sort of take some either extended fights or maybe just not 5v5 at all. Maple, we talked a lot earlier about the roster choices. Some people are on some unfamiliar picks here, so what's your take on maybe the top side of the map maybe?
I think from what we've seen, the top side of the map already had a lot of engagement in the early game. We see that probably an early gank there on the top side, which is why Chondo has like kind of lane priority right now. Okay, and now we're
Alrighty.
moving.
Yeah, we're seeing some sort, and the enemy jungler a little bit scattered. Oh gosh.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Oh,
beautiful.
Oriana came out. All came up, and they're all maybe going in for a team fight, getting out of some sort. Some sort's just obliterated by the Jinx rocket from afar, and they're just going to leave it at that. 1 kill for the side of UCB. Whoa.
Just a very, very early pickup right there, taking some sort off of the map. Some sort trying to get a little bit more vision control. We can already see the bot lane was rotated towards the mid side here, but another
We're
guy
also
side.
seeing Duong Pro on the enemy jungler, or not the enemy jungler, the enemy top side, underneath the tower. Went in for a gank, but he's taking a lot of tower damage. But they're dishing it back out towards Millennium Fox, and Rex Acquired is coming up for some assistance. He's just gonna ward him off. So unsuccessful gank overall. Good for UCB, but also a little bit bad for UCI.
Yeah, Rex Required making a very good roam towards topside, showing the presence. They are going to suffer a little bit in the bot lane here, but Jinx, they do have a kill on them, picking that up from some sort here, and you can already see we have the jungler, Lee Sin, hovering bot side, ready to stave off a dive if possible. So, going across the map here, it's actually a topside Graves, so I said way back early on in the champion select here, hopefully
Top
we do not
Trundle.
see the flex Graves, top Trundle coming through, and I thought it would be a very good matchup, but instead Barrick opting to just play the sort of farm top side, you get a lot of good split pushing potential. With the Graves, just farm up, get a lot of damage going, and then you can be the side lane menace. And when you have this sort of meta where teleport isn't such a high priority as it used to be, you don't get it as often. Having good presence in the side lanes, being able to just farm up, push those waves in, and then group up for these objectives gives you a lot more pressure here.
There's maybe a little skirmish for the Vision Wars. Perhaps not. They are not contesting. They are going to start this dragon, and we do see UCB completely aware of it, but I think they're just going to let UCI take it because I don't think it's worth contesting with the resources that they have in the area right now.
We do have, that is a heck of a name for the Berkeley jungler. I'm going to push it. So the Lee Sin playing for UC Berkeley is not a posture for that. Instead, they're going to be just cross-fighting. But fighting in the bot side, I might turn into something.
Yeah, and we're seeing UCI going straight, rotating to the bot lane and getting a kill onto Cutie. Honestly, shutting down that Jinx is exactly what they needed because you did mention earlier, Asprin, that Jinx getting early kills will just set up the tempo that they need to start rolling. And speaking of which, mid lane's also gonna go. When the Orion comes out, some starts running for his life, but to no avail because it was 2v1. So that's 4 kills for the side of Berkeley and UCI.
We do have sort of like a flip-flopped, say, the game here. Berg is going actually for an engagement over this top side, though. Duking it out versus Tom Kench.
Yeah, duking it out indeed. I don't think Graves is going to get out of this alive, especially with the rest of UCB coming up top. Also with the Jinx ult from afar. Jinx has been really consistently going for these kills with rockets from afar, which I think is a really great kind of kill management on the side of Berkeley, just because you do want kills on those Jinx. And while we were kind of trashing on the AD carry role in the beginning, a fed Jinx is a fed Jinx.
Yeah, that is a win condition for Berkeley. I think after Aphelios getting 2-0, that lane's already decided for right now. We are just going to have a lot more agency coming from the UCI bot side here. Combine that with this Rift Herald top side, this is going to be a really, really high point of contention here. I think Berkeley's not going to let this Rift Herald crash in unprovoked.
Yeah, Duo Pro is chomping onto the Tom Kench, but good for them that Berkeley has people coming up top to assist and potentially get kills back, but UCI turns it around promptly with the Trundle, taking another bite of another enemy, leaving 2 kills to UCI.
Yeah, and that's such a huge wave crashing in topside here. Berkeley has to respond. It looks like they're going to fight.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They're taking damage onto Duong Pro, gonna get that kill. But they're really dangerously low after that engage. It's seeing all these skirmishes come out again and again for UCB, I'm a little bit concerned. Just because putting so much resources into contesting these fights with UCI instead of kind of leaving them alone and maybe going for other resources on the map, like pushing lanes, getting that Jinx to, again, push different areas and contest different areas instead of having all of their champions kind of grouping up in the same place.
I think this was pretty interesting because earlier we talked about how UCI would want to kind of play back and they would want to wait for things, wait for Aphelios to get those items. But here we're seeing kind of like the exact opposite, where UCI is going for these fights, are going for all these objectives, and it's working out for them really well.
It really is. I can barely keep up with all the Jinx Rocket, and it's not going to hit.
And it comes and goes.
Honestly, but Cutie's aim has been pretty good this game, honestly. Like, they'll see a kill potential from across the map and send a rocket down, and it'll just secure a kill for them across the map. But like you were saying, Maple, it is very interesting, but also, as UCI casters, it seems to be UCI's kind of thing to be like, all right, this is our team's win condition from what you can see in Champ Select. We're going to play it completely differently.
Yeah.
Already here, the bot side for Berkeley is going to be posturing in the mid lane. I think they just want to keep these waves pushing for right now. We do have the top laners rotated bot side as well. They might contend for this next Rift Herald coming up. There's still the mid turret standing for the side of Berkeley here. That might be, the sort of ignition point for UCI to get forward. You can already see them clearing out the vision control for Rift Herald, and so Ori just wave clearing on the Aphelios, trying to get some CS in their pocket to extend their lead.
Yeah, I'd also like to mention that oh my gosh, Stabsy up top contesting with some sort of little damage back and forth, but otherwise gonna go away scotch-free. Not quite scotch-free, that was half health, but I digress. So like you were saying, Asprin, they are going to take this Scuttle Crab. It's not Scuttle Crab, a very
Big scuttle crab.
No,
Rift
Rift Herald
Herald.
is
Rift
actually. I think the lore is like it's a scuttle crab that got like corrupted. By
Right?
the
That's
void.
the
Yeah.
lore.
Yeah, it's something like.
So technically I was right, but
Might have seen a scuttle crab in Arcane, and that changes the entire lore. You never really know.
Ooh.
But that's how I last remember it anyway.
Yeah.
But already you can see UCI posturing very aggressively. I thought they would play a little more back, let Cal Berkeley and start the fights, but
Yeah.
instead they're posturing just aggressively ready to take these fights, despite the fact that Berkeley's roster just looks so much better on the engage essentially.
Very, very aggressive.
Speaking of engages, you gotta-
Duan Pro going in, but on the side, LeBlanc coming in with just the annihilation in the backline. But Duan Pro is going to get the enemy jungler, but is that... The damage is just coming out on both sides. What a skirmish mid lane. So many ults are coming out. The Orianna ball going into the back to get the Tom Kench. They're just going for carries at this point. And Jinx is alive with like 5 health,
Oh no.
carrying the enemy team.
Never mind.
But never mind. They have been stopped in their tracks, and UCI has now taken it back. I was scared for them for a second. There was so much damage all across that mid lane. The positioning was just not positioning at all. They kind of just lined up and threw ults at each other.
This was a really weird fight where
Yeah.
both rosters essentially hit their like win condition go button. So UCI want to play that re-engage and Cal Berkeley want to start the fight aggressively. That was such a huge amount of burst coming out from Stabsy on the Blanc here. Unfortunately, the only person they picked up was Dicho. They were not able to shut down some sort or Sahori. And you need to get the Aphelios off the table essentially before their lethal tempo starts crocking. I'm trying to rush this analysis up because I
No,
feel like
it's
they're
okay, 'cause
already
they're
getting
gonna
ready.
fight
They're trying to
again.
start up the fight again, but it looks like UCI are
Oh my god, they
should
better
be
not fight
content.
again.
They are okay if they just
Yeah.
take the Drake and reset, and Berkeley should
Yeah.
not try to contest this.
I
on
don't think
paper.
Berkeley's going to let them, especially with the Graves on the sidelines. They know that he's cut away from the team, so they could absolutely take the advantage. But UCI is just poking them out. Duong Pro's threatening to go all in, but the front line and the support
Yep.
said, no, we'll stay, we'll keep them back. You just
Oh,
take the
smite
dragon.
bait.
Oh, but the red team does secure the dragon with the Orianna. Not quite a smite, but it's secured for UCI despite that little skirmish. I was really scared there for a second.
That was a very, very explosive match, and I feel like both teams knew messing up that engage is super dangerous for either side here. UCI did a very, very good job using that range, especially with that
Oh,
very fun
LeBlanc.
room lethal tempo here. This isn't a fight.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
yeah. They're just gonna back off,
Yeah.
saying hi, like passing ships in the sea, then they move
Yeah.
on from that.
Yeah.
But the things to keep in mind out here, UCI is at soul point at 18 minutes into the game. That is such a strong point to just win out, essentially, right? The stats don't lie. If you have the Drake Soul, you are essentially poised to win the game out. With this Rift Herald topside as well here, UCI just keeps on the pressure against Berkeley here. And although they do have late game win conditions here, you need to stay alive in the mid game
Oh my
here.
god, and Duong Pro going in again with the Orianna ult to follow up and just capture Tom Kench and the enemy Jinx. Oh my god,
Look
they're
at
just
the
gonna keep
second
going!
hit.
They're going in for the next tower and the next enemies on the team roster. They're just going for it and just dishing damage all across. I'm stunned. They just won't stop. I'm surprised. Like you guys were saying, you expect them to like take the fights that they can, step back, recuperate. They're just going for it.
Yeah, UCI's aggressive playstyle is really working for them here.
Uh-huh.
Already, even though it's not even, Barons wasn't even up, but now they have 2 rifts, all the turrets are down, and they're basically in Berkeley's base so early on, and they're not afraid to
It's
keep
not even
engaging.
20 minutes.
Yeah, and
my
with that Baron
gosh.
coming up as well, UCI have so much more priority right now to just force it out if they so choose to. Using that pressure of the soul point as well, you can get these situations where Berkeley has to do a 50-50 check and they lose the fight, even if they guess right. So for right now, I'd say Berkeley's win condition is to just establish, doing what they're doing right now here, Rex required at the front, just get as much vision, as much control of the jungle as possible so you're not face checking into 7 bushes here. Like you already see Duong
Duong Pro setting it
so
up.
far up. He is very upset that
Oh
that
my
war was allowed
God.
to live. He is.
He's emoting at them, letting them know that he's in the area, you know, and I think they're maybe
They're fighting.
Yeah,
They're
Duong
just
Pro
fighting.
going, or maybe not Duong Pro going in for, I guess, a side pass. Just one auto attack, and he's just gonna keep moving on. That was so funny.
That is a Trundle with Sunder and Deadman's.
And the Karma Shield to go even
Exactly.
faster.
So UCI, this should just be a free Baron for them right
A free
here.
Baron, but what can UCB do but try to contest it? I mean, it's really their last stand, I suppose, and that's exactly what they're going in now with the.
What a kick.
Lee Sin going back in. Yes, what a kick in, dude. But unfortunately, I think they're just going to get out-damaged by the superior positioning of UCI, really. They had their carries all in the back, so LeBlanc couldn't just take out 2 at once, like in that one fight. They're just going to take down the rest of the team and chase them down as they usually do this game, I suppose. And there's the classic Dwang Pro chasing to no end. Never mind, he's not going to get it.
All right, so for game 2 going forward here, I think Berkeley's roster, they had a very, very strong starting point, foundation to build off of with the LeBlanc getting fed. The problem is the game, you have nothing to really stabilize
a
or stall these.
teleport?
This is a
That
Hail
UCI
Mary.
can absolutely see, and they're just gonna.
If someone was to 1v5, it's going to be Stabsy here, but the TP's coming as well.
Ooh. And they're gonna have more TPs coming in on the side of UCB, but I do think at least that is enough to get UCI off the Baron. Unfortunately, they could not secure it to secure that really huge endgame condition. So this game will stall out for a little bit longer.
They heard me. They said game 2,
Yeah,
we're
they
still on
heard
game
you.
1.
Like this caster, can you believe he thinks it's over?
Yeah, my
It was
mistake for
very-
thinking
No.
Soul Point is going to be the end-all be-all here, but that is a timer starting to come up real slowly, less than a minute away, and you see UCI is ready to go here. In this next team fight, we need to see a way for Jinx to get that damage off
exactly.
while stalling out the team fight. And it sucks because when you stall out, you're playing into the Aphelios, essentially,
Yeah.
who is going to become stronger and stronger as the team fight goes on. So either use the LeBlanc, try and burst out that back line, or just force an important member of UCI to recall so you can kind of stall off the dragon here, but we're going to have Dwang Pro trying to kick things off
they don't
himself.
want to stall. They want to just chase him out. They are aggressively stancing here at this river entrance, making sure that they don't get anywhere close to the dragon. And UCI is going to dish out some damage back with
Oh,
the Aphelios,
sorry.
like you were talking about. Just
He is positioned so aggressively, and I love it. On the Aphelios here, he's not done.
the Dwapo going in for the final kill. Just going, again, like I said at the beginning of the game, he's just going to be the engager for UCI. And he is absolutely fearless, just walking into like basically a 5v1 at his position. My bad.
Picks up
UCB
the kill.
is going to pick up some kills, but unfortunately the win in the end will go to
Stabsy.
UCI.
Oh my goodness!
Close.
So
Very
close.
close.
And
Yeah.
that's kind of the pick you want to get too, especially if you're able to just you want to get it before your team dies out, unfortunately.
Yeah, obviously.
But the damage is definitely there for Stabsy to sort of find these picks. It's just the positioning issues. And for right now, since every single time someone is on the map, Dwang Pro stares them down, runs them down with the Deadmans, and there's no effective counterplay
There really
beyond having Rel.
Lee Sin
Just-
kick them away, maybe?
Yeah, maybe Lee Sin kick up, but then you lose your ult for these next important fights. It's like there's so many
Yeah.
issues that you cannot deal with
Jinx
right at
ult.
this moment here. Jinx ult helping
Yeah.
unleash a
I
little
mean,
bit.
honestly, we do keep.
I'd say, sorry to cut, but
No,
right
go ahead.
here, this is where Berkeley needs to force a fight here, and
to get the Baron off
They-
of them.
never mind, Dwang Pro's already full health.
Oh, I guess Tom Kench is going to go in for a cheeky little engage, but unfortunately UCB will not be engaging with him, which leaves him to kind of get fried
Yeah.
out by UCI.
This was really unfortunate for UC Berkeley because they really needed Jinx to just scale up here, and Dwangpo just did not let that
Yeah.
happen. And every single fight, he was on ECQD.
Straight for the carry.
Yeah, and it was just impossible for Berkeley to take any of that space there.
Uh-huh.
But from now, I do see the damage there. Stabsy is able to burst UCI down if they're able to get in that position. So for now, it's just more about like getting into a place where they can pick UCI members off and hopefully wait out this Baron and wait out until maybe UCI can miss position. They are always taking that very aggressive stance. If Berkeley can kind of capitalize on that, but otherwise it kind of looks like
we're gonna be looking at a
Why
game
is he
2.
so fast?
Perhaps a little bit of a skirmish, like you were saying, Maple. It's really hard for the LeBlanc. While LeBlanc has the damage, it's the cooldowns that really kills her as an assassin because UCI takes fast fights. They are continuously dealing out damage. That Trundle is not gonna give them any sort of a break. Along with the Orion ult onto the Trundle to threaten the enemy team. It's really just
Fast troll. Eco
what's
in.
troll?
No, he
Ace Brim?
fast. No, he's the troll king. He
Oh,
just go in.
yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
It's in the
Where
mid.
did he go?
Yeah.
Where did he go? So for game 2,
Yeah.
going forward here,
Oh!
I
Flash forward. They really just want to get these kills and end the game.
yeah,
I mean, it's, league behavior.
I think that the majority of the issues was just there's if everyone's a carry in league, no one's a carry. But if everyone on UCI into the mid game is doing well,
Yeah.
there's no option for Cal Berkeley to really stall out and get that jinx the items they need here. So I think going into game 2 here, it's either a draft change, like we see maybe a bit more safe pick. If they want to play around this bot lane hyper carry focus, you need to kind of give them an enchanter support. You need to give them some breathing room here because, and this might be me biased, but I can guarantee someone on the UCI roster is going to get fed and is going to be that dive threat. And in this case, even the bot lane matchup, Aphelios, who it's so whether or not they can get far ahead in laning phase. They're 2-0 and they have a Gale Force. So not only are they online, they have enough self-peel right now to sort of dodge out. And we saw a little bit of potential with Stabsy there, bursting people out, but it was always either they just barely missed the boat here, or it was too little too late here. So going forward, I don't think the LeBlanc pick is the issue. I just think we need to figure out what do you want to draft around. Do you want to give your bot lane a carry potential by picking up some supportive, maybe a top laner for peel, or maybe a supportive support smile, or something else. But good game 1. Maple, what are your thoughts about everything?
I'm really excited just for game 2 because this is the first best of 3 that we're gonna have. So Berkeley has the potential to just adapt to the situation, see what happened, and they can now kind of get a feel for UCI's aggressive playstyle, like we were talking about. And with their different drafts, I think that, like you said, maybe focusing more on a lane, making sure that they have that win condition secure, get that gold lead on either Stabsy or the bot lane again. I'm just excited. I think I'm hoping to see more of their maybe comfort picks, and I'm pretty sure they still won't let that Twisted Fate through, but we'll see.
And I think low key that's a wasted ban because there is a lot of potential with the Twisted Fate roams, and obviously if some sort is on a very comfortable champion, like we saw in the early game, right? It's just a LeBlanc versus Orianna matchup. You can only do so much unless you're getting consistent jungle support. And by the end of the day, they got the crown, they got a defensive item essentially for Orianna, and they were able to do their job into the team fights here. If you give them Twisted Fate, okay, they're going to be doing the same thing essentially. They're going to be setting up team fights. They're going to have a lot more side pressure, and I guess that is something you do want to contest, especially with the lack of teleport. Or not necessarily lack, but the nerf TP. But if you could target that ban elsewhere, I think targeting the jungle champion pool against UCI is a very, very good step towards shutting down that early game aggression they have. Just because, UCI plays through their jungler so well, and that jungler enables so much all across the map. Whereas Twisted Fate could do that role, but at the same time, if you're playing LeBlanc, you have a fair shot at winning that lane out.
I think ultimately it also came down to really positioning and the champions they chose. Because like we saw with UCI, they had the Trundle to worry about. The Trundle was the one that was engaging into basically 5 people face to face, right? With Trundle up front, with the Orianna ball on him to threaten the Orianna, shockwave, you have the carries in the back being able to do range damage. They're making way for these range carries to just literally be safe. And that's exactly what the LeBlanc was trying to counter by going in the back. But again, just not enough damage to necessarily one-shot one from full health. And they're all going to be full health. So
and they had the shield break item too to try and cut into that karma.
And they had the karma, So it was really just kind of... I'm sure they weren't expecting the Trundle to be so...
We didn't even expect Trundle to be in
No,
jungle,
we always get surprised by our own team. It's fine. So they're basically strangers to us in the game. See, it's all fair in the end. But yeah, just, what a dominant force by UCI. But also, we saw moments where the individual skill of the players on UCB really like shone. Like with the Jinx rockets always hitting their target, even if it wasn't a kill, it was dishing out damage somewhere on the map. And just the LeBlanc busting out people during the fights. I wasn't able to cast a lot of it because I was just so surprised by the LeBlanc blowing someone up in the back. But yeah.
But yeah, I'm very excited to see what we'll be doing in this game 2 here. Will Berkeley be the one to come back, bite back in this best of 3, or will UCI cut those dreams down? I saw a lot of those like Berkeley memes about seeding where they got seeded second.
I
or something.
saw on the
And
Twitter.
then-
You guys should check out the University of California Esports Initiative Twitter. Lots of memes shared amongst the University of California schools esports teams. It's kind of funny to see the banter.
But go check those out. We're gonna go to a short break and then we'll be back with game 2. So don't go anywhere.
welcome back, folks, to hopefully game 2 and the early game 2. We just talked a lot about, positioning, the advantages of UCI's team, what you see to do to maybe contest that. Let's keep that going.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier in the break, me and Maple, about these rosters. Okay, it's essentially going to sound like flame, but like if you get a LeBlanc that far ahead, there, that's your win condition, right? If you have the rest of your team making fires, it's really hard for just that LeBlanc to be your carry potential because so many of the UCI roster is just ahead. You try and burst one person and it's the support. This rest of its team fight can go without the support if it's a karma, right?
Yeah.
So Maple, I want to get your opinion, right? Do you think we need to see any like compositional changes from the side of Berkeley, or is it more just an execution issue?
I think we should see some compositional changes. I think that Berkeley wasn't able to really match the engages that UCI pulled off with that trundle, and I would like to see Berkeley just kind of move towards something where they have like a more direct goal and focus on it, and like build that up instead of. I feel like they were a little bit scattered in the last game as to where they were trying to do focus on the map.
No, scattered is correct, and that's exactly why that trundle just got banned for the first side on Berkeley.
Yep. Already looking at these bans here, the Akali and the Camille both getting taken off. I think that Cal tends to prefer a lot of strength towards their top side, and they weren't getting that much value out of the Tom Kench. Because by the time landing phase was over, Tom Kench's reign of terror in the top side lane kind of ended. So picks coming through here, the Xin Zhao is the usual just counter pick. It's not even just the pick you use versus Lee Sin here. Both have their advantage here, but it is going to be swapping over to the side of UCI, who prioritize that. I think since we did see a ban towards that bot side, it's tough to call, honestly, whether they choose to prioritize their bot side, give their mid laner and top side a counter pick. They are hovering the Leona. I do like that choice for Detro. Getting them off the Karma is happy for me. As bot laner, I really like engage supports just because you get a lot more of that agency instead of waiting to scale in. Plus with UCI, we can see having early game agency either for early game support roams or just, getting that bot lane advantage is always really nice to see. Victor getting picked up as well, as I always say. If you pick Victor or Corki in mid lane, you're insecure. But that being said, having the Victor very safe lane, it just sits there, it farms control mage. It's very good choice, well rounded, but it's
interesting reaction.
It exists, and that's about it.
Oh, all right. So what about Victor is like good for UCI in this case? What do you guys think?
Well, at least for me, I think that having that control mage, it fits the pattern for some sort, just having these safe mages, either the Orianna, the Twisted Fate, whenever someday he'll get to play it, or the Victor right here. Right, you're getting a late game scaling option. It's not as volatile. You do have value from the ult and from his W. So obviously, when you go into these team fights here, UCI does have a lot more AoE to play around with in comparison to the last game, where it was kind of everyone got fed, so it didn't matter as much, but I could definitely see teamfight issues going forward here. Maple, we do see Jin in the bot side. Do you have any thoughts on this bot lane duo for Cal?
Yeah, I think Jin has been a really consistently standard kind of bot pick. I think it's a lot safer than the Jinx because Jin can kind of like be really good early and mid if played correctly. And I'm sure that they'll have a lot more utility there in the bot side. Compared to like just kind of waiting for Jinx to scale up. So I think they're putting more of like that focus, not relying on any late game, but try to start out stronger. And it's interesting to like see how that will play against the Leona. Because now we have the opposite where before they had that engaged support on Berkeley and now we see it on UCI's side. I think if UCI plays like usual, getting into their Berkeley's faces early. Ooh, okay.
It's interesting seeing this reaction from Berkeley because I think it's.
Remember when they picked Yasuo at Worlds? I get the same energy.
Yeah.
Like, we're already on our way. Let's pick some fun stuff going on here. Yone is a champion in League of Legends.
It's interesting.
It's not a weak option, but I would okay.
But against what they've already shown on the board, it's very interesting that they'd come out with a Yone.
Yeah, look, I just got like Morgana snared mentally by that choice. So,
Yeah.
like, it was something I was not expecting,
Me too.
and it's something I really doubt will work.
Yeah,
Because
I'm having doubts.
Looking at the UCI roster here, you do okay. I call Victor pick insecure, but it's safe, it's boring,
safe, it's
and you
safe.
want boring in 5v5s because
Yeah.
it's less variables to go off of. Kaisa getting picked up here, the Kaisa Leona bot lane is surprisingly very burst oriented.
We're seeing some of that arcane.
Yeah, the
Sorry.
arcane buff here.
Continue,
I'm still on this bot lane.
Continue. Yeah, go back to bot lane. Back to bot lane.
Kaisa has a variety of options or build paths here. I've seen the Dirk start, and then you go into AP, you get all through your evolutions. It's kind of like I did my part, guys, I got highest damage, it's not my fault we lost kind of build. Because you just poke with W every 3 seconds. You get like 30k damage by the end game screen, and it doesn't even matter if you won or lost, because hey guys, I did all the damage here.
Yeah.
At the very tail end of that, we did see Mundo getting picked up into that
Yeah.
Jace pick here. Maple, do you have any thoughts about that one?
I think that was a pretty interesting kind of reaction from Berkeley because I thought that Jace, they would want to choose somebody that could like kind of match that kind of power, but Berkeley does kind of need that tank to kind of be in their front line because we didn't see that in the rest of their team. I think early Mundo obviously would just need to kind of wait it out until he hits that level 6 spike. I guess that means that Berkeley will try to just not have that lane be their strongest lane, let Jace kind of take the priority there.
I'm just a little worried for Berkeley just because I don't really see too much team synergy with these champions, especially those last two with the Mundo and the Yone. Maybe I'm just a little bit too
No, you're
speculative
right.
about it. I
You're
guess
right.
I don't know. It's
Yeah.
just very strange. to
Like,
see.
And I love to be proven wrong. I want to see
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Yone pop off, right?
Exactly.
And there is a universe where that Yone does pop off and carry, but there's just so many options for UCI to deal with it. The Leona, you have in the mid lane Victor can just play the counter, just W himself and keep fighting. You have a lot more control. Whereas Yone is based so heavily on just I need to get kills, I need to get
kills,
gold
yeah.
and scale into it. And he's a scaling champion. And given you do have more utility oriented towards the Jhin, you can afford sort of that DPS agency towards Yone. It's just 2 deaths on the Yone and the game is over. And when you are essentially getting ready to go to loser's bracket if you lose this, it's an interesting choice that I would honestly rather see in the earlier in the series.
I feel like it kind of makes sense though because Yone is a comfort pick for Stabsy. He like constantly does well, has like a high KDA on that champion. So we saw Stabsy kind of do really well in that first game. So maybe Berkeley's trying to just focus more in that
Comfort
lane.
picks,
Yeah.
You're not wrong there. I
Yeah.
definitely agree. And I do see it, like we were talking about earlier. Berkeley wants to choose sort of like their carry potential on one side of the map and build around it. And if they were to draft a roster, I would put a little bit more CC into it. I would keep the rel there, but it is what it is going forward here. They do have the Karma, which is going to give them a little more move speed for the Yone. Maybe, I would honestly draft the Yumi if you had it up there because the Yumi Yone, it fixes so many
No,
of the
not the
And
Yumi.
yeah.
We didn't
free
see it
buff
banned out
Yumi.
either, so it
Yeah,
could have
exactly. They
happened.
just chose not to pick it
Oh
up
my
here.
God. All right, well,
All right.
speculations aside, we're really excited to see this game play out, so we'll see you right after an ad break.
So, Berk Legends, which is the Riot Games Club, originally the League of Legends Club before Riot made other games, we started in like 2014, basically off the idea that I talked about before, where we wanted a community where anyone was able to play. Like, you didn't have to be a competitive gamer and like do all this like stuff, but like we wanted a community and everyone was welcome. And that idea was what led the first club president to create Berk Legends. And then like over the years, like collegiate esports has grown really big, and Cal Esports, the organization for gaming and competitive esports at Berkeley, was started more recently, around 2018, I believe. And since then, we opened like our own gaming facility at Cal. Like our esports team has achieved like so much, like going to top 8 in playoffs across like multiple games. Our Valorant team in like first year reached like top 32 in CSL. Like we're only growing, and like I'm just really excited to be part of this community at Cal that's like run by students, and where students have like such a big say, and it's especially in leading the direction of esports.
UCI has a long history of student involvement in games and esports. Our clubs were thriving well before our varsity program started in 2016. But since 2016, we have been competing in League of Legends and Overwatch, and our teams are always competing for national championships. And so UCI has a long history, and we're really excited to keep building upon that.
Welcome back, everyone, and we are actually going to be jumping into this game too in a little bit. So, let's keep talking about
Soon,
what we're thinking
TM.
is going to happen. Soon, TM.
So
again, we kept flaming.
we did not.
We did not flame.
We discussed.
We were very interested into seeing how the Yone would play out.
Yes.
Just because it's something very out of the blue that we've seen before, but we are very excited to potentially get our socks blown off and Yone goes like 10-0.
Maple, you talked a little bit about the mid laner for Berkeley, right? You said it's actually a comfort pick for him.
Yeah, so Stabsy has played a lot of Yone the past season, and even though there has been changes, I'm sure that it will still look good in here the next game. I'm mostly looking forward to see how they change from the last game. They're clearly going from like kind of a standard composition to something we really haven't seen before. So honestly, UCI responds really well to a lot of these standard compositions. They're always aggressive no matter what. So Berkeley's answer, I guess, could be to just surprise them and to bring something new to the game.
Yeah, you're exactly right. If traditional League of Legends won't work, we're going to try something off meta. That's exactly what that Yone Mundo was.
See, mentally, I'm thinking about how the Berkeley versus San Diego bracket's gonna go already. So.
Really? You already think they're gonna go down?
I think that Yone excels in an environment that is not 5v5.
That's most.
Where teams are in comms.
That's most fair.
And that being said, we touched about it a little bit earlier. I think if you draft the Yone, you are drafting for the Yone.
Yeah,
I think Yuumi is somewhat of an option. Obviously, UCI, they played the Leona, and Leona eats up the Yuumi early game, right? So since Yuumi scales so well, you do want to pick those early game aggressions. Maybe that's why Berkeley held it off for so long. But I mean, if you're playing this matchup, you need to see them do well. You're putting a lot of trust into it. And although you can say, all right, the ult's good for team fights, right? So is Victor. So is Victor's abilities here. But looks like we're actually going to be jumping in really soon here.
Yeah, almost in like 5, 4, 3, 2,
Okay, pair the production here, but we are jumping into game 2 here. We just see the standard lines of scrimmage for Berkeley and UCI. And Maple, what are your thoughts about the early game? Do you see any cool matchups to watch?
So like we were saying earlier, the Jace and Mundo top is going to be a pretty interesting one. We're going to see Mundo try to play back, but if depending on where the junglers decide to go, we can see a little bit of a skirmish up there early. I think that for now, Leona and Kaisa will do fine on their own, and I trust that Itsukiris and Rex Required will be able to hold their own there. So I think they'll be kind of like an island.
So
Yeah.
going forward here, I think there is going to be a lot of contention towards this mid lane. You need to sort of just, for the side of Berkeley at the very least, get them a safe laning phase where they can bully. They are at a disadvantage because of the range versus melee, and Victor is just going to be sitting there spamming Q all day. They did even take the Klepto 2.0 essentially. The name is slipping me a little bit, but it is such a good rune, just specifically for this matchup, because you can bully Stabsy for so long. A little bit of engagement from Detro there, but it's actually going to be UCI that are going to be the lose.
Oh,
my-
and a heal comes out from UCI. That's
That
kind of not
sucks.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not even 3 minutes. Oh dear. Then again, it is a Jin Karma lane. That is absolutely a setup for all the poke in the world. And against a Leona, what really can you do back?
That is very well played by Berkeley's side. Kaisa Jin used to be a matchup that heavily favored the Kaisa, specifically because anytime Jin came in, unless he was hitting a fourth shot or maybe a W into a fourth shot, Kaisa would just win out by autoing and pressing Q. It was such an easier trading pattern. But now with the nerfs to Kaisa and the range disadvantage, combining that with the move speed from Karma, and that is a very, very nice bot lane for Berkeley to play out, maybe even to carry through. We talked a lot about how mid lane needs to be the carry potential here, but it's actually going to be top side. A lot of damage getting taken back and forth.
A lot of damage, but
Never
no
mind.
kill coming out. Honestly, across all of these lanes, the poke game has been serious. Oh, and a little bit of an engage onto the Jin, but they can't really follow up, obviously.
Yeah. I was excited for that level 2 Leona to see if
Yeah.
UCI would try to take back that kind of priority there, but unfortunately that engage did not get anywhere, but we had a lot of time.
And especially with the boot start on Jin, it's really, really popular, either going for boots or maybe a longsword if you feel really aggressive instead of the Dorans. While you give up that lifesteal, you have a lot of effective HP just through trades here. There's no way they dive this.
Duong Pro
There's
going
no
into
way
a
they dive
spicy gank onto Millennium Fox. Bird
Oh
following
my
up with extra damage, getting the first blood after or before ultimately falling to the tower. I think the junglers are just gonna have an agreement to let that be. And there's also fighting in the bot lane. You
Oh my
guys dangerously
goodness.
low. Kaisa's gonna fall to that Jin. Karma's going to try to lock down this Leona without getting killed. And I think the Jin is just going to shoot it all out. Kill the Leona. Maybe.
He's
Take his
in.
time.
Yeah.
You know. Anyways, that is 3-1 for Berkeley.
So we saw really quickly how Sahori using that heal early on really put...
Yeah.
Oh no.
Flash on Duong Pro. What?
Oh no!
Oh, Mr. Cure! Oh my gosh, that was crazy! Oh,
Wow.
we were just catching our breath, and Duong Pro said,
Wow.
"Hold up, allow me to flash." What did the Yone do there to get out of it?
Yone,
I'm very
Eid, and then
Eid, and then
the Flash was
Flash.
able to miss. Okay. A lot
Me
of going
too.
on. The displacement from his E, I think, was
Yeah.
a good play. Just unfortunately, the Lee Sin kick connected, and you can't do that much. But trading 1-for-1 is probably the best scenario in that game for Stabsy here. So going forward, there is a lot to unpack
A
based
lot.
off those early game skirmishes here. A very, very active game compared
Uh-huh.
to the last one, even though we didn't see it.
Yeah.
I'm presuming this is a lot more fighting
Oh,
going
yeah.
on here.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
And fighting, I think this early game is going to go in favor of Berkeley just because the nature of the UCI composition right now is to sort of, for this mid lane at least, play for Victor to scale up,
Oh.
get fed. There is a little bit of play going on bot side.
Bot side, Leona's going into the backside, but she's caught it all alone in the middle of 3 of the enemy team, and they're just gonna chunk them out. Jin's going in onto the Kaisa, trying to get this 4th shot off, but not quite. And they're going to leave it at that. That is so unfortunate how that Leona got a hook into the backline, but really, who could follow up on it?
A little bit of damage back and forth here. Millennium Fox is going to be able to inch away, and Berkeley looks like they're just posturing for this Drake. They want to get vision control and not let UCI get the early game they want.
Yeah, already we're seeing the differences in how Berkeley is playing. They're doing so much better early in this game, like you guys said, because of the nature of the UCI roster. But if Berkeley is able to hold on to this lead, they're going to be able to snowball really fast just because of kind of like you said, the Jin and the Yone just being able to scale and we also have Berkeley getting a lot more vision than we saw, and
There's
getting.
no way Barrick loses in the weight.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
The support
This is how.
row! Support row meta, and we're gonna pay the price.
I love new League of Legends seeing a support top lane at 6 minutes.
Yeah, we saw it last game too, but this time it
Yeah.
actually went a lot better.
Oh,
the karma.
UCI, they want to do a little bit of their
This
own.
Leon is posturing to secure that Jin. Duong Pro coming in
okay.
hot from all the way across the river to secure this
Oh,
kill onto the
okay.
Jin. That is a good fat shutdown for the Lee Sin, and we know Duong Pro
Yeah.
is very good at staying on top of targets. So I'm very interested to see if he's just going to camp Jin perhaps to try to just
I like
get
the way
it.
you phrase that. Keeping on top of. You see, I like running it down or chasing people down, but you have like the refined taste here.
Thank
This
you.
fight, they don't die here. I'm like 100%.
Yeah.
It's just like-
Thank you.
I don't need to cut into that fight there. But going forward here, we do have a lot of gold on that Lee Sin here. So Hori actually trying to shut down this guy over here.
Oh, and Duong Pro coming in from the north to get that kickoff, but unfortunately it's going to go into Leona. But you know, a little gold in your support never hurt anyone.
The Xin Zhao got the CC'd, and the Leon was able to follow after the flash. So after he died, he missing ping. Like, what was that? So he was a little
He's
upset about
dead!
that
Don't
one.
kick him! He's already dead!
That is an unfortunate little jungle invasion coming through here, and it's just a lot of back and forth, a lot more gruesome for both teams here. And I think that although Berkeley do have an advantage just a little bit, it's still UCI sort of like in possession of the tempo, because a lot of those kills, a lot of that gold is focused on Jin, and Jin rushed plated steel caps.
Yeah.
And that is a boring item.
That is. I feel like that
It's a
gold
good-
could have been better used, you know, for a little bit more damage
I think
output.
I think it's a good option because of the Lee Sin die potential.
But
But it's a boring. It's like when I go back to saying insecure picks in League of
too
Legends.
safe.
That's an insecure item choice.
Yeah, as you
it's like the
guys-
Dariuses that go topside, get first blood, and then they build a ninja tabby.
yeah, as
Like,
you
what
guys
are
will
doing?
notice about Ace really loves them risky picks. I don't think he likes anything that's safe. Speaking of safe, Duong Pro is absolutely not safe here in this top. Oh, but he's gonna get out with assistance from Leona. Leona's stunning the enemy team, so they can't get him at all. But then Jin with a curtain call aiming.
Oh,
No
Oh no, but
way!
he does eventually get the Lee Sin, and the Leona will go down with him. It was almost a 6 save, almost Marvel cinematic material, but unfortunately Berkeley is in a position to just absolutely dominate them, and that.
And that is a good chunk of gold going back in Berkeley's favor. I think this is what they need to finally start inching the lead
Oh,
away.
yeah.
This is top lane fighting. It
Here
literally
is.
doesn't matter. They're not gonna
It's
die.
Mundo. It's Mundo.
It's just Mundo. He goes where he pleases. He takes the minion wave and you smile.
He throws a cleaver at you, stands next to you for a second, and walks away.
Yeah.
So.
Now, I think the implications of going forward here, if we could see the scoreboard again someday, Yone ulting to get away is no big deal.
yeah. Research man.
I think having this much gold stacked on the bot lane is pros and cons, right? It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
If we are able to see Cutie definitely go forward, and big impact on these team fights, you can already see him try to take this mid lane turret. He's getting soloed by our support.
There's no way if they die to a support. I think Cutie's
No,
gonna
he's
die.
gonna donate it. He's gonna donate.
No. Watch this. No, I'm
Cutie,
kidding.
give it. Oh.
No. Duonpro's gonna do something flashy.
No, go back to that guy.
the chase, the classic.
I don't. Wait. Why is he so
Oh, that's
low?
why.
That's
Okay.
the
Oh, okay.
top lane too.
Hey, let's go,
eventually
ABC
gonna-
die.
You chase them for long enough, you'll catch up. Was there a boot difference there? I think the steel caps were just nothing
Steel caps are
towards the magic.
I think they're slightly fast. This is a numbers thing. I hate numbers.
Well, yeah, me too. Whatever.
Now,
Anyways, that was just.
I think Barrick it's starting to be like his game's over essentially right now. You are 1-3 on the Jace. You're just gonna be sort of like a poke utility character. You're just gonna sit in the backline and not do too much. If you dive in, you get blown up and give them the 4v5. It is going to be Duong Pro's game to make or break going forward here.
Yeah.
He has the power and the agency to start making plays and get the vision control away from Berkeley. But there's so many tools for Peel right now with the Karma and Jin being fed that it's so hard to just base check purely. You need to sort of like play behind a laner. And it's looking like your option is some sort, but some sort's on the Victor, and he built the defensive item first. He's ahead, but
Yeah.
Stabsy is going to have a little bit more impact right now. And I flamed the Yone pick because on paper, Yone is a troll pick, but it's working out.
Like we said, we wanted to be proven wrong.
Yeah.
About our speculations.
Exactly.
And that happened exactly from the first gank when they did the cool little, getaway flashy trick shot thing.
Swift Trail getting dropped bot side. Maple, what do you think of the macro coming forward here with this Drake coming up?
I think with the Drake coming up, we can see already Berkeley has the rift down there. They're going to try to take as much priority as they can. I think that's not going to be contested at all by UCI. But in the end, they're not looking too bad. I think they have the potential, like you said, with the Lee Sin, and just waiting for Victor to just to get more items.
I hear the
essentially.
online
Yeah.
weeping
I can
and
see-
the back
yeah.
off things
Yeah,
here, so
they are.
Yeah,
I
but
think
they're
you're
gonna have to
right.
back off.
I think Berkeley is just going to take this one for free. There is not so much value that you can get from this, really.
Also, not to mention, it is a 5v4 for Berkeley, so I'm pretty sure UCI does not want to take that. But we will see Berkeley rotate around the map and potentially... Leona goes in all the way to the back line, but UCI follows up with a shutdown onto Karma, onto Jin. They're just going to keep going for Cutie, perhaps. I know that they're usually aggressive about these under the towers, but I guess not. Because they're, all together, it's not just Duong Pro doing his solo assassin thing.
Yeah.
Alright.
The bullying top lane.
I'm gonna just rewrite everything I said earlier. You just play through Kaisa now and win the game. Because he got 2 kills in that fight here. So Hori looks so good right here. I think that the Jin is still a very big menace. Ooh, a little bit of engagement here from Stabsy. He avoids the W from Victor as well. He almost is able to get the shutdown, but that turret shot is going to shut him down. It's actually gonna be some sort of fight to win.
Little happy feet coming out there with some sort, just dodging this Yone, dashing around him and utilizing the under the tower shots of the
utilizing his turret to kill him.
Yeah, listen, utilizing turret aggro is so important. Oh my gosh, and the Jace flashes behind to just secure kill. Honestly, I think that was worth because when you're in the position of a 1-3, you may as well just snatch a kill to even out.
You're gonna die anyway,
yeah,
right?
you're gonna die anyways. And also, I don't know when they would use that flash, in a macro sense. So it's a selfish flash that was
That's a
necessary.
greedy Gale for.
Ooh.
Jin
Bye.
is getting to that point where he'll have the damage to do that. Almost on the collector as well. I think that getting shutdown gold onto Jin was going to shift that pendulum right back into Berkeley's favor here, because right now the gold is evened up, and a lot of that gold is now in Sahori's pockets. If they're able to get, it looks like they're going for Gale Force and Dirk, so more 80 focused build. They are going to be doing that consistent damage here.
Flash queuing onto Cutie from across the lane. The Leona ulting just to secure it in case they really wanted him dead.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, yeah.
Exactly. I mean,
Killing
it's
the
good.
enemy?
Okay,
That's good.
It's good for UCI as an unbiased caster because you have taken away more time for Cutie to go farm side. And that's not even true. Getting those items onto Cutie is going to be make or break. Because we saw... I think the engagement with Stabs in some sort all the way back 2 or 3 minutes ago is an example of how team fights play out. Victor stands in his W and gets that 3 seconds of just fighting potential. And Yone doesn't get that. Versus a Leona, he has to wait the cooldowns out of. Lightning Pop doesn't either, it's fine. Waiting out all the cooldowns before Yone can go in, trying to burst someone in the backline down. And so Hori, if he gets passive procs on any of the backline of Berkeley, can just ult away here. There's another team fight going off.
Oh, yeah, and then Kaisa just dashing around, trying to get this Yone off of them, succeeding with the kill. Cutie's going to get some vengeance right back, killing Sahori. Duong Pro coming in from the sidelines here to help out the team. The usual, But that's going to put UCI in the lead now against Berkeley.
Yeah,
I said that right there. And then he pressed the ult.
He did the thing.
I said that. What were you saying, Maple?
I was just saying how it's so interesting because we expected this to look very different. It's such a much closer game. We were talking about, Berkeley's in the lead, UCI's in the lead, and now we're seeing it again. UCI is looking in a pretty good position, though. For the first time, they're up more than basically 1,000 gold. So if they can get this rift and shut down another tower before Berkeley is able to reset, maybe this can be the start of a snowball that we weren't able to see from Berkeley. They weren't able to hold on to their lead as long.
Yeah, I think Yone being 1-3 is unfortunate here because, and this is not even it's just top lane is fine. Mundo did his job. He did not give up any kills before 6, and now he's a menace in the side lane that Barrett can't deal with alone. Some sort has to get sent to him. Xin Zhao, he fell a little bit behind Zhuangfo. We haven't seen too many plays from him, but he's like consistent. He's not going to toss anything. And we had a fed bot lane. The problem was just not enough agency can be done by Jin alone. You see him doing his best, and I think they're doing a very good job given the cards they're dealt. It's just there's so many options to shut down Cutie if they go too far up that they really just have to start valuing anyway their safety more than shutting down this Kai'Sa or this Lee Sin here. Whereas UCI, Zhuangfo just runs in and has the mobility to jump in and out consistently. If he really commits to a fight, Sori can ult into the backline as well. And that makes a really hard target for Jin, because Jin obviously wants to kite backwards, use the utility. And in this next team fight here, I think it is going to be... It actually might be a little bit Berkeley favorite here.
I hope they don't
away.
take the team fight, because they do not have their entire team on the side of UCI, so that would be kind of a bad place to pick a fight. But they are posturing towards this dragon, so they are going to have to contest it or choose to back off, but I don't think they're going to choose to back off, not with Zhuangfo landing that Q. And Detro coming in with a beautiful Leona on the back line, but unfortunately the tension's on the front line with UCI just tearing down anyone who comes near them. They're all low, but they're really good at full
he's gonna
Never
hit
mind the curtain call. Oh, no, sorry!
Curtain calls.
No! Oh my God!
He's going to fall
Last
down
shot,
here.
no!
Riptail taken onto the map. And already here we see Berkeley trying to clean up the rest of this team fight. Unfortunately, here's Stabsy helping to secure that trick. And that is a lot of resources. The pendulum swings right back to Berkeley. And this is it's anyone's game, low-key. Just because of the fact of how much gold is on the carry for Cal, and it's going to be Jin, essentially. With the ability for Stabsy to start scaling up, if he can, like, now that the laning phase is over, sit in the side lane, maybe, farm up, get those items. Although he can't be the pure 1v9 mentality, he can start to have a presence if these team fights have more than just him going into it. And I think that UCI may need to start respecting that a little bit.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they always prove me wrong. They'll just jump into a random 5v5 and annihilate, so we'll see.
I think UCI was a little bit really confident there in that dragon fight, even though Berkeley had all that vision and they were in position a lot sooner, and they were kind of ready for that UCI engage. And then now we can see, like you said, the pendulum kind of shifting in Berkeley's favor. UCI wasn't able to get that much use out of that Rift Herald, and that would have been like a good way for UCI to start, and then they kind of just shut that down completely. I am excited for this anything goes kind of game.
Yeah, I am too. The position really counted in that team fight, and we saw that great Leona ult into their backline, onto their carries. But Berkeley did a fantastic job countering that by having the unstun people kind of surge forward to create space for those carries to kind of stay safe, recuperate after that stun. And we saw that curtain call come out, and that absolutely made a world of difference for Berkeley.
That curtain call was so like scary. They just got it down right. I didn't think it was gonna hit at the last second, but yeah, it really turned that fight around.
The individual skill of especially like this Jin especially is really does show. I think the one thing that they do need to overcome is just the macro plays, because that is where UCI's strength does lie.
I think with the Chem Fog being the soul for this map, it is a soul that would favor Berkeley right now, just because Chem Fog is not a like soul that favors the winning team. It favors whoever you have to push into. And if Berkeley needs a turtle, they can take a lot more advantage of the Chem Fog. Plus, if they get whoever gets that Dragon Soul is gonna be at such a stupid advantage. Having Yone live through and having to kill them twice, that might honestly be a very, very good win condition that Berkeley can play for. It's going to require a bit more scaling and waiting out these dragons, and taking control of the dragon pit a lot more quickly than UCI, who is known for just having really good map presence. But we're going to actually get interrupted by Millennium Fox 1v2 here, but dishing enough damage to scare off Barrick.
But I think Millennium Fox, as Mundo, can absolutely just take the damage and dish it right back. So I'm not sure if they're going to commit to this fully. Zhuangfo, Barrick, and Detro will... I lied! They have the Leona to absolutely destroy. I think they just needed that stun. Meanwhile, on the other side of the jungle, Jin's going to unfortunately shut down the mid lane on the side of UCI.
Yeah, that is a lot of back and forth here. Bot side for UCI, they played it well. Just wait out the Mundo ult and then start using your cooldowns on it. No point in wasting time here. But Berkeley really want to force this engagement here. They're actually going to catch out Detro here. Duong Pro has a lot of pressure in the backline here. That E-back is going to keep them nice and away, but Duong Pro and the rest of the UCI roster getting out of this alive. Not a whole lot of value from Berkeley just yet, but they're still making their presence known.
Yeah, I think Berkeley there was kind of rushing into that. They used a lot of their utility. That's going to be looking really good for UCI in the next team fight if they're able to set something like that up. And right now we can kind of see the lanes kind of resetting. I hope to hopefully see a lot of setup for the Baron soon. Yeah.
Yeah, the Baron is going to be a high priority for either team. This Dragon coming up, it's tough. You want both, obviously, and I think Berkeley are in a better position to force a fight than just purely grind out either of these objectives, just because Kaisa does have a lot more DPS potential. Although Jin is slightly ahead in items, it's just the nature of the character. Fourth shot isn't going to be as fast at grinding out those match HP Baron or Drake as quickly as Kaisa. That being said, UCI... I'm honestly at a coin flip whether or not they win this next team fight. It really depends on who gets caught out by the Leona, which isn't even up. Oh no, it is up right now.
Yeah, I'm very scared to see how they're going to position this fight, especially with these, just with Duong Pro kind of playing up front, but with Berkeley absolutely ready to dish that energy back. Dietrich's getting a little bit shot out on the side. They are absolutely cut off from Zahori, which is not the best thing to be right now. But they are going to kind of chunk the back. Was that a Jace?
That was a Jace Q. Don't count Barrick out just yet, but you gotta watch that engage potential from Stabsy. He's positioning very, very far forward, and you gotta respect that.
And the current call comes out to maybe just allow the team to strike forward while the team gets dished down, and yep, exactly that. Berkeley's gonna go in onto UCI. Duong Pro is going to fall. They're going to just chunk through UCI with the setup that the current call made for them, essentially.
Yeah,
it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, the curtain call there just gave Berkeley a lot of space, and then that kind of shut down UCI's confidence in that fight. And with that, they weren't able to get the engage that they wanted, and then Berkeley was able to capitalize on that, take the dragon. Now, next one is Solon, like you guys were saying. Ooh.
This is Sahori's fight.
Yeah, it's just a quirky little run bot.
Oh.
I smell a pause incoming. Yep.
Yeah. That's okay. Technically, as you were saying, Maple, you were saying something.
Oh yeah, I was just saying that with that now Berkeley's gonna be at that soul point. They're gonna look at that chem fog, and like you were saying, Aspirin, that's gonna look a lot better for Berkeley if they're able to get that. That's just going to kind of turn around, really solidify their lead. No more of that little pendulum thing that we were seeing. So UCI has to kind of take that next fight for sure, and figure out something to make sure that Sahori's in a better position at that point.
And also with Collector on QD already completed, that's going to add so much bite to his curtain call that you really have to be cautious. You can't sort of face tank it like you could before he finished off that lethality item, because that execute is going to pack such a huge punch, right? I think that the Berkeley roster is doing a really good job playing around that ult. It's just the aftermath when you don't have that. When you have it off cooldown, essentially, you can try to force the fight like we saw with Stabsy. He got it ult into the backline. It's just there's not enough mobility with the Jin and the rest of the side of Berkeley to follow up, and they got 1v4'd essentially just because there's not enough time to get help to him. I think playing around this soul is a very, very nice win condition for Berkeley, though. They are going to have such an annoying team to fight against with having that Chemfog ultimate, or Soul Core, whatever. They like changed it.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that UCI actually has just been keeping pace with Berkeley despite all these objective setbacks, especially with the dual chem dragons now, which is going to be, I can imagine, very annoying vision-wise and just macro-wise, because UCI, again, I say this all the time, but UCI's macro really is what carries their games forward, and getting that vision denied from them, especially within enemy territory and those like just specific chem fog areas, is kind of crucial, especially if they're going to fight for that Baron.
We are going to be jumping back into the game here, and it looks like most of the part we are just posturing around Baron, trying to make sure we get as much vision control as possible. And I think that the UCI roster really, really want to fight for this Baron before the next dragon comes up. You really don't want to have to deal with both those objectives on the map. They have enough damage, I think, with Stabsy now at this point to start shredding these objectives. And it really could be a case of keep both these objectives warded and have your members kind of scattered, have someone on the bot side so that you can, at the very least, stall for time. Right here, Victor is coming online. Kaisa's getting their third items really soon. So I do see UCI scaling well to these team fights here, but at the end of the day, these next 1 or 2 fights is going to decide the whole pace of the game, and it's going to be a really, really close call on who is going to be, I guess, the MVP for either of them.
I think it goes back to what you were saying, Rebel Light, about who has control of the map and who's like taking the pace to their kind of like what they want. So UCI, we can see how this game has been kind of going to what Berkeley wants. They are always at the objective first. They're always the one having the vision, and now we're seeing UCI take that back. Kind of, they're like. They're at the Baron trying to, like you said, not have Baron and Dragon up at the same time. So this is looking like a better position for UCI, especially if they can get somebody caught out there.
Stabsy has a little bit of leeway there with the Yone E. They can be postured aggressively, looking for a little bit of vision control here. But right now, it is going to be just a lot of pings towards this Baron. UCI, they really, really want to start something topside. At the very least, to make Berkeley think they're initiating the Baron so they can start forcing a fight. Because you cannot face check the chem fog in any way. Even if you're ahead, it is such a fun gameplay mechanic. The kick connects.
Ooh, but speaking of checking the fog, I don't think Duong Pro cares on this hunt for Yone. He's gonna land into the tower! Oh my gosh! Oh, but unfortunately, I don't know if he's going to be able to secure it because the team of Berkeley is going to come in and support their mid laner. That was a chase.
Curtain call here, we're not done here. It looks like Ditro might be the next opponent, but Kaisa's diving into the back line. You're shutting out Is It Cutie not being able to continue that call. Flashes away here, and now Berkeley and UCI finding a very scattered fight here. Suri tries to fall back into that tempo up here, but Crystal is going to shut it down. Never mind, Rex required last hits that one. They need that gold a little bit more. Some sort tries to keep the damage under control here, forces Rex required off. Zinzel sitting in a whole lot of fun with the Victor stun here. This fight is finally having a clear cut winner. Ditro hits the CC here. Now Stabsy, this is the 1v3 you want to see here. Millennium Fox is going to bring back. Never mind, Barrick just shuts it down right here. And now, at the very, very tail end of the fight here, Millennium Fox looks at the corpses of their teammates here. Not enough HP for Baron, but that is a team fight to say the least here. And it all started from Stabsy getting caught way back at the start of the fight and having enough time to reset and come try to finish things up.
Oh my god, that chase was so drawn out and back and forth, but really at the end of the day, with that fight, it was just the calm and collected tempo of both Duong Pro and Ditro just holding out, even if they are in the chem fog, and they were postured to like move away from. Oh, I don't think it was Duong Pro. It was Some Sort. Sorry, Some Sort was the one dishing out the damage on the Victor. We haven't been giving enough attention to Some Sort just because they were in kind of that neutral position. But now that they have 2 more kills in their pocket, that is going to be fantastic.
That was just a Baron. UCI is going to feel very, very happy about going forward here. Maple, what are your thoughts here? We do have a soul point coming up here. This is going to be a high contention fight. Do you think UCI risks the fight with Baron buff on them?
I definitely think they will. That's just UCI's style. And with the Baron on them, they're going to look a lot better in pushing out these lanes and setting up for that dragon. We can already see they're on that dragon pit way a little bit before Berkeley was able to get there. Oh, the damage!
Man, I can't believe we wrote off Jace in the beginning. My man.
It should have been. You should not have a Jace doing this much damage after going 1 and 4 here. But
the farming.
The C has the arcane buff. It's all coming together here. Victor and Jace. And now, that was a huge chunk of damage. They're going to have to start respecting Barrick's ability to chunk people out. He does have the man immune stack, a whole lot of tank damage being busted out by him here. But Stabsy initiates things.
Yeah, Yone dumping himself into the side of UCI, but UCI is just posturing themselves really well against Berkeley. Berkeley's all crumpled up in the side, but really the Jin just got protected so well that he could just dish out the damage right back to UCI. Quadra kill!
No way he's gonna get it! The pentakill!
We love that Corsair MSI pentakill here at the UCEI Invitationals. I was so drawn to the backline that I did not realize that he was chunking people out. I'm telling you, Victor just needed those kills to pop off. Do you know how strong he is in fights that are just so chaotic? You really just put down your ult and just let it fly away and kill people.
You know, Chase
beautiful.
might get melt, but Victor gets paid. He is going to be the 8-1 champion here, and I'm just in shock at that.
Yeah, like,
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
you're saying Maple?
oh yeah, I was saying how earlier Rebel Light was like, oh, we were not giving that much attention to some sort, but now here he is with the pentakill. That's going to be looking a lot better, and Berkeley's going to have to be pulling back, watching out for his AoE damages in the next team fights if they want to come back from this. With the Baron and the Dragon, I safely say that UCI really turned this around. It was looking kind of bad there for a second.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh
No,
yeah.
yeah.
I was taken aback.
Yeah.
Seeing Sahori getting taken out of the fight so early,
early.
I thought it was essentially
over.
here.
Mhm.
But that Victor
Yeah.
really just some sort was able to play his game there, and now 8-1, Rabadons and Voidstaff, there's no
Oh, that's so
contesting
ugly.
Victor. It is just, can you burst him out? Can you catch him out?
And he has a watch.
And he has a stop. That funny. Haha. I'm gonna
Funny
flash
stopwatch.
ult you and then stopwatch. What are you gonna do about?
I hope we see it.
Okay, for Berkeley here, we've seen them in this position before, and it's not impossible to come back from. But once again, I think it's gonna have to be a matter of taking advantage of this chem fog. You can't let UCI take this space like they are taking right now, just because you need to be able to access your jungle pass, you need to be able to access the side lanes here. Millennium Fox is gonna pay the price of no vision in the chem fog. That's rough, buddy.
Yeah.
Going forward, it's hard because there's not a whole lot of options available for Berkeley beyond just turtling and accepting your turrets getting taken out right here. Victor is almost full build at this point, whereas
Man.
Stabsy, although he's performing very well mechanically, he just doesn't have the items to back up that damage he could be dishing.
It's just crazy how much momentum UCI is riding on right now after that team fight, and how much of a dark horse some sort really ended up being.
Mm-hmm.
Because now suddenly he has the Rabadons and Void Staff and everything. And actually, there's going to be another fight, and that stopwatch
there's
will
a stopwatch.
come out to save him.
Oh!
Will it be enough? Oh, hurry in the back!
What shot though?
Oh, but and the cutie ends up killing him, but they're going to have vengeance right back onto him. And
Oh, Stabsy-
Stabsy fighting for his life, dashing around UCI collapsing onto him, but he's not gonna get away with that. Jace finally getting that kill with an auto attack, I think?
Yeah, that is a lot of gold going back and forth here. But
Oh my
putting that much gold
gosh.
onto Cutie, that is very, very nice for Berkeley right here. It's just a matter of
What's going
can
on?
they suffer being like one, maybe two inhibitors down, depending on how these waves turn out,
Oh no.
and have enough time to reset here. Millennium Fox, I think he is safe for the most part. It is a Mundo, and they do have ultimate in their back pocket as well. So
Yeah.
UCI, much more attractive to get the double inhibitor down anyway, but I think if Guang Pro gets a little kick on him, he would follow through. Just try and...
I think also with being able to take up space way into their base, having the chem fog there makes it exponentially harder for Berkeley to recover from that.
Whoever is in control of that area is going to be setting the tempo for a very long time here. And look, already, take these wards out. You already see two nice red wards for the side of UCI towards the mid lane and the top side jungle here. It's so hard to just punch through that vision control. And now with Baron coming up as well here, I think UCI are going to be looking for, not necessarily as an explosive of a fight, but they're going to be definitely feeling confident just because as long as some sort lives, that consistent damage is going to be coming through here.
Yeah. And also, let's talk about like the kill distribution on UCI side. Now they have multiple people being able, like, in a very good KDA position. Meanwhile, I think Berkeley's kind of only riding on their Jhin in a positive.
Oh,
Speaking of the Jhin, there's the current call coming out. But unfortunately now, I think it's really not doing that much damage as it was
Stabsy
before.
yeah, the items are falling off a little bit here. There is no Lord Dominic's regards in Cutie's inventory here, and that might cost them putting it off for so long. Just because there's a Leona you might have to chunk through. There is a little bit of beef with that Lee Sin, and you're gonna have to just essentially auto run away and hope you're able to kite it out. This is a lot of people.
Oh my god, I
playing
think they're
left.
gonna collapse onto the mid lane. UCI coming from both top and bottom, collapsing onto this mid lane, onto Berkeley's team. Jason slamming down, getting that double kill. They're just really just giving Berkeley a run for their money at this point. Potentially closing out the game.
So for the next bracket with San Diego versus Berkeley
Yes.
here, I think that Berkeley showed that they do have the mechanical power to pull off something like a Yone, and I think if they had the items, it would have been a lot better. I shouldn't have doubted as much, but just problem was that pentakill on Victor shut down the fight. He already left, so he's done and ready to go. Send me to grand finals, he's saying.
They're retiring a little early, maybe taking a little break. Oh, but that really does conclude that game series. I suppose the Anteaters do beat out the Bears in this match. That second game was so exciting. I think we all were kind of scared seeing the momentum that UCI was carrying from the first game into the second game, but Berkeley really did show them they are forced to be reckoned with.
Yeah, at least for me, I think that going into this next matchup, we are going to be following Berkeley to the losers bracket and watching them play versus San Diego. They have a lot more opportunities to show their presence on these sort of unconventional picks here. When you are playing meta versus meta in a way, you do run into those issues of if some team just runs it better than you, you get essentially stat checked, right?
Yeah.
Yone, I will say I flamed it a lot early game and I'm still flaming it, but it is an option available, especially versus San Diego, who maybe they were playing also their own comfort picks, right?
Yeah.
So Maple, what do you think going forward here? Are we gonna see more of the same like picks where they're playing more comfort picks, or do you think we're gonna see more meta choices coming out from Berkeley next?
I think that Berkeley did a lot better. Just obviously in the second game, they were able to keep that kind of even game up all the way near the end, and I think Berkeley can capitalize on their strengths a lot better when they're more comfortable with their mechanics on that. I think, like you said, it was just mostly about the damage that wasn't coming through items, and so Berkeley is able to be just a little bit more patient, farm up that gold, and not take engages when they're clearly a little bit behind in members, or making sure that they have the vision to back up the plays that they want to make. Then Berkeley can do whatever comfort picks that they like.
Agreed. All right, well, we are going to close out this game with a thank you to all of our...
We're going to say a thank you to all of our wonderful people that worked, volunteers,
Yes,
staff, everyone working to make the University of California Esports Invitational powered by Xfinity run and work essentially. We are going to go to a quick 15-minute break as we jump over to the losers finals. Will Berkeley make the run all the way back into grand finals, or is it going to be San Diego that faces off UCI next in the grand finals? Be sure to stick around. We got lots of fun, lots of giveaways. Be sure to check our socials and Twitter. And a whole lot of fun coming back real soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to not game 2, but technically game 2 of the day. But
Series 2,
Series
game
2,
1.
yes, with the losers bracket. So we will be seeing the return of Berkeley's team along with UC San Diego's, which is really exciting.
San Diego had a really nice run through the lose bracket. They really want to try and make their chance to break through into grand finals here. And Berkeley, we just saw a heartbreaking back and forth that unfortunately, well, fortunately for us, but went in favor of UCI here for grand finals. So whoever wins this series is going to go on to the grand finals to face off for all that tournament money and all that good stuff.
Yeah, we saw a lot of like individual skill prowess coming up from the set of Berkeley. Unfortunately, macro means a lot in League of Legends. UCI kind of dominated in that and took back their power at the second half of the game. So I'm really hoping that with going against a new opponent, maybe we'll see how that dynamic works out with UC San Diego. UC San Diego. Sorry, they all start with UC.
Yeah, I think that, like you said, a lot of the power for Berkeley's squad is going to be in their mechanical outplays and trying to sort of find those leads, whether it be in the solo kills or just, making crazy dives. I think Stabsy for the mid laner for Berkeley has a lot of the potential to make those plays out. And I'm starting to be convinced myself here. Maybe Yone is not a troll pick in the draft, just maybe.
It was kind of cool how they dodged the first gank. It was really cool, actually.
It was cool, and it is just one of those cases where if you gave them a little bit more goal, a couple more things going their way, I think they definitely would have popped off. Not to mention, though, the carry coming through in the early game from Cutie, the Jhin ADC for Berkeley as well, also was a stabilizing factor for Berkeley. It was what they were lacking in the early game with the Jinx in game 1 versus UCI. Because Jinx, they got some items, but Jinx doesn't really pop off until you get to really 2-3 items. Then they play a front-to-back team fight. The problem is Duang Pro on the Trundle in that game was so far ahead, just getting move speed by Karma. There was no real front-to-back because the front line was doing all the damage for a little while here. So I think there is really... This could be anyone's game. I think game 1 will show us a lot of the cards being played by either team, and we'll sort of we can judge the rest of the series once we see those drafts coming in.
Yeah. If there's anything we know about Duong Pro, the second you show yourself as a threat, you absolutely know he's going to rotate down and just absolutely camp your lane, which is not necessarily what led to the downfall of the Jhin, but the Jhin did fall off later in the game, especially when that Victor got all those kills.
And the main point, I think, the issue with the Jhin going into that late game was not going the LDR super early. You needed something to start punching through the armor and the HP that was stacking on the UCI roster. And Jhin sucks versus tanks, right? If you give up the collector spike for investing into that late game damage, I think that would be looking a lot better for Berkeley in the long run. That being said, I think they wanted to play through their Jhin, get the early game going. They built that collector, and that was dishing out a whole lot of damage when it was working, essentially. Once armor items and HP came through, it was rough.
Yeah, we saw those curtain calls at the end of the game. It really didn't even put a dent in the armor, which was most unfortunate how AD carries can become so powerful and just scale off. Hello, fellow AD carry player, Eastburn.
If everyone's a carry, no one's a carry. It's my mantra that keeps me sane. I remember I read this Korean pro ADC. They mentioned how when you are playing bot lane, it's like trying to make waves in the ocean. While you're in laning phase, you're in the bathtub. Yeah, you can do things that you can make the waves, but once you get out of laning phase, your goal is not to have that big impact by trying to splash around. You kind of just at the mercy of your team, and you got to make the impact however it comes through. And I think
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it because the ADCs don't have agency, but it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and?
No, I cut off my thought there. I thought you had some
I was just
interesting
going to say, speaking
insight
of
going
quoting
forward.
other foreign, maybe casters or pro players, I remember there was this one conversation being had with the casters saying that there's no such thing as playing passive in League of Legends. It's always playing aggressive is you're winning if you're playing aggressive because you can point out weaknesses, you are taking advantage of those. Playing passively, playing safe, is you're essentially just giving up space, both mentally and in the game. And I know that falls in line with your kind of standpoint on the League of Legends meta in general, where safe is, it's fine, but will it really help you
win you the game?
Win you the game, exactly. Like we saw with UCI, you can't afford to be passive at any point in the game with this team.
And going back on that, there was multiple times where Berkeley had a gold advantage. They had some sort of lead, but then some sort comes in, cuts a pentakill here because you let him scale for too long. You need to sort of if you get any sort of lead, find effective ways to be aggressive with that. And I think that early game, if you can't force it with Jhin, and Stabsy is 1-3 currently, you can't afford to farm in. Looking towards that top side lead that they carved out originally, because Barrick was 1-4, and before he was 6-4 and starting to half health carries from the back line here, he was a very sort of weak point at the moment, and he did a very good job of scaling game back in the game. But I think maybe using that pressure from Jhin to sort of force fights topside, especially since Jace isn't a tank, you can burst him out here. That could have been a way to sort of get Berkeley to start snowballing in, get into a game 3, or at the very least stall for Stabsy to come online. But that's all speculation. We're just stalling for the pro draft to come through.
The pro draft will be fun when we see it, but I think we have a lot to work off of in terms of conversation. in these games. So, we have that. I think also one thing Berkeley could have done to secure a better winning stance was you need to not let carries be in a neutral position. That Victor was at like 1-1 for most of the game. And that allowed him to have that leeway to then become
That's
a
very
hyper
true.
carry at the end. You need to destroy lanes or they have a chance of coming back.
Right.
And that's exactly what UCI eventually did while Berkeley was in the lead. They saw a bunch of people, they saw the Jin hyper carrying, knocked him down, but they also made sure to have everyone at least at like 4 or 5 deaths on the enemy team. So even if they do get kills, it takes them a lot, like they need more than just 1 kill or 2 kills even to like truly get back in the game and make a big influence as a carry.
Yeah, I think you said it. Just kill them so that they're more dead, so that you have more time to kill them.
If you really just water down all of our fancy like words, it really is just kill enemies, win the game, hit the Nexus.
Yeah, well, technically you could win the game never killing an enemy. You got to get those turrets down. Now that means that you killed enemies so you can kill the turrets.
You know what? Has a game ever? There's never been a game like that, huh?
Okay, well, obviously not.
I
But
don't know.
I'm just saying, you can't send the wrong message to them. That's when you get the 1 in 10 Yasuo saying, "I need to get these kills going. I don't care about this side lane farm."
I love when Yasuo's are like, I need to get the kills and not just push the lanes, maybe.
As a scaling character that has a pretty good late game, that can
As a
pressure the
character
side
who's
lanes,
already
no.
0-10.
I just.
Man.
And we're having flashbacks to solo queue already.
Yeah.
Everyone has that Yasuo, or is that Yasuo?
Yeah. It's just so interesting how many variables that are in League of Legends. While it is like we were saying, it's like, oh, simple, just kill the enemy. Oh, just knock down the towers. There's so much nuance, and they keep adding more nuance. Like, for example, we're old-time players, right? So we were there before the alcoves, before the trinkets, before the support items.
I think when...
Like, it's so crazy how...
Remember when Boots had enchants? That was...
Dude, and they weren't just boots. You had to, like, get the enchantment to, like, get out of your base faster. And
yeah, home guards.
Home guards, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good times.
Simpler times.
There was no alcove in the bot lane. You have to kite around and all of that. Like, look at me.
Do they use the alcove that much?
Alcove is really weird where you don't notice it until it really, really comes. Like, I've seen bot lanes, they'll just kite around the alcove if you get vision. It's so fun to play against, and I don't think many teams or many players, especially in the scenarios, will allow that to happen to them, but you never know.
Yeah.
I've seen worse.
I was iffy about the alcoves at first, but it really does set up a specific area for bot laners to like play around.
It's outplay potential.
Yeah, exactly. And then just, man, I could go on and on about the different changes. Let's talk about the chem tank.
I hate that dragon so much.
Me too. Glad that we're on the same page. Let's go.
It is a Drake where, okay, you get the soul and the game, okay, in my opinion, the game's over. You get a free GA, essentially. And if you put that on someone with a high damage rotation, it's like you press Zanya's and you have your cooldowns back. Yeah, you have a limited amount of time, you're taking the damage, but if some sort got that ult, got that dragon soul, he would literally just be unstoppable. Same thing, Yone gets that, just a consistent DPS just from auto attacks, he could definitely dish out a whole lot of damage there. But the really, really sucky part is the chem fog, because if you are winning the game, you just don't technically have an advantage. But all that stuff aside, we are finally jumping on into this pick ban phase here, and already the bans coming through. We see Jinx taken off the table for UC San Diego.
Okay, and also, so with the Jinx, it's kind of a pointed ban, as we did see. It's interesting that they banned the Jinx, just because we did see it played before and also not used to its full potential. The Camille and Akali bans, kind of standard. I think we've seen them in literally every ban phase that have been going on today. The LeBlanc, also very pointed, another very pointed ban, just because we did see Berkeley's mid laner really chunking out enemy carries with it. While it ultimately did not win them the game, still, big chunk of damage. You want to just get that out of the way. You don't want that to snowball into something even more. So yeah.
I think that they banned away both the Akshan, the Jinx, the Caitlyn. Berkeley doesn't like marksman, essentially. We talked
I don't think
a
so.
little bit about the Akshan. He did get a buff this patch recently. We haven't seen him in the top side. So maybe I think these are more targeted bans towards San Diego specifically. But the Jin is going to slip through the roster. Pal responding now that the hand is shown and don't want to risk any more bans in the second phase. I'm just going to say pick. Get the Aphelios, get the Karma on the table for the side of Berkeley.
Yeah, and we're also seeing a potentially Nautilus pick coming out.
Nautilus?
Yeah, Nautilus. I know that was banned in the previous match. Or actually one of the previous matches. I know Nautilus can really just essentially be a world ender for the enemy team, especially if they're going for a composition that relies on a very specific carry. Like we're saying before, with Yone. You go against Nautilus, and you're just knocked out of the park with a single ult that you can't dodge. Or actually, can you dodge it with the Yone, does it still hit you? Wait, whoa.
It's like it's one of those weird interactions. I don't know off the top of my head here. I think it is a solid choice here. I want to talk about the Sin finally getting picked up and the Zinzao ban. So this is a little bit of a champ select misplay from San Diego.
Why?
Because if you allow if you don't have, let me go way back. You have first pick. Lee Sin is unbanned and Zinzao is unbanned. You need to take the Lee Sin so that they can't ban away the Zinzao if they pick it up here. So Berkeley being able to both pick up Lee Sin and ban Zinzao away really sets the tempo in favor of Berkeley earlier. And the Viego ban as well.
Yeah.
I really see, we were talking about a lot of mechanical prowess coming from Berkeley early on. This is going to be Berkeley's game to win here. I'm going to butcher his name. Koo Sauce.
Let's call him Koo.
Koo? Yeah.
Yeah, Koo.
Is going to have a whole lot of tempo in their favor. They don't have any laners showing just yet. They might pick some high. There's going to be a Scion. Never mind.
Oh my gosh, there's a Scion.
This game is going to be decided by how they play that early game advantage. This is his jungle to lose. And that puts a lot of pressure on him because if he falls behind on the Lee Sin, then it's scuffed.
Yeah.
Right?
It really is. It's interesting to see how San Diego is very much pointed towards assassins and basically mecha tanks, while Berkeley's more concerned with marksmans and junglers.
Yeah, I think they're respecting Stabsy a whole lot.
Yeah.
They don't want them to get the pick. This Akali and this Camille have both been banned, so obviously the solo laners of Berkeley are very strong. And I think that just gets accented by the Aphelios, who is, although we saw UCEI able to get 2-0, I think Aphelios is just a lot more passive. They want to scale up and be a late game threat. So, however, I do like the J4. J4 is an early game answer in terms of gank potential. But if they get shut down, if their ganks aren't an issue, San Diego doesn't have a whole lot of tempo responses to prevent Koo from just essentially taking over the game here. Gwen gets picked up as well.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned for SD's team composition right now, just because I'm not seeing much like, while there is potential lockdown CC in a team fight sort of positioning, it's more so like you get those out at the beginning. Is that a Corky?
I'm gonna go back to my way back in.
Yeah,
you pick
here.
Corky or Victor. You're a certain type of player. But Corky is so good in the mid lane because they are so safe and they have the roaming potential. It is a very solid choice, albeit less than exciting, but it's still very good.
Well,
And
well, I was just gonna say, let's hope that playing safe will lend them a little bit towards an advantage this time. Again, with the overly aggressive enemy team, playing safe really just allows them to kind of take the game in their hands, and what you're doing is essentially responding throughout the game rather than taking a proactive approach, which sometimes teams can struggle with.
Yeah, I think that you need to see this Lee Sin, especially when you pour so many resources in the ban phase to taking away the threats. Lee Sin needs to pop off here. It's the win condition for Berkeley here. You have the late game scaling potential, but I don't. Pro teams never really are. Any collective 5v5 team are not going to be playing to scale late game just because it sucks.
Yeah.
If you give up that early game advantage in a 5v5 setting, they know how to end it. And
the LCK.
in the LC, okay, well LCK is
I'm
different.
kidding.
You're
I'm
gonna
kidding,
see
it's different.
one kill
One
per
kill
10
every like 10
minutes.
Yeah, different
And
game.
I would love to see that here.
But it's fine.
But-
We're in a different region. It's fine.
We're a different region.
That doesn't apply here.
So, looks like we have a whole lot to talk about, a whole lot of excitement coming up. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to be jumping into Game 1 for the losers final. UC Berkeley versus UC San Diego.
This is probably a goal for a lot of programs, but we want to make UCSD, UC San Diego as a whole, a household name for esports. We feel that UCI has had the spotlight for way too long, and it's time for us to make a splash into the scene. But besides that, I think what's really important for me, and I think for the identity of UCSD esports, is to continuously build on our people and personnel. We want to promote our players. We want to help them succeed. We want to not only do that, but also help support our officers as well, who are a lot of students who are aspiring to work in the esports industry and work professionally in a lot of gaming and esports fields, and we want to help them gain experience and build on their expertise. So I think, in short, we want to help build up people, and my aspiration is to make UCSD esports a place where players, officers, and staff can grow professionally.
Welcome back, everybody, and we're super excited to witness the losers bracket, game 1 of the losers bracket, right?
Mm-hmm. Game
Yeah.
1 of losers bracket is
Between UC San Diego and
UC Berkeley.
UC Berkeley. Yeah.
Yep, just 5 minutes ago we were talking about them. It's already slipping, Janine.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
Man.
good, all good here. We do have a very exciting matchup going forward. We
Mhm.
were talking about how San Diego fumbled the draft by allowing the Lee Sin through here, and I think that is still going to be a very, very high point of contention. I think that Berkeley can just take away the game if they do it properly with that jungle tempo. It's just a question of, do the rest of the side lanes, because I really feel that bot lane is going to be the weak side of this, are they going to be okay, not getting much attention?
Yeah. Now here we are in game. Everyone's already set up. We're a minute in. On the blue side, we got UCSD, Anx in the top lane, King Clueless roaming around the jungle, Demon Tort Dreamer. Oh, what a fancy name. In the mid lane, Disrespectful as Jin, and Unless as our beautiful support.
Over on the side of Berkeley, we got Millennium Fox in the top side, Kusois in the jungle, Stabsy on that Corki in the mid lane, and then it's a Cutie and Rex required dynamic duo for Cal Berkeley in the bot side here. Level 1. We're already making sure Disrespectful gets disrespected by the Karma Q.
Yeah, also, correction, it's Lemon Tart Dreamer. I don't know why I immediately went to Demon
Demon.
Tart. My apologies, dear player. Sorry for calling you Demon Tart instead of Lemon Tart. Anyways, but super excited to see this game pop up because I personally haven't seen much of San Diego play because of my casting schedule. I have not seen them play very much, but I'm excited to see what type of playstyle they go for, what's their comfort stuff, whether it's like positioning during fights. Just a lot of things I'm really excited to learn about their team, honestly.
Already following this jungle pathing, both Lee Sin and the J4 are going to be positioned towards the bot side here. They are going to possibly meet up over the Scuttle Crab. I'm curious how they play it out here. I think King Clueless would like to sort of go for the early game exchange, try to get the ball rolling just so he has a tempo lead onto Kusois. Whereas the Lee Sin, you don't have to force as much. You just have that mobility. If you want to go bot side, you can. But already we can see...
Speaking of going bot side, I think that's exactly what this Jarvan wants to do. And Lee Sin is real close. Maybe will respond, but is at the Gromp going down bot. We can't quite see it, but I'm sure there's some exciting stuff going on, such as Berkeley pushing right back onto them.
Yeah.
Oh, Karma going in for the spicy Q, but Nautilus said no and hooks them back and gets the first blood. Jin's here and Lee Sin's here also to take out the damage onto King Clueless. Kind of give a little bit of vengeance for starting that. I wish I saw how it started.
Oh.
Ooh.
That's...
That could have secured it if that,
yeah,
if the Jin wasn't as nice of an AD carry.
So, we have an Aphelios that's 1-0 before the 4-minute mark with double buffs here.
There
so
you go, yeah.
Now that bot lane is essentially on fire for San Diego, you need to see if King Clueless try to make something happen either in the mid or top side. J4 is not a scaling pick, right?
Yeah.
So, it's still anyone's game for the most part here. It just cannot be won through the bot side here. Plus that kill going on to Unless is a little bit unfortunate to say the least here. But now, Izuku just really pokes under waves. Pokes under turret. Disrespectful, eating another Karma Q here, and it is really just going to be Berkeley poking out this bot side and having a grand old time there. Already, you can see Kusois looks like he wants to hit the dive here. Very, very curious to see if the opportunity presents itself, but I doubt.
He's stalling out for the wave push, potentially. The Jin is alone, so they need to work fast before that Nautilus comes back and potentially hooks someone.
Oh, they're committing for it.
Oh, he's going in. The Fellows is just going to... Or not Fellows. The Jin's just going to flash away, and I think they're going to just say that that's it. I mean, it's an early game flash. We're going to leave it at that.
Yeah,
I mean, that is a big resource, especially like for an AD carry in the early game, I'd say.
No, yeah, especially on the Jin 2, you give up a lot of that agency in the early... I mean, you are not... you're still alive, you didn't die in that exchange earlier, but losing that flash gives you a lot less kill pressure if you were able to find it on the Aphelios. And with the aggressive start with the longsword 3 potions, I think Disrespectful really wanted to sort of fight in the early game here. And shutting that down leaves a lot of the cards in favor of the Gwen top side and the Jace. We've seen a lot of damage come from Jace, whether or not they are ahead in the laning phase. We saw that Barrack from UCEI's roster when they picked up the Jace. They were able to make something happen here. A little bit of contention in the mid lane here. But
Good posturing by Clueless, but unfortunately there was a ward standing right there, so Corky's gonna get away scot-free.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of just more fighting for wards, trying to keep things safe. I think, I actually didn't notice this, but the summoners for Gwen topside is going to be Ghost and Teleport.
Oh, interesting. Very,
I mean, I don't know if that's like honestly the meta.
Like the meta for Gwen.
Yeah, if that's what they
same,
prefer,
same.
or because I would honestly, I've seen TP Ignite a whole lot, and they might just be hedging on the fact that they can't really kill the Scion in the early game because Scion has that Grasp of the Undying, and they're just so much more that goes into worrying about the jungler presence. Because Sois would probably love to be super active, trying to gank that top side anyway, so you can't commit to those full-on engagements. And Ghost does give a lot more tools for Gwen.
Yeah, exactly. Especially against the enemy team where they do have a bit of like mobility speed buffs, especially from that Karma. And you know, the usual quirky Lee Sin maneuvers, and the bot lane is going to be fighting again. This Aphelios is really dishing out damage from afar, and the Scion!
Why is Scion here?
From downtown into the bot lane turret. They're going to keep going for it until their bot lane's annihilated. They're going under this tower. Triple kill for Berkeley. I was not expecting the Scion to come bot that early. What a pleasant surprise.
He TP'd to the bot lane tier 1, and was able to get under there.
Oh
now,
my gosh.
this is a game that is going to be Berkeley's to lose right now. And you gave up a lot of pressure early on, unfortunately, by Jhin, or no, sorry, by Nautilus dying earlier. Jhin losing Flash, it was such a free kill if they were able to get the dive going. It wasn't how I would expect it. I would picture Kosois trying to set up a slow push with their bot side, then eventually forcing the dive with a minion crash. However, just TPing and shutting things down that way here. Stabsy, he's away scot-free.
The double flash, but Q was
Can they convert
ready
this?
to go in for the kill, but I think he's just going to get rooted out and countered by Lemon. Lemon also landing a stun under the Corky, but it's not going to amount to much, but it was a pretty scary hook. Their bot lane has been pretty consistent with these hooks, I must say.
Giving up that kill there, Stabsy had no mana and no business really staying that long for the fight. It was a very, very bold play, and it's like, we're not done yet with the play here. I see Gwen coming in.
Speaking of Stabsy not dying, he's just gonna he's gonna take a pass on that one. They're really going hard for these counter kills, but I think that's exactly what they need to be doing, because the second that they start allowing Berkeley to keep up that momentum of kill after kill, I think also in the mental. It's good to counter that as soon as possible, because it really does rack up when like you see a 4-0 Aphelios and you're not doing anything else to their team. Like you're not capitalizing on the other lanes.
If there's so much pressure bot side, you need to be getting value elsewhere on the map. But in this case, there was no one really fighting bot side that time. It was actually members of Berkeley rotating around the map trying to extend their lead essentially, and then falling here. Rex is behind the tier 1 turret.
Oh my gosh, and Aphelios just gonna straight up ult onto that Jhin, and they're just gonna secure a kill. That's so crazy that Aphelios, despite being nerfed to the ground, is still so strong.
Yeah, I mean, he is a nerfed shell of his former self, but he is still here to try and deliver. And being 4-0, you can do whatever you want this early into the game here.
Well, 5-0 now.
Like right now, I think that San Diego needs to put out the fires wherever they can here. Having your solo laners ahead looks very, very nice for the side of San Diego, and I think that with either the Jace or the Gwen, if you're able to push that lead further, we saw that Stabsy wasn't in a right position to follow up with Kusos on that gank way back a couple minutes ago here. So just continually pressuring, take advantage of the Corky early game being... He's squishy. You can just blow him up, right? He doesn't have as much mobility, as much cooldown reduction as he will when he's at like 2 or 3 items into the game here. You need to start bullying these other silence, because otherwise I see Isacuti just taking advantage of the Drakes coming through and then starting to snowball that lead outward.
Yep, exactly. And I think they should also be, well, not they, sorry. UCSD should also be a little bit wary
Hex
about how
flash.
they're.
Held our breath for that one.
Dang, you called it.
That was a very. I think
was
that's exactly what they
spicy.
need to be doing there, because although
Uh-huh.
it's like low resources spent, it's a
Yeah,
hex
there you
flash
go.
here.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, and we just
Yeah.
J4 just got a kill off screen.
Yeah. I don't know
Um,
how that quite went down because sorry,
But okay, so
couldn't see it.
Jace getting that kill earlier on.
Mhm.
I'm not sorry. J4 getting that kill. It's sort of like going against what we thought earlier. I was really banking on the Lee Sin being sort of the powerhouse for the side of Berkeley and
Yeah.
being able to shut down. But getting like the kill and getting a lot of that early game gold, that's gonna be I'd say a level advantage for at least the next couple of minutes here.
Yeah.
J4 being able to have the tempo lead versus Lee Sin is huge for San Diego right now if they want to try and shut down Aphelios. Because right now, Aphelios is having the time of his life bot lane. He's like almost 20 CS ahead. He's going to be free farming. He can threaten the dive, and Disrespectful doesn't have that many tools to stave it off. If you have Unless roam around the map like he should be doing to try and support these lanes, it's really just a free kill for the bot side of Berkeley. So respond to this by having J4 get vision across the map, try to track Kusoi so he doesn't roam around, and then have like kill pressure either mid or top side, and you have enough tools to sort of fend off the ADC. Because we've all played, like, or we've seen bot laners, they get a whole amount of kills, but the problem is they're a marksman, they just don't matter.
Yeah,
And the-
exactly. It's the exact fallacy we saw last game where, yes, the Jinwa did get fed, but the rest of the team was not, unfortunately. It was exactly like this, postured with people with kills across the map, well, with deaths and no kills. And we're going to see Q going on to the support, maybe getting a kill from downtown. Corky's going to be tunneling over that.
Oh, that flash is gone again.
Oh, no! Oh, and he's going to get caught in between the Aphelios. And that's just going to end it for him.
Yeah, very
across the map.
scattered
Oh,
fight.
gosh.
And Stazzy looks like he's just trying to get as much damage as possible right here. He sees the Jace, no mana, no problems for him, but unfortunately, not enough damage to finish things off here. So,
Yeah.
once again, another set of skirmishes, and Jin just loses out on it. He tried to get in position, but that rotation was just unlucky timing from him.
It's most unfortunate, but the game's not over, so hopefully they can turn around. Like I was saying with
I wouldn't
before.
really say that.
Well, I mean, like I said before, there is some parallels to this game and the last game. With UCSD, they do have potential to maybe get some carries popping off with the Jace and the Gwen. Oh boy, we're
The
going to see a little
Cam
setup bot lane, and oh my god, both Karma and Lee Sin's Qs are going to come out. Lee Sin's going to follow up by going in. Kicking the Nautilus away. Unfortunately, I don't think that was his plan necessarily.
I think he wanted to kick him into Jin just to get the displacement going.
Yeah,
But yeah.
I felt that.
Oh,
Anyways,
another
the
play
Dragon's
topside
going-
here. Oh no.
Oh, the Cataclysm taking Gwen's agency away from the fight, and that's going to be a really my caster's dying. My co-caster's dying. Well, anyway,
wait.
speaking of less unfortunate things, Lemon Tart is going to secure a kill in the bot lane, fending off the enemy team from that bot tower. I don't think we need to talk about it, even though
I'm gonna talk about.
Would you like to start?
Well, it is very unfortunate that the Cataclysm prevented Gwen from participating in the gank, I would say.
Yeah.
I think he's getting flamed in the voice chat a little bit, but it's
Yeah.
okay. It's
I imagine they set it up like they were thinking of the Cataclysm, and then the Gwen would dash into the Cataclysm.
right,
But I
right.
think the Gwen used it early, and they just kind of. Oh, and then the Gwen ulted too, didn't they? They were in ult form. Yeah.
you know.
That's a lot of
there's a good-
resources wasted, but
I think it's a quote by Sun Tzu. It is what it is.
Yeah. Oh,
So, going-
the art of war, truly
yeah,
applicable
all
in League of
warfare is
Legends.
base.
Yep.
So,
Oh,
we
that's
have a
unfortunate.
7-0 Aphelios with a very huge shutdown here. And while that looks like it's in Berkeley's favor, because it is, there is still a lot of comeback potential coming through if you can get that shutdown onto a nice carry. Jace is a very, very scary threat for the side of Berkeley because they don't have a whole lot of sustain. Karma can provide shielding, but for the most part, if you're able to poke out the Aphelios or the Corki, you're taking away a lot of their agency. Aphelios need sort of like a lot of space to play around with to really stack the press the he took press the attack instead of lethal tempo, so I got to rearrange that argument there. But he needs time in the team fight, either setting up his turrets or just getting off a really nice ultimate and trying to just, auto attack away. Whereas with Jin, he's a lot more utility focused. If you're able to start fights off with a curtain call, you can do that. You can end things with it. You can catch people. But instead, it's going to be Kusoi's getting caught out. 8-10 versus the levels between King Clueless and him, and J4, which honestly I wasn't thinking about, is actually taking over a lot of the jungle tempo for the side of San Diego.
Agreed. Oh man, this game is going so well for the side of Berkeley. Oh, as I said that, the Cataclysm comes out to try to root, and also the curtain call to perhaps set up some damage. Once again, there's so many fights on this map. I feel so bad to our poor spectators that need to kind of jump around.
That's the point,
anyway.
Still keeping the fight going here.
Yeah, back to the mid lane.
Oh my goodness.
They're really trying.
He's out of the fight right now, but they're looking like they want to re-engage.
Hopefully they can get off this, the San Diego can get off this collapse onto Berkeley, but maybe, perhaps, if they can dish out the damage, the Gwen's really going for it, but unfortunately that Karma's going to get away. King Clueless getting a kill onto the Lee Sin inside the Rift Herald pit, and I think UCSD is just going to play around, sticking together, dishing damage outwards, and getting those kills.
This is a really, really scattered fight.
It was very scattered, but
it is going in favor of San Diego here. King Clueless trying to get one more kill into their pocket here, but that's is that enough to get Rex required away?
I don't think so, and the Karma can ult W and get some health back. Yeah, but I think that went really well for the side of San Diego, especially because, well, they didn't get to kill the Aphelios, which is, one thing that they want to do. But what they did was take down any other lane even more, which is...
So, with that fight, nothing mattered, regardless of the outcome, because no shutdowns got passed onto any carrier, right?
Yeah. The state of the game hasn't changed.
There was, exactly. The objectives didn't get taken, no vision got established. It was sort of just, they fought for no reason, and I let it slip a little bit earlier, but back to that J4 Cataclysm, my thought process was just, why are they engaging onto this?
Yeah,
J4 is far ahead, but he's not far ahead building Assassin, right? He doesn't have any lethality.
Yeah.
Going for that Gorginger, especially in the nerf state, you're not going to be bursting people, and there wasn't a whole lot of follow-up left. I think San Diego are just trying to take these scrappy fights to try and shut things down, because if Berkeley's able to farm up and play
fights,
the...
TM?
Yeah. Speaking of scrappy fights, another one might be dishing out.
Berkeley is going to have the advantage here, knowing that King Clueless does not have their Cataclysm. Well, actually, they do have their Cataclysm.
They do have, yeah.
My bad. It's been so long since then. So they are positioning around this Baron. A little cheeky setup bush to see. Oh, and the Aphelios ult comes out too.
Aphelios stacking those chakrams is going to be really, really dangerous here. 7-0 and the mobility options here. As long as they're able to sit on that gun here. Oh, yep. That was a cheeky steal attempt here, but unfortunately, he's going to drop out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think Berkeley's just going to run down SD, especially with...
Wait, what is all that damage coming through here? Because Sois is able to get the kill onto Gwen, though, shutting that stuff down here, unless tries to make a break play happen here. Jace, 1v3, trying something here. It's disrespectful. He got disrespected all of laning phase, but he is going to be the one walking away from that. That was...
the damage.
That was damage.
That was good damage. I wish we saw it and not in that last hope moment.
Gwen, why didn't you do that the whole game? Why didn't you kill them the whole game? I don't get it. But yeah, I get what you're saying, right? I think there is a little... Well, part of it is you do have to stack the Mythic for Gwen. It does take a little bit of time to come online and get the true damage. But once it hit, I think Berkeley are going to respect the team fight a little bit more. This is not just a clear stomp like they had to fight against in UCI. There is still a little bit of comeback potential. And though I was calling it when bot lane died a bunch of times, and I'm still low-key calling it because they died a bunch of times, there is outplay potential with the Gwen. Jace showed a lot of strength in that team fight as well early on. They just didn't... They had a lot of displacement in CC here.
I think the crucial mistake
He's going to face check this.
Why are you face checking the frog?
He steals the camp away at least here, but he's going to take half his health.
A lot of damage. It's questionable, but again, not to jab at J4 even more, but I felt it also was very questionable how they. I mean, I know you want to secure the dragon, but it's not like it's Soul Point. Sure, it is the Chem Dragon, but he did go in alone, which led Berkeley to literally go and run down the rest of SD and rotate around the Baron Pit. I feel like if he could have stuck around and maybe used that Cataclysm to not disengage Berkeley, but as a counter to that, then the Jace could have popped off with all that AoE damage that we saw that he could dish out. And it could have maybe went in better into SD's favor. But that, again, retrospect is always better.
It's
than
one of those
the
things
moment.
where the threat of your cooldowns being off cooldown essentially is a whole
Exactly.
lot more dangerous than dealing with it. Staring at a whole lot of good stuff here.
Technical difficulties a little now and then, apologies. But, you know, this game, still very exciting.
J4 already starting off another king, but there's
But
from the shadows.
Lee Sin hiding in the bush, waiting to activate his Q and just dish it back. Jarvan and Lee Sin really love to just go at it, but
Oh,
unfortunately...
Kusois, he's gonna get hit by the knockup as well. That's gonna be shutting him down here. Unstoppable, shouting cowards as he runs away. It's gonna be a Scion.
Ooh, and we're
leaping
seeing
away.
Cutie...
They're
really going for
gonna
the
keep
ball,
this fight
yeah.
going.
Yeah, but I think they're gonna shut down Cutie, and the current goal is
Wait,
gonna
that's
come
so
out together.
huge.
I told you they have a chance to come back, and they're just gonna chase this Karma way into the enemy jungle. Get that double kill for the Gwen. They have potential
Okay,
to come back.
I am
Admit
used.
it. Are you gonna admit it now?
I am used to teams being able to close out games, and I think that
Have you witnessed
having
that?
having the shutdown go over is going to look very, very good for San Diego's
Yeah.
bank account. There is the inverse effect right now.
Yeah.
Although Berkeley are still ahead in terms of objectives, they have a lot of power potential just by threatening Soul Point here, right? The damage and burst coming out from San Diego is Aphelios' worst nightmare.
Yeah,
you can already
exactly.
see the second item, Bloodthirster,
Yeah.
is they're banking on having to rely on that red
Yeah.
form. But now you have to realize Aphelios micromanaging their guns,
Yeah.
trying to have several of them ready to go in case they get dove. There's going to be specific windows where San Diego can take a fight, and Cutie's going to be stuck on Flamethrower or Graviton, which are
Yeah.
very good for initiating or setting, like playing really
Yeah.
big AoE fights, but they're not going to be able to peel for themselves, right?
Yeah. And
It's
during-
whether San Diego, I'm sorry,
No,
but it's
no,
whether
go
or
ahead.
not San Diego
Finish
takes
up, you're
advantage of that, realizes that a lot of the threat from Aphelios is at a window,
Uh-huh.
or if they just ignore it and think it's an ADC
Yeah.
style. Go press Q on them. Thank you, Gwen. Very cool.
I think that initiation onto bot by Aphelios was really questionable because it kind of showed how really confident they were being 8-1, but ultimately how weak they are as an Aphelios face checking into 3 people. Sure, you're 8-1 and you can dish out damage, but really you're just going to let them have a shutdown on you, and the gold transfer is just going to lose you a lot more than you'll gain by maybe getting more kills as an 8-1 carry.
They are Oh my goodness, the
my
knockup here.
God,
The
the
Cataclysm picks up
Cataclysm
3.
goes
This
for-
is exactly the team fight San Diego wants to see here. It is going to be Rex required, taking out that kill onto Clueless here. Jace as well, dishing out the damage here. The curtain call from Disrespectful. Those, never mind. We're getting the snipes from Jace this time around here. Scion is sent home packing as well. Quadra kill.
Oh, please
He-
be a Penta.
No, Millennium
Give it.
Fox
Give it.
denying it, saying, I will survive. But that is a Drake that is going to go over to San Diego, along with a whole lot of mid lane pressure here. I'm still don't want to admit it,
Gee,
but
Spin, do I
in-
love my Corsair quadra kills? What's wrong?
anyways,
We need to be like the real LCS, where they name their objectives, or
Well,
not their objectives. Their
we are like the real LCS because that is the Corsair Quadra.
Corsair quadra.
Get
kills,
those
right?
activations.
And yeah, the Xfinity pentakill. We've got the whole roster.
Yeah, the Xfinity
Yeah.
Pentakill as we watch the UCEI presented by
Uh-huh.
Xfinity Tournament.
All right, well, going back to the game, it's crazy how fast UCSD got their advantage. Look at that, Jace. Tell me that, KDA.
That's upsetting.
That is very upsetting. It's a 9-1 Jace.
That is a
It's
9-1.
exactly what happened last game. I'm
Yeah.
telling you, you leave these carries unattended with like just one death, right? And you don't keep the pressure on them, and they stay net neutral. They just need to pop off one
But
fight.
we're face checking the Chem Fog again. And they're eating a Jace. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of carries! Look how double kill with the hammer too! Stabsy here, he's not gonna be able to flash away from that. Nautilus picks up 2 from it as well! San Diego!
The momentum! Do you see this? Oh my god, they have the Space Jam setup.
Bro,
Come on. It's the
I'm not
Space Jam
okay.
setup.
I'm
You're
not
gonna say I'm
biased
wrong?
towards either school. I'm more upset when my analysis is wrong.
Yeah, okay. Well,
But that being
that's fair.
said,
That's fair.
now it's one of those things where the 80s. I thought we had enough, or they had enough power with the Aphelios to sort of start taking the game away here. But they got that lead and they weren't able to convert it into a whole lot. And at the beginning, we were flaming J4, saying like you're just engaging random fights here. But they were able to keep a level advantage versus Kusoi's. And I was another issue that I was wrong on is that I thought giving up that Lee Sin pick would allow Berkeley to have a lot more tempo, but it turns out.
No, the J4 is a distraction for the Jace to get online.
Like, fair enough,
Yeah,
fair enough.
Exactly. They're like, oh, what are these cataclysms? Haha. But oh, now they're killing.
But what
you.
are these cataclysms? Now he's just finding 3 or 4 people
Exactly.
into him now.
Oh my god! And then the JC there just slams into them.
now,
Just, oh my god.
Implications
Great.
of this is we do still have Soul Point available for Berkeley. That is a very, very powerful tool that they could apply. Chemfog as well makes it really hard here.
What
They're
are
not
those?
diving this.
I know, but it's funny
there's-
how he kind of stood there.
Hello there.
Hello.
The Chemfog makes it
Oh,
really
wait.
hard to kind of push.
Wait, I think the J4 is in a bad spot.
What are you
You
talking
ready?
about?
You ready for this? You ready
Millennium
for the? I'm kidding.
Fo-
He's gonna get out, or is
Okay.
he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they should be fine. They should be fine. Fairbo's pushing in here.
Yeah.
Right now,
As you were
San
saying.
Diego, if they can push this lead in the side lanes as much as possible with Baron, they're gonna sort of like avoid. Oh no. He's not gonna find
The
anyone.
Buddha wins!
Where does Corky's health go?
I don't know where he went, but that's a very messy fight bot lane. Oh, I wouldn't even classify that as a fight because there was no engage.
Just someone just got chunked for half health.
That
Yeah.
was kind of funny. Positioning is very important, folks.
Cutie is just not allowed to walk up in these fights. I did get to say though that
Yeah.
Jace is gonna be chunking out here, but this
Ooh.
engage is gonna be seeing a little bit rough here. Millennium Fox, the front line, is gonna have to fall to.
Oh my
Just
gosh.
not even close to being far to dying there, but the side of San Diego will pick up that bot side turret. They're going to be looking very happy. Dragon and Baron are both objectives that are off the table for a little while, so I think San Diego are making the right call of just resetting. After a very, very nice gold advantage, that's 10k in favor of San Diego.
You know, I think this J4 is taking like the Trundle, like the UCI Trundle stance, but instead of like having an Oriana ball on you, it's just the fact that he has the Cataclysm is now actually a threat. Because before it seemed like, because obviously Jace was not as bad as he is now with the 13-1 KDA. But it really is threatening because you also don't know where he is due to the chem fog. Like he could just be waiting around the corner.
Yeah, it's because Chemfog's stupid.
Oh, he said it! Oh my gosh, he said it without the flare, but
But
color
Chemfog is
after!
stupid. Okay, why does
Explain.
this soul or like fixture on the map make the winning team have to play slower? Okay, goodbye. And why does
No,
this?
keep going,
no,
keep
no,
going.
no.
It's fine,
Yeah,
it's
why
fine, it's
does?
fine. Yeah, keep
Because
going.
he just died. Okay, that was a case
No,
where
it's
Chemfog
fine.
played
Yeah,
in
well,
their
yeah,
favor.
okay, it was a
But
given.
yeah.
Continue.
If you have to constantly face check, establish vision, and it gives a lot more. It's a double-edged sword. Once
But
you push
yeah.
past the inhibitor turrets, yeah, you finally take control of that side of the
But
map.
last game it led UCI to getting their wins back. Oh, is that fat cat?
That
He's
is
gonna get
a
3 kills, and
really-
Jace is just gonna go to town on it. Underneath the Nexus towers, not even caring, just literally chunking out the entirety of Berkeley's team. We've seen it before, we'll see it again as they close out this game. The trains are going to be victorious this one. Why
That's
do you
interesting.
look upset?
That's interesting.
Eastburn, why do you look upset? Please explain.
I'm not okay. You know, I'm a color cast, so when I'm wrong, I get upset.
Oh,
I am, however,
so strong.
that
There's
was-
no way San Diego could come back.
theoretically, right? If you use the lead you get to end the game, you should be able to end the game here. And I think that if Berkeley were able to sort of get the lane swap going, take the bot side turret, then either go top, get Rift Herald going,
Yeah.
that should be on paper how you end the game off.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Aphelios stalled in bot lane. Once he
Oh,
was
yeah.
4-0, I think that's when you just wrap up laning phase.
Yeah,
You go get
yeah,
Rift Herald, you
yeah.
get things done.
You speed it up.
Even if you like give up a Drake early on to grab Rift Herald just so you can either
Yeah.
open a bot side or alternatively,
Uh-huh.
you can crack open mid lane because that does
Yeah.
two things. It allows the jungler for the side of
Yeah.
Berkeley a lot more tempo to roam around, and it frees up the Stabsy to roam. I didn't see one quirky package roam that entire game.
Yeah, we saw that one blip in the bot lane next to their second tower. I don't know what happened
Yeah,
there.
there was just never a time where Stabsy affected the map, and that's partially, and that's not Stabsy's
No,
fault.
I know.
Yeah.
It's just always an unfortunate position to be in because it's like at that point when you have someone who's like 13-1 on the enemy team and you're Aphelios, who was supposed to be the hyper carry, is no longer the hyper carry. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, because there's so many different issues. You have to play around that carry, and if you stagnate, like you said, if you're playing passively, you're losing.
Yep.
And
Thank
they
you,
lost.
LCK.
They lost.
Yeah, like you were saying, Asprin, it really was a matter of just pressing the advantage, and I hate to see it happen again after they kind of did it with the Jhin carry. Did it again with the Aphelios carry. You get him to 7-0, you're in such a dominant position, and really, again, you don't wrap up lane phase. Why is he still pushing bot? Why is he still in bot lane when you can use his 7-0 status to affect other parts of the map, right?
But San Diego, I think we haven't said enough kudos to San Diego for pushing through and taking that game from the hands. Berkeley had the keys. It was in their favor, but unfortunate. A very exciting matchup nonetheless here. Any closing thoughts before we cut it to our mandatory
I mean,
break?
honestly, just really great job to UC San Diego for keeping the mental up. I know seeing a 7-0 Aphelios and having that be the game state for the first 10-15 minutes is really, it's not hopeless, but it's hard to work against. And the fact that they did ramp it up to eventually win in the end, get their Jace carry and the Aphelios reign, get those combos off with the Jarvan, that was really nice to see.
We were dogging him when he ulted top
I
side too.
know,
And I'm just like, damn. He's like, all right, bet.
Yeah, he's
I'll have impact.
You're gonna make fun
You
of
want to
me?
see some cataclysms? I got you.
See, I'm telling you, it's a farce in the beginning. They're putting on a mask and they're like,
They're only
surprise.
pretending to throw
Yeah, exactly.
so that they come back harder. It's like the Trojan horse.
Yeah, these games aren't scripted.
Shut up. You know.
These games aren't scripted.
Janine, why'd you disappear after the break talking about scripting?
Oh no.
The games are not scripted. None of
Oh
it.
no. Yeah, our boss told us to tell you no, it's not scripted. Anyways. We're kidding, obviously. So I do think we're going to go on a short break until the next match, right?
Yep. We are going to go to a quick break here. We have San Diego up 1-0 in this best of 3. Will we see Berkeley come back? Will we see San Diego continue that very dominant mid to late game performance? Who knows? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, and we're going to be going into Game 2 with the UCSD versus Berkeley. What did we learn from last game?
We learned that you can never count anyone out in these matchups here. Band phase.
Same bands. Same
Yep,
bands.
Same
from last
exact bands here. LeBlanc getting taken off the table. And I
Yep.
think that is probably one of Stabsy's like premier picks right now. We
Yeah.
saw a lot of momentum coming from their mid lane prowess on the LeBlanc here, and they didn't really get a chance to play it ever since that first game versus UCI. Right here, pick the Lee Sin. Okay.
Nope, they picked Jin.
I mean, I guess to be fair, they won the jungle out early game here, but
yeah.
on I always look at things
Yeah.
like on paper they should be doing this and this, but in the end of the day, do whatever you want. You're the ones that won the game.
You know, it makes it interesting. I'm sorry it's to the detriment of your analysis, but
Why can't people pick the
Well,
exact
the
same way
detriment
like
of-
LCK,
the
bro?
detriment of the accuracy of your analysis. My bad. Your analysis is always very clean, Newsprint.
Anyways,
apologize.
Kaisa getting picked up for the side of Berkeley. That's
That's
Never mind.
Oh, Viego Jace. That's interesting that they
Prioritizing-
stole Jace back.
so. I do like that they prioritize their jungler this early into the pick phase. It's not going to be the Lee Sin, obviously, but it's still a very premier choice. We've seen a lot of Viego in the competitive scene. Very strong pick, has the early game potential if they can snowball here. Doesn't really invade, but they can still, give you a run for your money if you
Yeah.
try to jump on top of it. And I
Agreed.
think that's really what Berkeley needs here. Because the jungler for San Diego is a force to be... Gragas.
Gragas
Do you want to
pick.
talk about the Gragas?
No, it's just so surprising to see. I haven't seen a Gragas in any type of play for a while now.
Gragas gives a lot of engage power wherever if you put him in the top side or in the support
Yeah.
role. Just because of that cask, obviously you
Yeah.
are setting up a pretty free gank for the jungler here, and they already see the Berkeley jungler, so they could choose to pick him up right here before they get the next two
Yeah.
bands coming through here, and it is going to be the Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
So I think this is
Yeah.
already a really, really good roster for the side of San Diego here. Jin gives a lot of that early game, early, mid, and late game team fight potential just with the utility. The snare and the curtain call are both forces to be reckoned with here. And Berkeley, they still have to draft their bot lane. I think they're actually just going to pick up their, the Kaisa that they showed earlier is going to be, this should be what they choose anyway. They don't want to give away their other solo laner for the most part.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on the side of SD. It's a very strong composition that we're seeing come out, especially in terms of like positioning during fights. We have a lot of disruptors. We have a lot of just things that can control where they are, which was kind of something that they had a rough time with last game with the J4 kind of the only engage and really it's just a circle saying you're not allowed to leave rather than any so
It's a suggestion that, hey...
well, that's how they play J4. Of course, there's other ways to play J4 more positionally sound, but that was their style.
Right.
Dunking the hoop, you know.
Yeah, I'm hearing the...
I'm
ping.
hearing them come out too, but I'm not seeing them reflected on the screen, but that's okay.
All good.
Yeah, all good. We can just keep going on this.
I think that with the next phase of bans coming through here, they should try and maybe pressure the support category for Cal here.
Or not.
They're taking Yone away, which is...
I guess because they saw that...
They really, they respect
Yeah.
Stabsy on that choice. Respecting it enough to give it a whole ban
Uh-huh.
is up to them to decide whether it's worth.
Yeah.
I think targeting the support category here for
Do you not think
either.
it's worth? Just wondering.
I think targeting the support category. Why did they ban?
I see you're choosing your words very carefully.
Yasuo?
You take out one brother, you gotta take out the other, and the bloodline.
Taking away these two choices in the draft is respectable here. I think this Victor pick, or I'm sorry, this Victor ban
Uh-huh.
is a little more in line with I would believe to be
Yeah, okay,
the right
makes
choice here
sense.
because Victor, we've seen the potential
We
of
saw
Victor.
him, yeah.
Give it the early game, just let them scale, and they will be
Uh-huh.
really, really devastating if they're able to stay alive in the team fight here.
What's your
I see-
reluctance with talking about Yone and Yasuo?
I think that Berkeley dropped a ban.
No, did they?
They did because they already locked in the next couple choices here. So
Oh, you're right. I
whether
thought
that's
that was
in-
just a glitch.
whether
Oh.
that's intentional or not, yet to be seen.
Maybe it's the flex. I think they
Interest-
just dropped the band, yeah.
Leona Kaisa, that is a very, very nice bot lane if
Mm-hmm.
you're able to get the ball rolling, just because Leona stacks the passive for Kaisa so
Mm-hmm.
well. And if Kaisa's able to hit a W on a fully stacked target, you are in for a really rough time here.
Uh-huh.
I see the look on your face when Tark came
Yeah,
through.
no, it's just I'm just very surprised with the Gragas was a little bit less surprising, but the Tark I haven't seen in play
Mm-hmm.
for a long time, and to see him come out, I'm wondering if it's like a very big comfort pick that I'm just unaware of by the players. If so, that'd be really exciting to see some pro Tarek plays, and also that's a very interesting pick for this composition on both teams, really.
This is a team composition that wants to skirmish and
Oh,
fight
yeah.
every single
Oh,
chance
yeah.
they get here. So the Tark is like, we're in kind of an enchanter kind of momentum right here, although we've seen, at least for the Berkeley side, they have prefer really aggressive supports
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Stuff like Lulu gets picked up a lot. You see maybe like the Yumi. I hate Yumi, but
Yeah.
Yumi's always so strong.
Don't we all?
But
hate
instead,
Yumi?
we're getting a Tark, which kind of does both. Is an engage, but is also can kind of heal, can give you the
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah,
ultimate.
Yeah, he's an all around.
He's
All-around
he's a
support.
weird all around, and we do not see them around a lot.
Yeah.
With Jin, it kind of works out because Jin does really like to play. I see. We just got word from the Magic producers in our head here. The band they dropped is going to be Vex. I think that is a very good choice.
I think that was a good choice. Yeah.
Yeah, because Vex gives if you give that composition of Vex instead of
Ooh, scary. Oh
the
my God.
Irelia, you get so much more roaming potential
Uh-huh.
here. And
Agreed.
enabling the bot side because Tark has a really nice setup. Top side with the Gragas, also very easy setup. Vex
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
can come in and just ruin every sideline here, so
Oh,
very
yeah.
good choice here.
Vex-
The Irelia, I think, is a comfort pick more than
Makes sense.
usual, just
Yeah.
because, Irelia
Uh-huh.
Gragas, you could sort of pretend they're flex picks, but I would really be surprised if they... Well, actually, you know what? I've been wrong a lot of times today, so I'm not even going to say
No,
it.
what were we gonna say?
What's up?
Okay, nothing. I was
Nothing.
Well, because I saw
Go
your
on with
reluctance.
the
I didn't
script.
want to.
Go
I didn't
on
want
with
to.
the script.
Anyways, okay, go. All right, so we have an ad break actually coming up, and then we'll be returning with the game. We'll see you then.
So I think for us, UCSD Esports, we're actually kind of a new kid on the block. We were founded rather recently, only 3 years ago, within my college lifetime, and started off just as a group of students who really wanted to help bring support to the already existing like collegiate scene at UCSD. Our community teams were already making a splash. They're placing top 10s across the country in collegiate scenes, but they were simply like students wanting to compete together. There's no support from the university. There's no like not only like financial support from the university, but also no like technical support. UCSD is notorious for having really bad Wi-Fi. So what we wanted to do as an org when we founded UCSD Esports is to find a way to really support students, not only through like scholarships, but also founding and building infrastructure on campus, such as a LAN space where players can compete without worrying that their internet will drop out halfway. And I think we're kind of well on our way to achieve those goals.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Game 2
I'm so
of the match.
sorry. Someone off camera dabbed and it affected our casting.
Yeah.
But-
Imagine trying to influence the cast.
It's okay. It will be dealt with off camera like they are off camera. Welcome
Anyway.
back. We have San Diego, one game up on Berkeley here
Yep.
in a best of 3 losers finals. Winner gets to go on to face off UCI in the grand finals for all that wonderful scholarship money. I think it is $11,520
Yeah.
in scholarship money for.
That's a
first
lot.
second. That's a
That's a
lot.
lot of money.
That's like more than $10 here. But
Yeah,
we're
I
gonna jump
know.
into the game already here.
Yep, jump into the game. Classic 5-point defense. Nothing too strange.
Dude, I want
But,
to. I
yes?
want to have like teams just like it's Earth.
Like
Five
it's
people
Earth.
run up top
Five
side into the bush.
I remember, didn't that happen on one of our casts? And they accidentally like saw each other, and then it didn't end up being a skirmish.
Yeah, it was
Aw,
unfortunate that
That's
they
sad.
didn't get to explode into a Fury Field.
No.
But looking already at this jungle pathing here, I believe it is going to be mismatch inverse. Kusois is going to be starting top side leashless, whereas the bot side, the Xin for San Diego, is going to be getting a nice little leash on the red buff here. So we're going to see these junglers essentially pop up 3 minutes later on different sides of the map.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. They didn't switch places or switch teams or sides of the map.
Yeah, they did decide to just stay with
Wow.
San Diego on the blue side here. King clueless. He's not no fool. He knows what's going on here.
Yep.
Going to be on the Xin
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how they play this out here because already I think King Clueless really likes to play aggressively. Throw their weight around as a bruiser jungler, and that's very good. It sort of sets the tempo up to be favored for San Diego, whereas Berkeley, they had a very good winning position.
Yeah, agree.
And did not have the tempo to support it, unfortunately, and that just kind of let Aphelios fall by the wayside here. But new map, new bot side, new level 1 fight coming from the bot laner.
New level 1 fight, but unfortunately with these big tank engages, you're not going to see too much in the early game unless you get a really good stun off. As you were saying about King Clueless, yeah, the very aggressive jungler. I'm excited to see how that plays out with Xin Zhao, just because with Jarvan, you kind of play a little bit more of a supporty type of jungler when you're going in on enemies. But with Xin, it's out.
So now you're just gonna repeat
It's out.
the spaces off.
Yeah, essentially that is the gameplay.
Looking mid light already, King Clueless jumping on top, getting that flash away from Dabsy here. That's low-key kind of big, I'd say. That top lane fight doesn't matter. Top lane never matters. With the mid lane burning that flash, especially with Jace, although he does have the ability to poke and have that long range damage, he is so heavily mana-gated right now.
Oh yeah.
Until they get a tier item that they're going to be forced to sort of let Lemon Tart have free control of the wave. They can stack up their blades, and if they get in the 2-1 scenario, Diego's squishy enough. If Lemon Tart dares to dream a little bit, he can get a 1v2 Twitch clip going for him. But that being said, expecting the wave, actually gonna get a free cheat. Never mind, no cheater recall this time. He gets his
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, but we are seeing Diego setting up mid lane. Oh, not quite. Just staying there for a little bit of backup if anything happens. Although I'm curious to see how this mid lane will play out over the course of the game, just because it is a Jace Irelia matchup, and that's not a very common matchup in the mid lane.
The mid lane, mid game fights that could be breaking out here. It's definitely just going to. Jace has a huge CS lead right now. Especially since he was able to force the recall cancel on Lemon Tart here. I think the advantage will be in their favor. They also have those crispy biscuits here to give them a little bit of mana in lane. But for the most part, they want to get on that tier as quickly as possible. They already burnt their flash. Angst on the top side has enough heal.
Ooh, very close, but not quite.
Is a feisty one though. 1 or 2 autos and Angst.
Back to the I do believe King Clueless is seeing these low enemy champions on both the top and mid lane. So we'll see if he goes in for a spicy gank.
No flash either. That's if you can get a minion crash going on that could be something to see here, but it looks like Lemon Tart is out of mana. They won't be able to still take that gank too well. And
good try, Gragas, but it still went through.
And I think the tempo is starting to get decided by these mana gates here. Every single soul laner besides Silas, who just recalled, is essentially no mana. They're gonna have to. Oh, look! Right there.
Thank you. So Disrespectful is going to get stunned out and won't be able to quite finish it out onto Cutie. But that did look very promising for the side of UCSD at the start. Thank you for commanding the camera, by the way.
Okay, when we watch top lane fights, they don't matter because
something from Targon.
In an ideal world, where both top laners play properly, those trades are simply trades and not solo.
Not solo skills, yeah,
in
exactly.
Side, because there's two people.
Two people. Speaking of two people, Leon is gonna
make a mistake, and unless you get ignited, the heal and the potions is gonna be enough to keep that Taric alive.
1v1 between
one
supports.
Person to make a mistake.
That is exactly right.
A team fight can break out here. Kyrsos is looking around here. The cleanse gets burned out here. Is the Cutie is trying so hard, but those minions are taking your HP away. You need to walk away from that fight.
Up and Clueless
Leaving
is
three,
here
King Clueless
as
smells
well.
blood in the water. Instead, he's gonna
Oh my gosh.
jump up on the Viego here. Chris is gonna just barely get away from Charles. Flash!
Ooh! Barely made it out. If only that was a little bit lower, it would have hit, but it did not connect. That is so unfortunate for the side of UCSD.
Both these junglers showing they have teeth, no deaths, but the flash being taken away from both, or sorry, from the Kaisa on Berkeley's side. Comparing that to the Cleanse gone on disrespectful here. Both these bot laners give a little more respect to the lanes because you never know when that return gank should be coming. And
Oh, well, I guess they do get solo kills. I think these games really do not like you, Asprin, and your
oh, but speaking of coming to the mid lane here, oh, we got the
Lemon Tart just
wise
gonna.
Rex.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But I am upset.
I know you're upset. I know. You made very bold statements, and they.
No, but imagine getting ganked and you just as you're trying your best to outplay. You know it's death, but instead King Clueless is gonna get that proc in the mid lane fight here, but they're just gonna stall out.
Yeah. Oh man. Imagine playing League of Legends, Asprin.
I don't have to imagine. I just don't.
Oh.
I watch League of Legends.
Like we are doing right now.
Alright,
Oh man.
So this early game Drake is gonna be a little bit more money for
Chem.
Berkeley. Yeah. Is it good? Oh, it's just okay. So we don't
Yep.
have a chem fog coming
Yet.
It won't come because
It
it's
won't?
the first Drake.
Oh
The
yeah.
first
First
two
two
Drakes,
Drakes. That's not the element that the map's gonna. Yeah.
Right here, it looks like King Clues, and unless our positioning try to punish Kaisa, they really. smell the
Maybe
blood in the water here.
they really want to shut this Kaiser down. They're taking the long way around.
No flash as well. The sweeping trinket is gonna make sure that King Clues goes unseen, but they're gonna back up here. Cutie smells the issues. There's whole map's dark and I don't see anyone. I'm about to get 5 men. Can they avoid? Oh no.
Oh, but she gets stunned anyways by both the Tarek and the Jin W coming out, and that is just a death on a Cutie. Most unfortunate, and a kill on the other side of the map as well, it seems.
How are you dying? That is unfortunate that Kaisa gets caught out there after smelling the gank out, but now we're seeing essentially the same sort of farm lead coming into King Clueless here. He takes the blue buff, he takes the Grom, he gets a level advantage, and he just steals the game away here.
Yeah.
And I think that Krizoy is not really taking a full advantage of his jungle, right? He's not getting enough tempo to really stop King Clueless from just blindly walking in.
Yeah.
They don't know where the side of Berkeley is like we do here, yet he's just confidently like, no one's gonna duel me. If anyone tries to contest me, they die. And I think a big part of that is just, I guess you can trade for the Rift Tail here, and I think that is actually the right option to do.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't be allowing Xin Zhao to sort of get this lead in the first place here. The fact that he was able to conquer that far ahead just goes to show that they're respecting him a little too much. This Rift Herald is going to kind of decide which jungler gets the lead going forward here. A little bit of cross-map counter jungling, combine that with getting either turret plating in the mid or top side, and you can start to open this map back. I guess the gold lead is in favor of Berkeley, but I still feel like Xin Zhao is getting too much ahead.
Oh yeah. No, I definitely agree. Oh, and just the fact that there's solo kills in the other lanes while there's fights going on the bot. Also the fact that Cutie really just a testament that you cannot test the Fog of War, especially against SD right now. Just because of the way that their team composition. I know it's just one kill, but it really was a kill that shouldn't have happened if you just kind of had a little bit of care. Because it is a Tarek. Usually when the Tarek wants to go in on you, someone else is there.
If Tarek is walking forward and is, he probably has the intention to stun you.
Yeah, right.
But it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I think Cutie thought they could just sidestep it.
That's fair.
Unlucky angle. Going forward, they do have 2 kills on that Jace, who is already sitting nice on the Eclipse Adamana.
Ooh.
Got the tier going forward. If they're able to either solidify their lead mid with this Rift Herald, which I really, really hope they do, even though Vi goes on the ward, they could start to force that advantage, which they didn't do with the Aphelios in the last game. You need to take this presence you've established and take it elsewhere on the map to just sort of get your lanes rolling. Even if they're behind, like Kaisa being 0-1, it's not a big deal. But Kaisa being 0-4 versus an ADC, which could happen in this matchup versus Tarek, is not something you want to deal with into the 15-minute mark, because then you're giving up breaks, you're giving up Baron control when it starts spawning up 5 minutes after that. whole lot of issues.
Steamrolls into a mess, really.
So essentially, take this lead with Jason.
Yeah, exactly. I think I have more hope than not that they can break the curse just because it's not on an 80 carry
There
this
we go.
time. And we
Rift
are
Herald.
seeing the Rift Herald being dropped mid lane. You did say something about it giving an advantage with the junglers. Would you like to
I
elaborate?
hate predicting things now because I keep getting proven wrong, but
Mm-hmm.
they should be able to get a bigger lead from this here, but the Tarkle is going to drop down. Oh wait, he got wiped way before that fight
Yep,
started.
yeah, it wasn't really a fight. It was kind of like a solo stomp
All good.
on the side. It's okay. Not every kill has to be a big fight.
You know, that's
sometimes
actually-
sometimes it's a 3v1 and you just die. Oh, poor
It's
cutie.
fine, they're fine. They got their support network going for them.
Still
We
being
own them.
chunked out is still
That's the life of Kaisa, honestly. I told you,
yeah.
It's not my fault build you can do. You just get the AP items going, you keep
Yeah.
pressing W,
Ooh.
and you point at the damage chart and say it's not my fault.
Yeah, and we are seeing UCSD posturing towards moving up in this river. Maybe they'll catch out Berkeley, maybe they won't. That Jin stun will connect!
Oh my.
And the Jin is gonna go in straight. Everyone's just ulting around Irelia with the shutdown. And I suppose that
Keeping the team fight going here, disrespectful, trying to get the curtain call, shuts down Crusoe, who tried to escape that fight earlier.
Woo!
Unfortunately, the Hulk
Oh!
is coming down here. Is the cutie. Slane's disrespectful, telling him I'm still the apex predator in this bot side here. Don't count me out. But that is a dragon going over to blue side here.
Oh.
And Isakudi is on a ward trying to farm red buff while
Oh, they're running. They are running
You're
away.
on the wrong side of the map here, but it looks like if I could just see Kaisa right here, they are running into that jungle, doing their best to get away here. They're fight or flight. They're gonna be running for a while. I think
yeah.
they're finally good.
Yeah, I apologize. I was stunned from the plant explosion. And the
So yeah, if you did not catch it, Viego for Berkeley used the blast cone to get away, which also required Rex required to get launched into the midst of the team. And then at the end of the day, Viego still died.
Yeah, it was a very it's the same as before with the Cataclysm and locking Gwen out of the top lane fight last game. It's just an unfortunate mishap between. Perhaps it wasn't a communication error, but it was definitely a very.
He's getting flamed in the group chat.
Yeah, it was a very damning thing to happen. Man, but yeah, again, we're seeing the same pattern,
The same
strangely
pattern
enough,
where you have a lead,
where you have a lead.
and then you don't have a lead.
To put it bluntly, yeah, Aceman really hit on the dot. Yeah.
Okay. It's still not that bad just because Berkeley.
Yeah,
has the
it's
gold
only
lead.
a 5v5 right now, or 5
So
to
I'd say
5.
I think the game is evening out with these turn plays falling as well here. These leads in lane aren't gonna matter as much just because you're only getting turret and not turret gold. Not turret plating gold, right?
Yeah.
So you're not gonna be still
Oh.
going super hard. Stabsy is definitely looking for
Jace is
something like a solo
hiding
kill
in
here.
the-
The cask isn't gonna be enough here. The acceleration
Nope.
gate is not gonna give him enough speed to match
Yep.
the big boy down there.
Yeah, but it will make Anx really check all the bushes before staying in a lane for too long. Oh, and we are seeing them perhaps going, and Mr. Ku's gonna go in straight onto the Viego. Current call comes out, dishing out damage in the back. I realize in the front line, taking out the Viego. And
Going on to that, Clueless shuts down Silas here. Rex Require trying to fight for their life here, but it is going to be Lemon Tart. The Irelia mid lane with the Zinzao. 2 kills to shut things down. And who is left farming bot side? It's going to be Stabsy. All he can do. Trade away a turn for all of that bloodshed here. Ironically enough, Berkeley's still in the gold lead. And you got also
because they're not. Well, not that Jace has a bounty, but
You're
no
about
one
to say
has
the
a
other team
bounty.
members are not as worth it.
Yes, exactly. Well, it will put them in a very good stance to get the Rift Herald,
Rift
which they
Herald
didn't
on
have
Team
before.
Clueless, this can just accelerate things even further here. Because although Jace is fed, I think missing out that solo kill way back at the beginning of that fight
Yeah.
made it so that he couldn't sort of link up with that team fight, make it a 5v4, because all the gold stacked on Jace, the rest of the team is essentially behind.
Oh yeah,
And
no.
so you have a fight, even though you said
Yeah,
guys were ahead, doesn't
it
work out.
shows.
Yeah, and then now with Lemon Tart, they have Bork, so on Irelia, they're essentially full build. they can win so many of these dice because there's no real answer beyond Leona. And Leona couldn't CC. My fault.
Well, it's also
Please interject.
No. It's well, because look with the Leona stun, right? With the way that the team comp of UCSD plays, it's very hard to get a really good Leona stun because they're not going to be working within the same circle or like the same area. Some will be like Irelia, dashing to the front. Some will be behind, like the Jin. It really is just an unfortunate.
It's not a traditional front to back team.
Yeah, exactly.
It is.
His poor Anx trying to farm a lane alone, and the team just collapses on him. Yeah, they're not gonna leave them in peace.
That stun is gonna land on Millennium Fox. I don't think he dies because of the sustain, but he's gonna have to burn a flash.
Unfortunate.
The carry potential from Lemon Tart here is just. It's gonna keep getting stronger.
Yep, it's Irelia.
The nature of the CC from Berkeley is not well suited beyond Leona. And if you have Leona playing heal duty, that's your
exactly. That was my main concern in Champion Select is that Berkeley has very little responses to all the CC, all the lockdowns that UCSD can come out with, especially with assassin-like carries like this. Like you were saying, Irelia, Xin Zhao. What are you gonna do when they collapse on your team?
Die.
We saw that.
With Berkeley in the position they are in right now, they were trying when they dropped the Rift Herald mid to get Jay snowballing, but it seems like too little too late as we progress into the game here. Stabsy is not chunking people out, as you can see.
It's not, but it's still a considerable amount of damage. Speaking of considerable amount of damage, King Clueless onto the Kai'Sa in the back. Not even caring that the Jace and the Leona are just waiting in the back wings. Just gonna take the kill and leave unpunished.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for the side of Berkeley. That's another trade going over to San Diego as well. Now, after they clear this objective, both teams have a little bit of time right here to just fight for vision and try to get things established. I think the name of the game sort of either solidify San Diego's lead or put Berkeley back into the game is going to be that vision control.
Yeah.
You need to either find a pick on a member of San Diego that won't burst you down. So either targeting Jin maybe or Gragas, getting a kill there, and then positioning for a objective, whether it be Dragon, whether it be Baron, is your best bet for Berkeley. On the side of San Diego, you need to not throw your lead away by getting caught like that. And even with Irelia being so far ahead, they're not infallible. There is options with the Leona to shut them down.
Absolutely.
Because I've never seen Lemon Tart in a position where they're getting 1v3'd or they're getting walked on. They're either close enough to King Clueless to escape, make it a 1v3, like right here.
Speaking about Lemon Tart gonna basically 1v1 Stabsy half to death. King Clueless coming in just to secure the kill onto that Jace, even though I'm pretty sure we all know that Lemon Tart could have absolutely...
Stabsy missing pinged that.
Shit, it's fine.
It's a little bit upset, and I understand that they're not getting to play the game they want to be playing here. I think the Jace pick in general, this draft, has been very conditional.
Yeah.
If these lanes don't get ahead, you are not able to consistently play. Like if you have
agreed.
If you have literally anything else that's not super fixated on being the carry, it's fine.
Yeah, it's also like a lot of especially when you're in the losing position and you're the person with the most kills. It puts a lot of pressure on your shoulders when you can't influence like the game state as much.
Because, like you said, Stabsy has the kills and he cannot force fights in the side lane because Irelia does it better.
Yeah.
She has the work and she can just sustain the way out.
Oh, and then another kill down to King Clueless.
No one can influence side lanes, so it should just be San Diego pushing side lane, group for the objective, push a side lane, kill an overextended member, and then end the game out.
Yeah.
But they are they're slightly slower than I'd say.
Yeah.
Just because you could try to force something in the enemy jungle here, either getting the vision here, but instead King Charles is just gonna face check everyone, kill them down, bring them down to low health here. Juice Souls is gonna be a little late to fight here, but that Xin Zhao ultimate is gonna be sending people away. Tarkle eventually drops him down here. Kai'Sa's not relevant in this fight, disrespectful. Sending them back to the fountain here. It's gonna be just going through, getting snared nonetheless. But unless it's gonna get dropped down really low here. Silence trying their best to make it back on a fight here. And Ank is gonna shut down the
in the back line!
Kills! Millennium Fox, I've had enough. He wants some action here as well. He's gonna be the silent.
Whoa! What the
Let's see
stopwatch
what
comes
happens here.
out!
Going golden here. What's it worth the tyrant kill? Double kill. Lemon Tart has the flash, has the dash,
Whoa!
but the healing from the W here is not gonna be enough.
Oh my god.
Lemon Tart Dreamer is going to stop that in its tracks. What a back and forth to say the least.
Yeah, you know, props to Millennium Fox for seeing an opening to at least take back some value onto UCSD being so low and just going for it. Unfortunately, it did feed back into Lemon Tart, which is not the best person you want to keep
When you
feeding,
think
but
about it, he's already ahead.
That's
so if
true.
You know
You
he's
could-
gonna one-shot you, so is it more one-shotting really an issue here?
it's like the train track dilemma.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like which one is really the right choice here? I agree with you, Asprin. But wow, what a decisive fight.
That is, yeah, like you said, I think that if I really was there sooner, that opportunity would not have shown itself.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
But kudos to it was
Millennium
a good
Fox?
fight. Yeah, it was just really, really good stuff going back and forth.
Mhm. Mhm.
Millennium Fox is not out of the game just yet.
Absolutely
But
not.
the thing is, their window of influence in getting into the game
Yeah.
is determined by
Ooh,
whether Lemon Tart throws their lead.
that is
The
very true.
stylist wants to do what Aurelia is doing. He wants to dive and be the threat and heal, sustain, do it all.
Oh,
You can't win that 1v1.
yeah.
Whoa.
Or what was another fight? Millennium Fox getting trashed on by SD, literally eliminated out of there. They're just focusing that one guy in the back. That must be so damaging
It's
to
a
the
cutie
mental.
still keeping the fight going here. Retrofire is going to hold themselves here, but that sunshine is not going to be met by him. Lemon Tart Dreamer taking a little bit of damage from the Acathian rain. It's a cutie. Is
Oh,
scared.
that must be so
Yeah,
upsetting.
Unfortunate amount of ults used in that team fight here.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's going to be SD that comes out with the gold lead just in securing those kills. But Issacutie, I think their positioning in these fights really well. The
Yeah.
problem is just the damage still
The
isn't there.
damage, yeah.
Yeah, they need those 3 items, get those evolutions going. I think once they have the E going, I think they actually have it at this point.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, okay, my bad.
So, this is their prime time to shine. They can kite, they can use the invisibility to their advantage. The problem is just, you have to deal with the Drag Assault, you have to deal with Zinzao existence, Aurelia's existence. And
Yeah.
you can dive disrespectful, but at the end of the day, you're going to be playing dodgeball. And you can only
Yep.
do that for so long.
Especially when you're in lane and she has minions to dash too. It's just
yeah, you
not
cannot,
pretty.
It's like Yasuo, you cannot take a fight in that way,
Yeah.
or else you're going to be
Yeah.
sad.
Unfortunately, we won't get to see that because he got banned.
True. Gore Drinker is completed for Lemon Tart. He is going to be a 1,000 gold kill. And I think getting that onto Issacutie is really Berkeley's main goal right here. Soul Point being up for San Diego, dealing with that is also going to be an issue, but I don't think they win that fight with these items right here. They need either Issacutie to get ahead or play out of their mind. But
Yeah.
once that Kaisa has items, it's going to be a little bit easier to sort of shut down Lemon Tart because they have the passive from the Plasma on the side of Kaisa. They could be shredding Aurelia. It's
Yeah.
just Aurelia needs to not have stacks.
Yeah. Well, with all this focus on Irelia, really, once you're done with that problem, what about Xin and Jin? You know?
We will cross that bridge when we burn it.
Or you'll die trying.
you'll
We'll
die
see.
trying, exactly,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a very sticky situation, like you were saying.
Speaking of dying, Baron is out, and the members of Berkeley really want to sort of secure this vision here. Already you can see San Diego trying to push that mid lane just to have the agency, and they're forcing Berkeley to worry about either mid lane and mid waves or the vision here, but looks like they're still going to have to contest. King Cool is getting a little too close for comfort. Looks like they're going to try and capitalize on it.
Or not. Or just kind of let him pass by, you know, a little vacation into the top jungle. But
Just
good
let it
call
go
that,
away.
but good call that there will be tension here at some point.
Gragas.
Oh, is
That
he?
is a Gragas.
Yeah. No, it was highlighting how.
Oh, that slow is going to be enough to start
Ooh,
the engagement.
King Clueless does it
slow
again.
The pressure. Cutie is shot out of this fight before it can even start here. Rectify. All they can do is stun and run away here to Zois and the rest of the solo range for Berkeley. Just going to try to run the team off here, but that's Baron
Yeah.
for free.
Anyways, on to more interesting things. The Gragas.
Yeah, go back to the Gragas.
Yeah, there's our boy.
He is gonna have a good time solo pushing waves while the rest of San Diego take control of this Baron here. This should not be a 50-50. Diego should not get this for free. But at the end of the day, I've been proven wrong multiple
Who
times
knows?
here.
They are posturing to again counter it. I think they're just
I think
going
San Diego's
to.
gonna respect it.
Yeah. You know, fair. They're playing a. They're respecting each other's prowess.
Alright, enough of this.
Anyways,
I see
Gragas.
one more time. Watch that Gragas is gonna get like a random double kill off camera.
Ooh, see that would be. I think they've gotten a kill. I
No,
think
they got
they're.
two.
No. What?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're 2-3, aren't they?
Yeah,
Or
2-3.
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
They are a force to be reckoned with.
They
their
are.
own
They
way.
have a Zonias.
Look, just because they're not as flashy as the 7-2 Irelia or the 6-1 turns out, does not mean you count them out. The
Yeah.
key is
Oh
the-
look, they got a. Oh, I forgot the Borb name.
the grievous wound.
Yes, yeah, they got that for their team. Well, I mean, I was
I'm gonna let you
haircutted as
suffer
well.
on that one.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When you play League of Legends yourself, you just get all like the
This is
informal
grievous wound
lingo.
item.
Can you please purchase the Borb?
Can you please purchase grievous wound?
Please. Oh my gosh. Oh, but yeah, a little bit of a stalling point here now in the game. I'm just wondering if it's because Berkeley's very just scared to try to contest anything, or it's just a matter of it being almost 30 minutes into the game.
San Diego wanted to force that bed.
Mhm,
They
for
had
sure.
the advantage, Kaiser was dead, but now they're gonna, oh my goodness.
Never mind, they're
King
gonna force it somewhere else in the mid lane. King Clueless went in, gonna get kicked out, but who's that Tarek in the front line? Just
It's
look at them
coming
do.
in with the
It's Dragon.
kill here.
Whoa!
But we're gonna start things off here now in the Millennium Fox. They're actually dropping a entire goal to their own here, swiped from the clutches of Unless here and trying to restart the engagement. And this is a huge. Oh my goodness, here the members of the family are in pieces here. San Diego mopping it up, cleaning it up.
Gragas!
Double
Double kill! You called it! You said he'd get a double kill!
That was like really
Oh my
But that
gosh.
is-
No, he got a double!
He did?
Look, 4-3!
Let's go.
Hey, you called it!
Let's go.
There was it's not, yeah.
But yeah, Berkeley, I don't think the respawn timers are short enough here. It's
Oh,
going to be up
no.
to Diego if he wants to contest this. But those Nexus turrets are falling dangerously low here. I think it's going to be San Diego
Yup.
taking it away from the hands of Berkeley. They're going to be the ones to meet UCI in the grand finals coming up.
You know, it'll be very, very interesting to see these two giants of collegiate teams just really like getting to meet each other in the grand finals. I'm super excited to see that play out, considering how they've responded to the enemy team really being like even 7-10 kills up, and then responding to that and playing the long game to get their own carries up. I'd like to see how that plays against each other.
No, yeah, I never doubted San Diego's ability
Yeah.
to come back from that
Yeah.
engagement here. But
Say that
was
to
a
the
lot-
say that to the
a
camera.
lot stronger
Uh-huh.
a lot stronger performance coming out from that game too.
Okay.
And honestly, I think that is going to be something that is admirable when you're going into UCI, because you are going to get a lead taken away from you if UCI lets, or if you let UCI take it from you.
Yeah.
So you have to sort of play the long con if you can, stall out, and I think San Diego did a beautiful job of that. Despite me being wrong, it's a good kind of wrong.
It
because
is, yeah. It's a nice
It
surprise.
shows their flexibility. And I
Yeah.
think especially with those picks,
Oh yeah.
they are playing very, very well with the Gragas. I think we memed about it, but Gragas in this is such a good engagement tool
Yeah.
for Irelia to follow up on.
Yeah.
I think that the comp is going to be contested by UCI. They're going to focus a lot
Oh
of
yeah.
bans towards it.
Oh yeah. I can imagine they will play very aggressively. Duong Pro, we always bring him up, but really he is just a force to be reckoned with. I'd like to see that against King Clueless.
That is true.
That is a match to behold, honestly. Can't wait to see that. Well, great job to Berkeley for all these matches, and wonderful job to UCSD for really sticking it through and getting the win in the end. And so now we will go to an ad break, and then it will be the grand finals, right?
Finals. It's going to be an exciting matchup.
Very
UCI
exciting.
versus San Diego in a best of 3. Who will take it all in this UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity?
Yes, also with a peripheral sponsor, Corsair, and the official PC sponsor, MSI.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the UCEI presented by Xfinity Grand Finals. It's UCI versus UCSD. I'm Spencer Ultravox Cameron. This is Jamel Aspern Hopkins, and we are going to be bringing you the action.
Thank you for that very warm welcome back to UCEI presented by Xfinity. I'm really happy to be here. These teams, they've come a long way. We've seen a lot of action in those past two series here. San Diego and UCI both playing their hearts out. San Diego, especially in that losers bracket, coming all the way back to meet UCI in the grand finals. I'm really excited to see what the draft has for us in store here.
Yeah, UCSD, they had a little bit of a rocky time, but they did climb their way back up, and that's absolutely something to be proud of. In terms of the draft right now, though, we're on draft, right?
Yeah, we're on pro draft right here.
So we got Jinx and Riven banned out from UCI, Victor, and that's Kim Down's Thresh taken away. Kim Down, the Thresh god, of course, never gets to play it.
Exactly. You get to see it once every 3 months when a team forgets to ban it away, unfortunately here. Also, San Diego respecting the solo lanes of UCI, both Victor and Tryndamere getting taken away. We saw some sort in the last series playing the Victor and getting a pentakill nonetheless.
Yeah.
Believe we are having a little bit of a roster change here. UCI is going to be having Cinnamon Bread in the mid lane here, and that might be, a mistargeted ban. They might not even be considering that Victor pick. But for the bot side here, Caitlyn getting picked up for UCI I think is a really good option here because Caitlyn, Jhin, both those seem to be like sort of safer options. They got the long range. Caitlyn especially gets that lethal tempo abuse. And I think prioritizing that, especially after you take the Jinx away, you don't have to worry about that late game scaling that Caitlyn kind of gets outshone in the later game.
Yeah, definitely. And the rest of the picks are coming on, and we got Akshan as the answer to Jace in the top lane. Big Man Kaboom was telling us about how this does perform well. I'm excited to see how the counter pick does work out, and we do have a Lux, another unorthodox pick, but you love it with the Caitlyn. It almost works like Morgana. You can stack the root with the traps. Works in support and in mid, so a good flex pick.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of the Lux support. Even in the LCK, I've been seeing it paired up with either the Jhin or the Caitlyn. It's a very annoying laning phase to play into, and you're just going to get poked and chunked out repeatedly if the bot side is playing that properly. Jace has been a consistent theme throughout these series. Every single team seems to love playing Jace, but like you said with the Akshan, very, very potent counter pick into it. It essentially shuts that down, and I think UCI can really take advantage of, getting that pressure in the side lane taken out, moving the Akshan around the map, getting a lot more pressure done with the jungler as well. So I'm expecting a little bit more bans targeted towards Cinnamon Bread here for the mid lane of UCI, just because I think his potential is really, really potent. Vex roaming to side lanes and enabling that even further. I think that's a really smart ban from San Diego.
Definitely. You want to take Vex off the table, take whatever else you can. UCI decided to deny Diana, who has been performing exceptionally well since the recent buffs to her jungle clear. Super strong champion, can one-shot you out of nowhere. SDE will finish up the bans alongside UCI with Lee Sin and Corki respectively. So all of those out of here.
Corki also another popular pick in the mid lane. Similar vein to Victor, where you just get a free laning phase for the most part if you play it properly. Haven't seen a whole lot of Corkis pop off in this tournament here, and it looks like we won't be seeing at least for this first game in the best of 3. So Lee Sin getting banned out. I think San Diego, Nocturne.
That is very, very interesting there. Nocturne hasn't been performing the greatest, I don't think, but I do like it into the UCI comp. You got 3 squishies showing right there, and what's better than to just jump onto them and rip off their faces in a completely unavoidable way.
Yeah, I mean, Caitlyn only really has the net in terms of peel. That shield is not going to get anything. I really want to see Akali locked in here. That is the carry from the mid lane that you'd love to see. Talking about that Nocturne, I completely agree. Although it's an unorthodox pick, there's no answer beyond Nocturne messing up his spell shield as he's diving onto Caitlyn, or maybe Akshan or Lux here. Now, the Akali, similar scenario, there is a lot of CC to work around. Either Jace has his self-peel or Nautilus just being able to lock down targets, but if Akali's allowed to play their game, maybe get a first blood solo kill in laning phase, it could be really a huge force to be reckoned with, and I wonder what San Diego picks into it.
Yeah, UCI, they got to pick Rammus here, and it's not Rammus. Instead, it's Olaf. Dude, that would have been so good. You peel against Nocturne, you've got the Engage versus Jhin Jace. I would have really liked it, but instead, we're going to be seeing Olaf going to be doing some of the same things. Way less powerful peel, but you are running them down all the same. It looks like the two teams are going to be clashing into each other when it comes to teamfight styles, so not really sure how that's going to go.
I wonder if they're trying to flex the Nocturne. They could be saying, all right, let's show this Nocturne early and then get Nocturne in the mid lane, but it's actually going to be Kiana. So two very, very volatile mid laners for either side. It's just a question of who snacks that nice, tasty first blood. Are we going to get some jungler support to help facilitate that? We'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be super volatile. Totally expect them to be playing around the mid exactly like you said. We also have some really solid kill pressure in bot lane from either side. Lux helps set up kills really well alongside the Nautilus. So having the junglers start top, work their way towards the bot, have options for ganks in mid or bot would be probably the best options for them. Nocturne, of course, wants to power clear until 6, so maybe opting for a little bit less of that. But
yeah,
good for UCI.
Yep, that is going to be the draft for us. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though. Grand Finals, UCI versus UCSD in a best-of-3. Game 1 coming when we come back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back after that short ad break. We are just about to head into UCI versus UCSD for the grand finals of the UCEI presented by Xfinity. It's going to be exciting. There's a lot on the line.
There is a lot of the line. Over $11,000 in scholarships for first and second place here. These teams are already in the money, but the question is who gets that top prize? Who gets the pride, which is, you got to have a little bit of an ego.
It's the UC pride, you got to have it. Let's jump onto the rift here. Let's see what is going on. And here we are, UCI bringing Barrick in the top, Duong Pro in the jungle, Cinnamon Bread in mid, and Mr. Dot and Kim down in the bot lane.
And over representing UC San Diego, it's going to be Anx topside, King Clueless on the Nocturne jungle, Lemon Tart Dreamer in the mid lane, and our bot lane duo Disrespectful and Unless, rounding it off on the Jin Nautilus.
Yeah, now I think that this bot lane matchup is going to be something to watch for sure. Lux, I think, is incredibly favored into this lane. Nautilus is going to have a super tough time finding anything, and it's going to be up to UCI to kind of press that advantage and play around their bot and mid side. If you bring the Akali down there, get the roams, I think it's a solid path to victory.
Yeah, over on that top side, though, you can already see Barrick and Duong Pro. Akshan doing a little bit of moonwalking, space gliding on in, but they're actually going to take that red buff. I don't think that King Clueless can actually be aware of that until they finish their Raptor camp here. So an interesting start for both junglers here. I wonder...
Yeah, is he going to walk
forward? Oh, he sees it at this point.
Yeah, he's going to see it. But it's in smite range now, and Duong Pro has got it. He's level 2.
He's already
starting to hit that Nocturne down. The red buff will slow him down. Axe is thrown. King Clueless slown. He flashes away over the wall, and he's going to be safe. But, man, that sucks if you're Nocturne early game.
That's such a downturn here. There's no way he gets Yeah, he's just going to wave hi to Lemon Tart on the way out. But giving that...
Flashes the thumbs up too, and not only that,
He's going to the other
blue
buff.
This man has no respect. Disrespectful has got his name here. It's gonna be him just smacking down the blue buff, and all the while King Clueless seems to be clueless, moving towards the top side. He does look like he's moving towards the enemy blue buff.
Yeah,
though.
King Clueless doing the best they can in the situation, just going to trade sides of the jungle here. I think that the side of San Diego want to rotate over to Olaf, but I don't think they have the stopping power to rig him, especially with UCI's bot lane matching up as well. So it is going to be a cross-map
Look at that
jungle.
damage in
Whoa.
the mid lane. Oh my god, Ignite ticking down, and Lemon Tart will fall as well. It's a double trade. There's that assassin volatility we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, unfortunate we don't get to see that, but that is a first blood going on over to Lemon Tart here. 100 gold is a slight lead that they can try and press. I think that Cinnamon Bread really wants to take it back. Both of these laners taking Electrocute. Cinnamon Bread can usually take either the Conqueror or the Electrocute on the Akali here, but Barrick is going to catch out King Clueless.
Yeah, stumbled straight onto him. King Clueless just a sliver HP, and one more double shot from Barrick will do it. King Clueless is not having a good game right now. In fact, it's all but over for him. He's going to have such a tough time getting back into this.
Yep, it just sucks at this point. I would say that Dwang Pro has this knack for just taking the enemy jungle and not letting them play the game, able to just run people down, and especially in this matchup here, Nocturne doesn't have any real agency until they hit level 6. Even then, if you're not able to burst down and one-shot those carries in the backline that UCI has, it doesn't matter that you're a Nocturne with no real issues to worry about here. Into this main lane, though, I wonder if Cinnamon Bread's going to commit to this fight.
Cinnamon Bread, he's dropped the Shroud, dancing around a little bit, gets some more kunai. Has to flash away from that, but he's going back in. One more attack will do it! Lemon Tart barely winning that one. Will be victorious and farm a few more CS. Wow.
That level advantage Lemon Tart got is starting to pay off. Those a little bit of extra stats is obviously showing when you're just one auto away from death here. Unfortunately for Cinnamon Bread, but he is going to have to take the back seat, especially with that cloth armor recall. Although they're going to have a little bit more effective HP, you know, with the Dark Seal, with the potion, it's just going to be longsword upon longsword for Lemon Tart. He's going to have a damage advantage throughout the rest of the laning phase.
Yeah, no, Lemon Tart also with the boots has the faster roams available for him if he so wishes. Going to be a little bit tougher for Akali to clear the wave at such a low level as well. We are seeing Olaf making some moves around the bot side. Dwang Pro, see what he can find here, but nothing quite yet.
And I think that's the advantage of the Olaf pick. You can essentially, even if you're low health, you're honestly a bigger force to be reckoned with just because of your passive. King Clueless, even if he catches him in the jungle, he doesn't have as much agency with his bot side at the moment. I think Mr. Dot and Kim Down are doing a really good job of just chunking out the enemy lane. Mr. Dot hasn't even used any of his potions yet, so it's very obvious the trades are going in their favor.
Yeah, but look, here's Dwang Pro throwing some axes, getting right up in King Clueless's face. It's going to get rooted out, and that's so much damage going down onto him. He's so far ahead of his team that there's no follow-up here. Disrespectful over the wall, straight into Mr. Dot's face. It's the heal that comes out to try to protect him, and they're just going to be walking away from that one. UCI's jungler just walking into that one. Could not find anything.
This is unfortunate. We're going to have to go to a quick pause here, but I agree. I thought that would be an advantageous position if the bot side of UCI was a whole lot closer. But yeah, they just jumped on in ahead of their team and they gave up a really early kill. And then that summoner's burned on bot side as well. I think we lost the heal from Mr. Dot.
Yeah.
And that's going to sort of take away a little bit from the advantage they can carve out versus the San Diego bot lane. It's not too much of an issue just because Jin isn't trading actively with the Nautilus because, again, the range advantage. But still, having that off the table means that when the jungler for San Diego does hit 6, that's a heal that's not in the pocket of Jin. Or Kaylin,
Yeah.
sorry.
Very, very true. Just a really tough situation overall for UCI coming out of that one. A little bit of a miscall. I think that they can still recover from this. On the other hand, we've been seeing the Nocturne do a fantastic job of recovering down a lot early, but actually caught up in CS now and actually having a slight lead over Dwang Pro. So it's going to be King Clueless clawing his way back into the game, trying to make this one happen for UCSD moving forward.
And also, I think with this mid lane matchup, we talked about how volatile it is. Having that Akali initially with that 1-for-1 trade, it was like, all right, this kind of goes in favor of the Kiana, but it's unsalvageable, right? When you die twice, you have lost that agency, and Kiana's gained it. So although Duang Pro is trying to do these very aggressive plays, you can't really have Akali roam to that just because they're far behind. If Kiana matches that roam, Akali might die. So right now, I think a lot of the pressure that UCI loves to exert in that early game is not going to be there. I think if San Diego is able to take this lead and start to pressure it, UCI is really going to have to force themselves to play a little bit back. I'm not saying that's impossible for their stance, but they like to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, definitely. They are going to have a tough time here because, like you said, with the Kiana having the agency, you have extra move speed, you have boots. It's going to be a movement speed diff. You find yourself getting to places faster, and then your ultimate is also so much better for these early dragon fights compared to Akali. So if you do have that unlocked, UCI may end up conceding some dragons early on, and that could be, the slippery slope that leads to them losing out on this game.
Definitely, and I like what you said about the dragons. Dragon soul point has been such a hot point of contention. Like having 3 drakes gives you just a macro advantage that never gets let up on until the 4th dragon is taken,
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
Just threatening, soul point versus Baron is a consistent topic, amongst all these team fights. And when you give up both, let's say you're in advantage, you lose your team fight on dragon and you give up the Baron, it's really, really hard to recover from that. We're going to jump back into this game right here. We're going to see the fallout of that little trade here, but Cinnamon Bread maybe down 1 kill, but he's still showing right up in the face of Kiana with the level advantage.
Yeah, he's got the cloth armor to help himself out a little bit. Both of them do have the ignite right now if they wanted to all-in each other, but Cinnamon Bread needs to play this one a little bit further back. Having a little bit of technical difficulty here, but
freeze frame,
see if we can get back into it soon. Yeah, that just stopped right there, Saw that Solitaire hit the CS, and that's enough to kill the game right there. Stop the world.
No, we're all good. There we go. If only we had some Xfinity internet, we would not be having these issues. That's all I gotta say.
I know, right? Thank you, Xfinity, for presenting UCEI Grand Finals, by the way. Here comes the Lux roam. It's Kim Down arriving into the mid lane, trying to chase down a Lemon Tart on the Kiana. So luckily, we'll see that one and get out of there.
It feels really out of character seeing Kim Down on the Elementalist Lux, because you're used to this. It's a roaming support meta. Yeah, you should be mid lane, but it's funny watching the Lux be the support roaming up to mid lane. It's just out of character, but it is what it is for the meta right here. Nautilus as well, rearing his big, diver face right in this mid lane, trying to find a little bit of action going for us.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be Lemon Tart going in. Cinnamon Bread playing that one carefully. And Duang Pro is relentless in his counter jungling. It looks like everybody's going to start to come around the top red buff. And it's going to be King Clueless rooted out, exhausted here. Nautilus is getting caught out a little bit. It's the Kiana ult that goes completely wide, though. Lemon Tart's out of the fight now. It's 1 kill for UCI as they keep moving forward. A big shutdown over to Barrack 2 as they take down Lemon Tart. Now Duang Pro's not finished yet. Actually, he is. We'll throw that axe and walk away, and UCI coming up huge.
That's very, very nice to both get Duang Pro back into the game and just try and stop King Clueless from recovering a little too safely here. Kim Down came really big with the damage. I think we talked off air about the Morgana versus Lux laning with Caitlyn, but you just get so much damage and somewhat the same value you would out of a Morgana snare, especially in this early game where there's not a whole lot of resist, not a whole lot of levels. But now this is a Hex Flash from Unless.
Duang Pro's still hungry for more. He gets chunked down and deleted here. King Clueless trades a kill back onto him. The curtain call opens up. Kim Down will go down as well. And now Mr. Dot is next on the chopping block. That's the darkness from far away. King Clueless will finish him off. The kill turns over to Lemon Tart. And again, it's swinging back and forth. Who's in the driver's seat right now? Great response from UCSD.
Yeah, San Diego is consistently meeting punch for punch every single time. I think Duang Pro is so used to just getting what he wants in the jungle, and when San Diego tries to deny that, it's really, really punishing here, because that's the second time Duang Pro has been... It's very, very weird he's that far up with no real backup plan here. I think the Olaf is not able to do that 1v2 shenanigans just yet when you don't even have an item completed.
It's getting to his head, the pick. It's like Blabber syndrome. You just feel invincible. You feel like you can take on everything and rule the world. But fortunately, that only happens for Duang Pro about half the time here. He instead will find his way onto the Rift Herald. First Herald, of course, going to be very, very valuable moving into the mid-game. Potentially using this to collect some plates from top or mid, which seem like good choices right now. We also have Barrick on the Action hovering around, making sure that that is safe. And we'll go over uncontested.
And I think it's very good that Dwang Pro's picking up these objectives still, even though he's getting shut down. He can't counter jungle as aggressively as he would like. Still getting that Rift Herald is going to be a huge boom for UCI a little bit later on when they're able to pop some sort of turret plating, some sort of turret, and just try and swing that gold lead back in their favor. Where they use it is a good question. I think they would want to try and shut down Lemon Tart from being able to roam so effectively. The problem is just you need to win that fight mid to really, get to use it for free. Because if they clear it without getting the turret, it's a huge waste of gold.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and if Lemon Tart does end up roaming now, it's much easier to punish them if they do step away. We have lost feed for the time being, but just bear with us. We're playing a Lee Sin mode now, everybody.
We're playing on Lee Sin.
Yeah. It's like Teemo queued us.
It is like Teemo queued us.
I hear a lot of on the way pings, and
it is
turret got destroyed.
Yeah, it is going to be Olaf in the top side
here we
with
go.
Akshan trying to sort of like keep that lead going here, but we have vision again. It's like Teemo unblinded us.
Yeah, it lasted the 2 seconds. That's just about how much Teemo's blind lasts,
So,
easy.
With that Rift Herald and those 2 kills on the side of Barrick here, Barrick has been a very consistent top laner for UCI. Even if he's not able to get a pure lead in laning phase, he has been able to come up with the damage on the Jace, recovering from 1 and 4 essentially, right? Now that he has 2 kills, he played this counter pick very well, even though he hasn't killed the Jace just yet. I feel like he needs to sort of start roaming around, get more agency on the map, something we haven't seen a lot of these collegiate teams do just yet. They find the lead, and they kind of sort of stall out here, but I think UCI aren't going to fall victim to that.
Oh, but here comes the darkness straight in the mid lane. It's going to be Cinnamon Bread sitting in the shroud, tries to get out of there, but Lemon Tart is right on his booty. Will slam him into the wall, and that's it for the Akali. Great gank from King Clueless, making that one happen. Now Dwang Pro, he wants to answer this. He's moving towards the bot side.
Ooh, that is not a dive. It is going to be the bot lane of San Diego, respecting the space taken from UCI here.
And that might actually still be really good for UCI. They have Caitlyn, which takes turret plating like they're nothing, like they're paper. So we'd love to see it there. Lemon Tart now under assault by Dwang Pro. It's Barrick swinging in the action, but he's swinging right in the face of a dangerous assassin. Luckily, it does not go poorly for him. A little bit more pressure in mid, and Dwang Pro's deciding what to do next.
And that is a large amount of shutdown gold on Lemon Tart no less. If you can get that, either extend Akshan's lead or get that onto Cinnamon Bread to bring them back to relevance, it could be a very strong starting point for UCI to start taking tempo back. But as of right now, San Diego, every single time they get invaded, they get counter jungled, they try to do their best to respond, and it's paid off. I think Dwang Pro is at sort of like a tipping point where he can still counter jungle and play in the face of Nocturne as long as he has the support behind him. And it looks like right here, a lot of on-the-way pings coming in from San Diego. They know he's on this wolf count.
Oh yeah, and they're all moving to completely surround him here. It's Kiana going straight in on the Barrick. The shield bow barely keeping him alive. He's trying to swing out, but look at the damage. There's the Absolver. It will shut down Lemon Tart. And meanwhile, the curtain call is opened up. Does not manage to find anything, but Dwang Pro goes down nonetheless. Seems to be a pattern here for him.
But that is such an advantageous trade for kills for the side of UCI. Getting that shutdown and extending Barrick's lead is going to be what keeps this mid-game afloat for them. Kiana having so many kills, they are going to be a force in the side lanes if they decide to, drop down bot side, pick up a double kill, and then bam, you're losing a turret. Unfortunately, Unless is going to lose that opportunity on the recalling Caitlyn here. I think that this next dragon fight is going to be a bit of a spicy one just because although Nocturne is ahead in the kills, you still cannot just purely dive into that backline here. There is enough self-peel with, I'd say, the net and the Gale Force to just try and avoid a bit of the Nocturne damage here, and then you get the follow-up from the rest of your team, get the shielding from the Lux, and just pray he doesn't stat check you.
Yeah, exactly. And you can also see that King Clueless does have the Dustblade now. There's been a lot of discourse on Nocturne itemization, but we might get to that in a little bit. Let's see how this dragon fight goes. Maybe UCI is just going to give this one up. Lemon Tart Dreamer moving around, doesn't want to get caught out. There's a lot of on-the-way pings. The dragon is dropping very low, though. Will be taken away by King Clueless. That's the UCSD with another clean dragon, bringing them up to 2-0.
Yeah, Mr. Dot just wasn't really in a position to start moving over to that fight, and I think trying to face check through that tri-bush would be a little bit too scary for him, giving up that Drake right now in the hopes that you don't die, essentially. Going forward, Rift Herald is going to be coming back onto the map for a second round really soon. I think that we're going to see a little bit of rotation of either Barrick or maybe the bot side of UCI towards the top lane, just to make sure that we have enough presence in the side lane to try and take an advantageous fight on Rift Herald. But already, San Diego, they themselves are posturing to try and keep the vision in their favor.
Yeah, Lemon Tart, he's got a control ward sitting there, warded well against ganks, and a level up on his mid lane counterpart, Cinnamon Bread. Cinnamon Bread still trying to find their way back into this game. Duong Pro moving around to the top. He's going to recall on the Pixel Brush there, trying to set up for something a little bit later. And all the while, we've seen Barrick farming away. 127 farm on him, Mr. Dot at 122. Small farm leads almost across the board for UCI.
Yeah. Oh, this is a very interesting positioning here. They're so far back in the jungle, and I don't know if that ward on the river bush for San Diego caught anyone here, but Barrick is positioning very aggressively. I think they want this dive topside, but engagement in the bottom river.
Nocturne's flying in onto Cinnamon Bread. The Shroud can keep him safe, but only for so long here. Instead, he's going to ult out, commits the flash as well to be extra safe. And I guess that's one of the benefits of picking a Kali. You just get to sit there in your Shroud, 100% safe versus the auto attacker like Nocturne.
Yeah, we talked about it during that draft. Akali is not really a good dive target. I guess they just wanted to try and force something out of Cinnamon Bread so they could take this bot side territory, but that's going to give up a lot of agency around Rift Herald, and I think UCI love playing around these Rift Heralds just because it's a very, very concrete, we are going to take this turret, you can either contest us and fight, or you can go do something else on the map. And I think pushing the buttons of San Diego and not letting them play their game is a very, very good way to get things going. Cinnamon Bread, he's debatable whether he's worth the Nocturne ult, especially with how much damage can come from either Akshan or Mr. Dot on the Caitlyn here, but I don't know if that cooldown will be down by the next team fight.
Yeah, something also to mention is that Came Down roamed up and helped Barrick kill off Angst in the top side, opening up that turret to be taken. Now if you have the Herald in the top lane, you're starting to poke at the inhibitor turrets, and that's getting into some dangerous territory for UCSD. They are trading cross-map, and right now, it doesn't seem like they're coming out on top. They lost out on the kill on Cinnamon Bread, and in exchange, UCI managed to get a kill and an inner turret, which is huge.
And Rift Herald, not to mention.
And a Rift Herald.
That is, yeah, it is going to be such a big amount of pressure that can go topside here, and that's what's going to set up the next couple of dragon fights going forward here, just because you can have Barrick in the topside. He does have Teleport Unleashed ready to go once it starts to come off cooldown, so you really have to either have someone babysit that topside and then have them TP down for the fight. But if it's Jace who kind of loses that matchup, you're going to end up getting solo here. Cinnamon Bread.
Oh, Cinnamon Bread getting all in here, but Lemon Tart able to disengage very quickly. The Ignite will not be enough to finish off Cinnamon Bread. Now Barrick's prowling. Exits the stealth mode. And here comes Duong Pro around the top side of the lane. Trying to find his way in onto Lemon Tart. Lemon Tart forced to move back. There's no teammates in the area. And UCI using their pressure very strategically. Another turret taken down.
Yeah, a whole lot of pings in the bot and mid side here. I think UCI just wants to start forcing something because they're giving up this top lane pressure from Angst, but Angst, I think, does enough damage to sort of chunk out these backline carries here. If he's not present in the fight, you can already see Rift Herald getting dropped. This is going to be either a huge dive or San Diego trying to salvage the pieces on the rest of the map.
Yeah, you would have thought they'd see this coming with Duong Pro hovering around there with the Rift Herald Eye, but instead it's just going to be the turret going straight down. Lemon Tart taking a lot of damage, has to flash out of there. Duong Pro will not commit any further. And all the while, I was worried for Mr. Dot's safety in the mid lane, but he's able to recall scot-free. SD cannot trade back on this one.
Yeah, not enough wave clear to really force a dive, force any minions under the turret to really get anything going. Now, with both bot lane and top side both being so far pushed in, this next dragon fight is still, I think, going to be interesting. Both these top laners have TP, so they can be pressured in the top side. Or I think that's what we're seeing right here. Cinnamon Bread in the side lane, since he won't have as much of an impact, at least until I feel his Zhonya's gets finished. Because right now, if he tries to dive the back line, there's way too many threats blowing up, like the Jace, like the Kiana. Being able to dive in backline Zhonya's and wait for your cooldowns is going to be what brings him back online. And in the meantime, we have Akshan and we have a whole lot of early to mid-game damage that can make these dragon fights go in UCI's favor.
Definitely agree. Yeah, it's going to be a matter of protecting the Akshan, making sure he survives the Lemon Tart Kiana burst here. The Serpent's Fang is a great early pickup, especially versus the Lux composition, though, and with the Shield Bow on Akshan. Double value out of that one. So super good for Lemon moving to this next fight. We've got Mythics completed on pretty much all non-support characters here. So gonna start to get real volatile. Duong Pro starting up the Dragon.
Ooh, that's getting dangerously low here, but the Nocturnal.
Oh, it's a flash forward from Unless. It's going to be a steal from Lemontide. Look at UCSD. They are all piling in. Duong Pro, the only one left alive, but not for long. He's fighting for his life, but he will go down as well. It's almost a complete ace, but Cinnamon Bread, he's got something to say about it. Trying to find his way on the Lemontide Dreamer. He will not commit any further. Instead, running for his life, the last man left standing on the UCI squad. Disaster for UCI.
That is such an unfortunate fight. That Dragon was so close to getting smattered away by Duong Pro, but unfortunately, supreme display of talent coming from Lemon Tart Dreamer is going to be what takes away that Dragon. And now, Soul Point before the 20-minute mark, that is going to be very, very risky because giving up that, so although it is just a Cloud Drake, so it's still a very, very nice win condition for San Diego. Combine that with Baron coming up real soon, and this could be a game that goes into San Diego's favor if UCI is not able to bounce back. I think this mid lane deficit is really starting to be felt by UCI.
100%, yeah. They have objective bounties online. That could be one avenue in, but there's one problem with that. It's that they already took all of the easy gimme objectives, except for the mid lane turret, which is one of the easier ones to defend, of course.
Yep.
They are losing out on some of the gold from the objective bounties like that. The only real thing they could take besides mid lane turret is going to be Baron, and it's not looking good in that department for UCI quite yet.
Yeah, there's just not a whole lot of... I guess there's the damage potential with Barrick to try and shred Baron out, but it's such a messy team fight if you have Barrick trying to shred Baron while the rest of UCI... There's not a lot of stall, essentially. The main front line is quote-unquote Duong Pro.
Look at Cinnamon Bread, though. He's going in onto Lemon Tart Dreamer. They're both invisible. Double assassin things, everybody. Flawless execution will pass through Lemon Tart. But here's the supreme display of talent. So much damage! What was that? Straight on into Cinnamon Bread. He will be taking an express trip to the fountain. Wow, that Keanu's starting to run away with this game.
Yeah, I can see Cinnamon Bread trying to make these plays, and they are very, very close. The problem is just the gold deficiency and the level disadvantage right here. Lemon Tart is just literally going to stat check you every time unless you're able to dodge that Kiana ult. And unfortunately, if you use all your tools to either gap close or do the damage, you are left with either your Shroud or Stopwatch, and just wasn't able to pop it in time before that Kiana ultimate comes out here. I feel that a lot of the tools that UCI would use for pressure, like the Olaf and the Akali, are just not available. And Barrick, although he's fed on the Akshan can't really solo carry. He really needs either a side lane to push and apply pressure with. Oh, but the Nocturnal.
Straight on into the bot lane here. It's a golden Barrick doing his best to survive, but he's taking a lot of damage.
Shield
Will get the shutdown, though. Wow, that's a great trade for UCI there. 650 gold in the pocket of Barrick, and no
they want to keep going,
engagement, but Duong Pro, he's walking straight into Unless here. Big damage coming in from him. He's gone into Ragnarok. The ace in the hole goes in, hits Disrespectful, and ultimately UCSD has to disengage.
Yeah, jungler being down for San Diego gives Duong Pro a little bit more room to breathe. I think they're just going to be content trying to get them back into the game, get their farm lead going. It's just so unfortunate. Although King Clueless isn't super far ahead, that dive threat is going to burn resources every single time from UCI. Whether it's Azania's or whether it's just straight out Barrick getting traded 1-for-1, that gives more time for San Diego to try and extend their lead. Now with Baron up especially, they need to get vision and prevent UCI from trying to choke this game out through pressure. Because although the tools, like I said earlier, aren't really in their favor, Cinnamon Bread and Duong Pro needing to get some more gold, if you give them enough time, UCI has shown they can bounce back like a rubber band.
Yeah. It's on the table. It's not impossible. There's still things that UCI can do to come into this game. Oh, one thing I was going to mention, the Nocturne itemization earlier, he did build Axiom Arc, which is actually incorrect. Fun fact. It's really fun to play with, but it's not that great in terms of win rate. You're better off building something else in the lethality department. So if UCSD manages to win with that, that's saying something.
Can you say why it's bad, why it's wrong?
It just gives less stats. You rely on snowballing team fights. It's easier to get your first kill and activate your Dustblade if you have something like just a Yomu's or something with more raw damage. I think that it's just a lot cleaner too. Helps you more in the 1v1s. Axiom Arc doesn't.
Are they on Baron? They're just
push.
straight up doing Baron.
Split pushing, but
wait, they don't have. They know though. They're on
is there vision? Here comes Unless, but he's kind of balking. He doesn't want to walk up. UCI has disengaged. They drop the double blue trinket in the back there from both Disrespectful and Angst, and that will dissuade UCI.
And you could see already that immediately pulled all 4 members of San Diego off of that mid lane turret. I don't think they get anything off of it though. San Diego can just go back to pressuring, and now UCI, they have to reset after doing or trying to do Baron here. So a very sneaky attempt, but now 1 minute left on this Dragon, and UCI have to flip a coin essentially. Do they want to try and trade Dragon Soul for this Baron, or are they going to contest UCSD when these team fights have not exactly been going their way?
Yeah, they're so late to get to Dragon. It is completely over. They've got to give that one up and try to go for the Baron swap.
What are they doing topside?
Yeah, what King Clueless can try to do, one thing he can try to do is just break off from the rest of his team and try to go for the Baron steal. But it does not look like that will be happening. Instead, UCI taking down the purple worm.
I think this is smart. They're showing their bot side mid just to pry and sort of fake out that they don't have the Baron. And I don't think that San Diego has vision on the... Yep, they're able to take this in full darkness here. They're not going to know until it's too late here. So this is a good trade. That objective bounty getting cashed in as well.
So good.
So you're closing that gold distance at the cost of Dragon Soul. The question is how much value... Oh, we're fighting.
Oh my god, supreme display of talent. Oh, and then a Kim down. But look at the crown of the Shattered Queen to protect it from the entire burst. That's why you buy that item, ladies and gentlemen. It's so good.
I hate that item so much, bro.
Dude, just play less assassins, or just literally tap them before you ult them. It's not that hard.
I want to press fun button now. I want blow up now.
You play Jhin, man. Like you're
exactly.
Not even playing versus that item.
I'm playing Akali recently. That's why I feel the plight of Cinnamon. Because I too am often 1 and 4 on Akali. But going forward here, topside turret getting knocked out by San Diego. Still just a 2k gold lead. Going forward here. There's not a whole lot of room to use this Baron buff just because UCSD can sort of force UCI off the wave here. I feel like they really want to pull the trigger and get these Baron buffs away from UCI, and UCI is respecting it.
Yeah, Shy Flash going to go wide there. Ultimately, an engagement will not be found for UCSD. Cloud Soul going to be one of those ones where it's just kind of like, it's okay.
It lets you get Elder Drake.
Elder Drake is going to be the big one, so UCI needs to find their gold lead, or to match the gold lead. Try to catch up in some aspect there. Maybe try to find some picks before the Elder Dragon spawns if they want to find their way back into this game. Otherwise, if UCSD maintains this level of bot lane control, look at that vision down there. They've got deep wards. They've got the control wards.
Nocturnal.
Speaking of that darkness, going in onto Mr. Dot. Supreme display of talent. Also going to be finding Barrick, but he will flash over the wall. He won't be safe for long, though, as Lemon does follow him, and now Kim down is looking pretty low here. Lemon Dreamer is on the hunt.
Oh.
Cinnamon Bread can't finish this off quite yet, but in fact he can! It's gonna be the Gore Drinker, which shuts down Lemon Dreamer on the Kiana. And it's a close race.
Cinnamon Bread flash and ignited for that kill. And that I'm pretty sure he would have loved that shutdown go, but yeah, that is gonna be going over to Duankro instead. And that still gold really well spent, I would say. I think Duankro being the only real frontline here, they're gonna threaten to die.
Yeah, they are. There's the depth charge going in, but Cinnamon Bread goes golden. Keeps him safe for a little bit longer. Great snare onto Angst here. And ultimately, they don't have anything to follow it up. Duang Pro trying to land an axe. Does manage to slot on less, but the hook does pull him further. UCI on the chase here. They do want these. How far are they going to go for it? They're now at a man disadvantage. They can't have Barrick catch up quite yet. The slows will do a lot in dissuading them.
Barrick was positioning up to try and grab that flank, but San Diego are aware they're not going to turn around. They're going to be very happy keeping their members up. That Baron buff is going to be running out really soon here, and I don't think UCI is going to be able to pull off a turret here. This actually mid-turret might be able to fall. It will. Yep, everyone's good to go here. Forcing them, San Diego, back here was a really, really nice macro play here. Going forward here, another objective bounty is closing the gap. I think objective bounties are honestly kind of an interesting addition to the game just because you get punished for being ahead, but that being said...
Just don't get your turrets destroyed, dummy.
Dude, just defend them better.
Just win faster, dude. Are you kidding?
I mean, honestly, that is something San Diego do need to do. They do need to win faster because we're starting to see trickles here and there. Cinnamon Bread, although he's 1-4, is dishing out some considerable damage, almost bursting out and getting that shutdown gold, and I think it's only going to get worse for the backline anyway of San Diego. Lemon Tart, he's ahead, he's 9-4. They're just going to be running their own kind of game here, but when you blow up both backlines, it's still going to be who's up, and I think Barrick could survive that burst just because of the shield bow and the Rage Blade dishing out so much burst damage of their own.
Got a Chain Vest now to help keep them alive versus the Kiana burst, but Lemon Tart Dreamer also packing the Cyrilda's Grudge for the extra armor pen. It's going to be very volatile still, nonetheless. So UCST needs to just start closing this one out. They are going to be falling off, I think, scaling worse than UCI at the end of the day, especially because Kim Down is on the Lux. You're a mage. You do get items. Eventually, they'll scale.
Eventually.
Yeah.
I definitely agree. The scaling, although it's not too present on both teams, Lux will start to dish out some heavier damage. And the only real tanky person is going to be Nautilus, so there's a lot of carry potential from, or not necessarily carry, but just damage potential from the UCI picks. Right now, it's just going to be a vision game. I think both teams are doing a whole lot better in terms of controlling their wards. There's a very nice, clean line throughout the topside jungle for San Diego here. But now with this Elder Drake being 1 minute away, both teams are going to get a whole lot of value out of that burst and execution potential. If you give that to Kiana, though, I think the potential of just getting wiped and having the game end there is really, really risky. And UCI need to contest this Drake.
They absolutely do need to. We've got Sterix Gauge completed for Dwang Pro. That's going to be an enormous pickup for the front lining Olaf here. Help him survive a little bit more of that upfront damage. Now UCI, they're starting to head around to the bot side. They cannot access the river though. Lemontar, he's way too scary.
He's just sitting there, menacingly.
Threateningly. But it's Cinnamon Bread that face checks it. He's going to start getting blown up. The heal keeps him alive, and he's going back in. Trying to finish off Lemontart here. The ace in the hole from Mr. Dot will do it. And that's UCI opening the game up right at the moment the Elder Dragon spawns. It could be theirs for the taking.
It might not be over just yet, though. That Lemontart is not infallible, and in the 5v4, I think UCSD still have to try and contest this if they want to keep the game going in their favor.
They cannot just concede this Elder Dragon here. They have to go for some kind of steal. There's the Darkness in the back line, straight onto the Akali. Over the wall, but King Clueless does follow. Meanwhile, Dwang Pro trying to chase down the two backliners here, unless will be smacked down. Barrick, it's complete chaos here. Disrespectful, running away. What a great cleanse. Frame perfect almost. He's going to root out Dwang Pro. Keep himself safe a little bit longer. UCI managing to hold on. They've only lost one member. They're still at a small man advantage, but their HP bars are so low. Great flash from Mr. Dot. Avoids the shock blast here. Now Dwang Pro trying to find his way onto Disrespectful once again. You're a Jin. You're not that fast. It's going to be another Darkness, though. Axiomark maybe did do something this game. Maybe it was correct after all.
Oh my God,
cannot finish off Disrespectful. That Jin has lived for so long. He can't get
No
away
way!
with it.
He gets two off of that. What is that from Disrespectful? Living up to the name there.
Are you kidding?
How do you live for that long versus an Olaf running you down here? Look at him farm that Scuttle Crab, happy as a clown with Elder nonetheless. That is a series of events here going forward. You take out the King, that Kiana right there trying to just 1v4, but unfortunately there's going to be an Elder Flame and Baron going over to San Diego.
You just can't let that happen.
You're not supposed to do that.
you just lose the game off of that. They're going to be double stacked up with the super buffs here. They've got Soul, they've got Elder, they've got Baron. If they can't win in the next 5 minutes, I don't know if they ever will. I'm still in shock from that. That is insane.
I was gonna, with the rapid fire cannon from Disrespectful, you have a lot of kiting potential, and that's why just moving forward, getting that charge so you can consistently get those long range autos. With 3 members of UCI being that low, it was a potential to get them off the Elder Dragon. But being able to stall for long enough to have King Clueless come back to the fight after getting their ult back from Axiom, that is just a very, very good series of events for San Diego here, and I don't think UCI have an adequate response other than hope someone from San Diego overextends. There's no front line, and there's no real wave clear beyond, I guess, Akshan Boomerang.
You guys pimped over Peacemaker too, and Olaf axes a little bit.
Yeah, it's like, you can do it, but then what if you get dove with all those cooldowns off you? You lose a tiny bit of damage, and when you're facing an Elder Flame or Elder Dragon Soul, you are going to get chunked out in a heartbeat before those cooldowns come back too.
Oh, it is just a tough situation for UCI. They could not make the 5v4 happen. So well played from UCSD in that moment. And now they're bringing the pressure here. They've got Jace for the sieging. They've got Jin to follow it up. Everything seems to be going so well. Even being able to pick the fight that they need with King Clueless's ultimate. Just need to keep on bearing down on UCI.
And the best part is San Diego have the best of both worlds. Usually with Drake or Elder Drake, you want to force a fight. Baron buff, you want to just stall out, let your minions push. Now you force the minions to push. If you want to fight, all right, we will have the advantage throughout the entire thing.
Look at the shot.
Everyone's
There's the
hope
dark
is
just falling
gone.
up. Kid Clueless in the back line here. Duong Pro trying to have something to say about it. He's going to be surviving, but not for long. He's
How is he
alive
alive?
still, but
There.
the Elder will finish him off. Him down. Will be revived, though. The Action did get one res off. The Absolver trying to finish off just a few more kills here, but it is not going to be happening. Kim down,
Kim
surviving
down.
with a sliver of HP. The Elder Dragon could not touch him. Neither will the Deadly Flourish. Kim down and Barrick, the last 2 men alive. Can they do this? Can they defend it? It's so much damage piling in from Angst. Invisible the whole game, but finally showing up when it matters. There it is. UCSD closing out game 1 as they take down the Nexus.
And I don't think either of us were predicting that matchup here. UCI so consistently strong throughout the whole tournament here, but consistently San Diego just chipping away at the cracks until eventually you have not only a Fed Kiana, but that Jin playing beautifully with the kiting there. Disrespectful. Kudos to him. That's what tipped the game over, and San Diego are up 1 in the series for grand finals.
Yeah, UCI ultimately lacking the cohesion they needed in that decisive fight. They had everything that they needed going into that one, and to see them fumble it is just heartbreaking. But UCSD, they got to be feeling good about that.
Absolutely. I think to take that game alone is just a phenomenal morale boost. And honestly, I'm excited to see those two rosters duke it out again here. I think we are going to see a very, very cool champ select going forward here. There's going to be some target bans. I don't know if Kiana will be left on the table here, but that being said, there's a whole lot coming up in this next series. I think we're going to cut to an ad break very, very soon here. I'm just kind of, stalling,
just
winking.
kind of finish that. Just pick Ramus, by the way, guys.
Do not pick Ram.
No, Duong Pro, dude, he wanted to be the alpha male that game, the sigma male even, going a step further beyond, like the next level of Super Saiyan. But he could not manage it. It was very coin flippy, He got the red, stole that away, super good, right? Got caught at blue, took the red again, really good. Got caught at blue again.
Yeah. I think that that's actually a very valid point. That was essentially Duong Pro's game to win. You got the early game advantage versus a Nocturne who doesn't come online till 6. And to toss that away early game by dying at blue buff is really, really, it's like a tragedy almost to get that far ahead here. Going forward, I want to see if they choose to keep the Olaf there, because I think he feels a lot more comfortable. Like we saw him on Trundle earlier. He had
that would be amazing.
So much more dueling potential and survivability to stall out. We could possibly see him on the Lee Sin, just someone with more mobility here. But the Olaf, although you are able to avoid CC, you're not able to just dash around the map like those other picks. So we'll see what happens,
Lots of different options open for UCI. They've definitely got a lot of room to come back here in this second game. Definitely not over yet, though. Yeah.
Speaking of, you do have to consider the MSI MVP here for the grand finals. Something to keep in the back of mind here. Twitch chat, the casters, a whole bunch of different people have a vote. The winner of the MSI MVP receives a brand new gaming laptop, actually. From courtesy of MSI, our PC sponsor here. So be sure to read chat, get all up to date on how you can vote for that. We're going to have our picks at the end of the series here, but this was something to look out for.
Yeah, definitely some players outstanding already. Might be an easy choice at the end of the day. We'll have to see.
Depends on who fumbles the bag here. That was a very good performance from the mid laner of San Diego here, but
Lemitart.
I really want to see how they perform, because they perform both on the Aurelia and the Kiana, so it's definitely not just a character pick. I think they just play a really well carry mid.
Yeah, most importantly, those are exciting picks to watch. You'll love to see people getting blown up. Aurelia is a fun character to watch, dashing all over the place for however, BS it may seem. Of course, it's cool. It looks good.
Why pick Annie and press R when I can do the cool dash deep?
Exactly, exactly. That's exactly why people are still picking Yasuo and Yone, despite them having win rates in the gutter right now. I kind of saw that earlier, but
I agree. Those are. I'll leave it at that. I think you covered hammer on the nail. All
right.
So we're good to finally go to a quick commercial break here. Don't go anywhere, though. We have San Diego up 1 in this best of 3 grand finals up against UCI here. So don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. We just got off the back of a very exciting game one. Super interesting plays there from just about everybody. UCSD ultimately taking it home, though, with their stacked triple buff Dragon Soul, Elder, and Baron.
Interesting is a very nice way to put it. But yeah, we did see a lot of plays and misplays from both sides here. I think that we are going to see a lot more targeted bans here. UCA actually respecting the Nocturne to the point of banning it is very, very good. But San Diego taking away the Tryndamere, the Thresh, the Victor. I think those are all very, very powerful picks in the hands of UCI. But that first pick from San Diego, Kiana ban as well. I think UCI just, don't want a repeat of last game.
You love to see it. It was very good against UCI's composition, too. They didn't pack much in the way of a frontliner. I think that maybe some change-up this time would be good. Jhin is going to be first picked, as usual, for this series. Everybody loves to play Jhin, I guess.
Jhin is like the Victor of bot lane.
Oh, but we have a Felios hovered as the potential answer. Far more carry potential. We also are seeing the Karma, so that's a big change-up from what we've been seeing.
I low-key love this choice from UCI. I think that Helios in the hands of our bot lane is going to be a force to be reckoned with if they get out of laning phase properly. Jhin offers that utility throughout the whole game, so you're going to have to sort of worry about him. But I don't think you can give up that many kills when you have the poke power from Karma. Jhin really wants to sort of walk up with either third or fourth shot, get a quick trade, and back off. But Karma can shield that trade for Aphelios, and Aphelios has a lot of range with the sniper as well, so it's really tough to sort of get those trades that Jhin loves.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great pick here. Fantastic scaling. We're seeing the Nautilus again. UCSD running back a lot. So what UCI can do here, they can pick Malphite and then ban
No one's
Silas.
picking Malphite.
They can ban
Stop
Silas.
saying Malphite. No one wants
If they just pick Malphite into Jhin and Jace, two characters that build lethality and do bad into tanks, and also crumble to hard engage. You have the Karma to speed it up. It's not a bad pick. I'm telling you, then you just ban the Silas and you're all good to go.
It's not a bad pick, but it's a boring pick.
Oh, it's boring as hell. It just depends how much you want to win the game, Like, are you willing to put yourself through the mental torture that is playing Malphite? And obviously not. Like, we have Akshan, who's way more fun.
And Akshan does so well into the Jace. I mean, if Jace misses their Shockwave, it's obviously just going to go into Akshan's favor. That extended trade and the ability for Akshan to keep up with Jace is phenomenal throughout that laning phase. We saw Barrick do very, very well during laning phase. The problem was just transitioning that lead into something that can be carried with the rest of the UCI roster. What I want to see is the mid lane choice for both of these mids, because both San Diego and UCI really love to just get in each other's faces. Kiana getting taken away from San Diego is going to be interesting here, though. I wonder if we're going to see the Irelia come back for the side of Lemon Tart.
Could be pretty good. Tough to play versus Nautilus, though. Maybe something a little bit longer range could help complement the Aphelios, too. Also, Akshan going to be scaling kind of middlingly, not super great, so some more insurance to that end might be nice. UCI going to ban out some aggressive junglers, though. Really on both sides. Lee Sin as well.
Obligatory. You ban Lee Sin, I ban Xin Zhao. We call it a day. I wonder if we see Viego actually come through from one of these rosters.
Yeah, Viego, Trundle could be potentially good for UCI. Not that great for SD versus that composition, though. You can have Akshan swing around the pillar. It looks really funny.
It's really funny.
I mean, he just he goes in a circle.
I thank you for the visual representation that our audience doesn't get to see. But Trundle is actually going to pick up. Very good choice. I think the Trundle is going to go on to Duong Pro just because they get a lot more ability to go in, ape out, get the kills in the 1v1 scenario, and then transition that into a very substantial lead. The backline pressure against the Jhin is going to be a force to be reckoned with as well, just because Akshan can dive from the stealth, or Trundle can just walk forward.
And you got Karma. You're fast.
Yeah, exactly. You just get the speed away. Diana, a very nice AP jungler, or a mid lane flex pick, depending on how you want to do it. But
oh my god,
no way.
Oh, we saw this played in LEC, didn't we?
Don't do this.
They played this in LEC today. Yeah, Diana Yasuo. It's the combo, man. You flash E ult as Diana, and there's no counterplay. You just get the instant Yasuo ult.
am and throughout the broadcast they noticed, I am very hesitant to give credit to the Yasuo and Yone picks just because I have flashbacks to Worlds. with
Like, all they need to do is pick Rammus.
Set.
Oh my god! Okay. Set's pretty good. Set's pretty good.
Yeah, Set is
They could have put the Trundle somewhere else, but actually, yeah, they were picking their mid laner. So Set mid, super good versus Yasuo. Great matchup there, and it's gonna be helpful because you have a lot of CC. You can help prevent the Diana from engaging if you catch her out early. If you buffer your R, you might be able to catch her in her E, and that's a really cool micro interaction.
That is true. I think that overall the team fight composition of San Diego, it's like a very feast or famine sort of thing. You can get a really good setup if Yasuo is ahead, but you have to get a Yasuo through the laning phase versus Set, and Set just does damage for no reason at all. It's like one of my favorite ambient damage choices, just because, oh, you whittled me down to 10 health, I'm going to do all of yours with one ability.
Just literally step an inch to the left, dude.
What if he flashes?
That's tough then. That's a little bit tougher.
It only takes one kill for a Yasuo to start the death spiral.
That is true. That is true.
I won't discount it, but it's so many resources are required to make the Yasuo pop off, whereas Set is almost guaranteed value as long as he's not inting. And I think that's going to be big for UCI, especially with Duong Pro, who's going to be just wanting to run in 24/7. Getting lane priority with the Set is something that can be possible at least before pre-6.
Yeah, and you know, Duong Pro, really hoping that it's going to be a little bit cleaner in the early game this time. He still wants to play super aggressively, but it will all come down to the execution when we get into our next game. We are going to be moving into a short ad break, though, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome back to the UCEI Invitational, presented by Xfinity. We're about to jump into Game 2 of UCI versus UCSD. Comps have been switched up a little bit. Got some excitement. The Yasuo-Diana combination coming in for UCSD.
Yeah, and like you said, it was played in the LEC. This is a very, very, it's kind of going back to those volatile choices. If Yasuo does get that lead, then combining it with the power from the Diana could be a force to be reckoned with. The problem, I feel, is just giving enough value onto Yasuo in the early
they're
game
both
here.
5 in the top lane. Are we getting the Earth Showdown that we all love? Oh, it's going to be UCSD face checking the second brush, but they are starting to go back. They're going to see each other. UCI all still here together as 5 people. It's going to be unless face checking first. The recall to the finish. Dwang Pro, you got to move. What are you doing, dude? The flash. It will get him out of there. Luckily, no casualties for UCI. Only the flash burned from the trundle, and that's going to be pretty significant in the early game.
That back timing is literally so perfect. That could have been a nice first blood for UCI, but instead, we're going to end up with a flash down on Dwang Pro. He might be a bit on the back foot here. There are a lot of lanes, I feel, like that Trundle wants to visit as well. This matchup between Lemon Tart and Cinnamon Bread. This time, Cinnamon Bread on the anti-assassin, unfun game mode here.
He's got exhausted.
It's kind of like playing Lissandra into LeBlanc, right? You're not expecting to be that big of a playmaker, but you're going to ruin the day of the other person, and you love to see it.
And honestly, I think that's the best because you are a character and the enemy player cannot be a character. So that's just how it works out.
It makes it a 5v4 essentially.
Yeah, just a little bit, So I really like this for Cinnamon Bread. I think it's gonna work out well, and you know they are packing the double exhaust when it comes to UCI as a squad. Both Kim Down and Cinnamon Bread are gonna be running that. Only one teleport on each side as well. UCSD having the double ignite,
and you can already see Anks on the top side just not having a good time versus Akshan, second go around here, but I don't remember Anks really giving up any first bloods or kills in the top side. It was really just the rest of the San Diego roster getting a lead here and there and then eventually roaming here. But level 2, Cinnamon Bread versus Lemon Tart here, just a bit of trading back and forth here. Let's see that Conqueror stack, or Lethal Temple, sorry, stack up for Lemon Tart.
Yeah, but he did take a lot of damage from the Haymaker to the face. It's going to be an Ignite dropped onto Cinnamon Bread. He's got to start getting out of there, but Lemon Tart cannot quite finish that one off. Good disengage from Cinnamon Bread.
Both offensive summoners also down for these mid laners here. I think they're going to get a visit from either jungler. Diana is a little bit closer, but they just don't have the real reach with Set being so far back in the lane.
Yeah, still going to be pretty tanky as well. We've got Dwang Pro starting to show his face around here. Just walks straight on in. It's a flash stun from Cinnamon Bread. Now Lemon Tart has to start running out of there. He's going to flash away, but how much further can he get? Dwang Pro is almost caught up. Cinnamon Bread about to take a tornado to the face. That's a lot of damage. There's the Haymaker, keeps him safe just a little bit longer, but first blood, 400 gold goes over to the pockets of Lemon Tart. Dwang Pro will finish them off, and now Kim Down has arrived to support his favorite jungler. He's sped up. They've got the mantra Q. There it is, Barrick from out of nowhere, the one to clean that one up. Great team play from UCI.
So well played, and night and day difference coming in from last game here. Barrick with a very, very well-timed roam we saw earlier when the camera was panned up. Barrick taking full control of that top side just allows him to make those roams, especially with the Akshan hitting the W stealth whenever he can. Right now, with that kill going, although Lemon Tart did get first blood and he might have a slight item advantage, it's still a disadvantageous matchup versus the Set. And I think Cinnamon Bread's actually going to have the XP lead just because the wave was in a nicer position. But now, Dwang Pro is very, very deep in the enemy jungle here. We've seen.
Oh my god, look at that! Flashes the thumbs up, tries to get out of there, but look, they're all collapsing on him. Was it worth it? Was it worth it, Dwang Pro? Sure, you got that disrespect off. Sure, you got that blue buff, but there you go, straight into the dirt. That's not ideal.
How are you gonna let that happen twice, bro? That's all I'm saying.
Two
times you get a lead, then you go into the enemy jungle blind and die, especially when you need that pressure from your mid-side laners to really get that going off. That is rough. But he has a kill on Diana. He has a CS lead. He can afford one misstep, I'd say.
He's a little bit more useful when behind in the team fights as well, because at least he can steal the stats, but there's a big stun on the Lemon Tart there.
The Q's missed.
Bread, and he's back at it. Dwang Pro going straight on into Lemon Tart. Lemon Tart tries to dash out of there, and ultimately they will call the gank off. It's gonna be them keeping it safe, and Anks Trading in the top lane, too. He's got double buffs there. From
He has double buffs, but Barrick has a lot more sticking power. Instead, we're going to go around over bot side. Duong Pro.
Duong Pro getting caught out again. He smites for HP and runs down to meet his bot lane here. This could be advantageous, but he's got to keep on getting out. It's a flash root from Unless. The Jin W will come through, and King Clueless does manage to finish off. It's going to be the Deadly Flourish, actually. Barrick also in the top lane. Look at that. Jace counter pick doing its work.
I think the San Diego and UCI junglers should switch names sometime soon here. Duong Pro is getting a little too forward with their positioning here. And obviously we can make judgments. We don't have a Fog of War like he does, but still, consistently face checking and getting punished is interesting.
It's less than ideal. Less than ideal.
Suboptimal gameplay if you want to win, yeah.
Yeah, but I think there's still room to bring this one back. Still a little bit ahead in CS. You know, you're keeping kind of even. It's going to be Duong Pro trying to go in again unless manages to get out of there. Instead, he's going to be wandering around there.
They
have
have
the dragon. Definitely can solo that.
Yep, missing pings going on. They're well aware that Duong Pro's on it, but I don't think they have the resources to contest it. Yasuo does not have that lane priority. Onks does not have a TP, had to use the get back top side to only get beaten back down here, so it is going to be a free Drake sold over to Duong Pro. And at the very least, you are getting this guaranteed value of the solo potential from the objectives. Going forward, I would love to see UCI play through this auction, play through the advantage they have on Cinnamon Bread in the mid lane with a positive matchup, and let Mr. Dot scale. Because if you keep giving up that dragon or the jungle control by dying again and again,
staying way too long. Look at this guy. They're gonna blast Cohen in on him, but
there is a
decide
ward.
Not to. Oh, okay. He's playing it pretty safe here. Still Nautilus, unless is in
They
the
see
area.
it.
Yeah, will end up getting out of there with the grappling hook, and Unless instead just decides to take a roam back down to the mid side. So, you know, not bad for Barrick. And he's bonking onks up there. He's got the solid CS lead, some plates to his name, and a kill up.
And the time that Unless spent roaming over towards topside while Kim Down is still roaming with Duong Pro, there's a little bit of a level advantage. It's not too significant, but the problem becomes who gets level 6 first. And here we already have another fight going mid.
It's big team up onto Lemon Tart. He's going to get suppressed and slammed down. Cinnamon Bread lands one more punch, and that will do it. Lemon Tart sent back to spawn, and now they've got some mid pressure. Big wave going to crash in. Really sucks to lose out on that one, as they're already at a 10 CS deficit.
Yeah, all those minions crashing in the turret, and like we said earlier, playing around Cinnamon Bread, who has this really nice matchup and can just walk forward and get the CC down. There's all these pings going left and right here. They want to try and actually, I think, swap, get that topside jungle, and get some control around the Rift Herald here. Whereas bot side UCI, they feel more than happy giving Mr. Dot a lot more CS. Dive threat against the Jin, making sure disrespectful, gets disrespected himself, trying to shut him down early.
Yeah, now Lemon Tart does see Duong Pro doing what he usually does. Can they get some people up here to try to take him down? The pillar goes out. Unless channeling the Hex Flash to get over the wall. The hook will not land, though. Just barely going to hit the wall. Luckily, Duong Pro is able to get out of there. Meanwhile, somewhere, that's a big shutdown onto Barracks.
That's honestly a bit devastating for the top side of UCI. I think that gives up a lot more Rift Herald control. I think this is already going to go in favor of King Clueless, who wants to take advantage of it, but the rest of UCI is focusing on trying to kill Lemon Tart again, and I think they're going to get away with it. Kim Down from downtown is going to shut this down.
Yeah, channel to the root. There it is. Pillar going to come out as well. Big pullback from Cinnamon Bread, and 3 men will be able to do it, taking down Lemon Tart.
And that's the issue with picking picks like Yasuo. It's not necessarily that you're going to do bad in lane yourself. It's how much pressure and how easy it is to punish that lane going forward here. Already,
King Clueless hasn't backed yet. He's instead been on the map for 7 levels with the boots in his inventory. This is the first time he's recalled for the entire game, believe it or not.
He's a busy man. Have places to be. Can't be going to the fountain just yet. But that's a very good thing to point out as well. He already recon with Proto Belts.
Yeah, 2 kills. You know, you got a bunch of CS there from farming up. You got the Rift Herald takedown money as well. To be feeling pretty good. And now that is a strong Diana active on the map.
Yeah, and I like UCI position topside just to try and shut down Jace. If they catch him essentially walking over here, I think Duong Pro is actually just going to recall and reset here. But there's so much pressure given by UCI, even though Barrick did get killed earlier on. that they're taking advantage of all these like sort of macro misplays coming out from San Diego. Although they're able to get a kill here, they're able to get pressure there, they're not transitioning it into objectives, whereas UCI, they were able to get a little bit of vision control. I think it's going to be Jace reestablishing that over on the top side here, but now with that knowledge, they're able to just try and look for a fight while there's no dragons or Rift Herald up.
Yeah, that is true, and Unless is looking for a fight indeed, standing by in the mid lane. Gonna be Lemon Tart going in. Does not commit the ultimate on the Cinnamon Bread though. Instead, he just will be supported by the rest of his teammates. Does land another tornado.
Yeah, lots of pings going for it to this mid lane here. They might just be pinging for fun here. It's gonna be the rest of the UCI roster just maintaining space and not letting King Clueless get a bunch of free space in the jungle.
Ooh, big damage from your boy Kim Down. Putting a little bit into them before they start to move over to the Rift Scuttler here.
And I want to talk about the support in this roaming support meta. Since a lot of the power from Nautilus, although he has a lot of CC early on, you want to get that ultimate knockout so that you can start giving Lemon Tart a lot more options in team fights here. Since Unless is roaming so often, he's just going to get level 6 a lot later than usual if he was sitting bot side here. But looks like a little bit of a turret dive here. Barrick is going to just sniff it out, let them take this top side with the Rift Herald, but the rest of UCI in hot pursuit.
Here we go, Cinnamon Bread about to round the corner. They're trying to get in onto the UCSD members. Unless is going to be their first target. He's taking a lot of damage, but he's tanky with the Aftershock. The Haymaker does take him down. King Clueless running for his life now. Did not land the ult damage, but he's going straight on back in. Kim down, barely taken down, and it's a dash reset onto the backline here. But the Yasuo has now arrived. Barrick takes him down. It will be some respawns here. Lemon Tart, gonna be winning the 1v1 versus the Action as well. Ultimately coming up big for UCSD, clashing the response there from UCI and taking the turret with the Herald.
A lot of things getting traded back and forth here. That top side turret is big. Getting kills on Lemon Tart is also really nice as well. We want Yasuo to be scaling, get him on that first item, and then you can start seeing a whole lot of fun with the Nautilus ult, with the Diana ult. But second dragon going over to UCI and getting that bot side turret. It's really, I'd say both teams got pros and cons out of that team fight here. Since there's no objective for the next couple of minutes, it's going to be how these two teams play to sort of lull state in. I think, or on paper, both teams should just get vision down, fight for wards, and then wait. But I've been surprised with how many skirmishes happen left and right here. Cinnamon Bread already staring down Angst with no vision topside at all. That Diana is in full fog of war.
Yeah, and that's a pretty scary Diana now with the Sword Shoes completed. Also packing the stopwatch for extra engaged safety. They do have the Yasuo combo online at this point. I'm interested to see how this is going to continue playing out. They're all starting to gather around the top side. Both junglers are here. I think in a straight-up small skirmish, UCI will come out on top. But if UCSD does land that Diana combo, then it could be it.
Now we already see the bot side rotating mid. Oh no, this is not what you want to see for Onks.
Onks, he's in a lot of trouble here. Under the turret, he's trying to bat him away, but will be taking a lot of damage. Cinnamon Bread tanking the whole time, lands the Haymaker, keeps himself safe. Dwang Pro picks up that kill. And Onks dropping down to 1-3, not having a great game.
He did get those 3 melee or range minions though, so that is small victories.
Let's go.
Here and there, I think, like you said, he wanted to queue and then try to ease someone back in the turret. Try and get one here, but Mr. Dot, you're playing very close to an Aphelios that has that gravity gun ready to go, although Unless is not punished. You gotta respect that the variety of engages that can come from the side of Aphelios here. If he hits that ultimate at the proper time, it can be absolutely devastating, especially for the Yasuo, who needs that mobility to survive in the fight.
Yes, you really got to watch to see which guns Mr. Dot chooses to keep here. He's got the red, no white quite yet, though. It's King Clueless dashing all the way in, double dash, but luckily Mr. Dot flashes out of there, keeps himself safe. I like how King Clueless is trying to be proactive there. Needs to keep on pushing this advantage. Doesn't have the shutdown on him anymore, which shows that UCI is starting to catch a back up. They've got the gold lead now after that dive. So they do need to keep on doing something with the members who are strong.
Yeah, you can see the components for Shield Bow are starting to fall into the inventory for Lemon Tart here. He opted to get his attack speed up as quickly as possible. You get this Q off cooldown, and combining that with Lethal Tempo, you can really chunk people out deceptively early. The problem is you're stalling your Shield Bow, and with how much damage can come from the UCI roster, not having the Shield Bow to fall back on, is going to be felt. But I don't think that they're going to really take that extended of a fight. Instead, it's going to be Lemon Tart supporting the engage from King Clueless or Unless, and just trying to find value out of it. Because Cinnamon Bread is 2 levels ahead. He's going to be winning a lot more of these fights with that Gore Drinker completed nonetheless.
Yeah, usually Gore Drinker is slightly worse than Stridebreaker on set, just as a small aside there. I would have liked to see that, especially versus the Yasuo and the members of the UCSD team that don't have much mobility outside of like dashing through minions and stuff. Could have been interesting to see there, but UCI now starting to get onto this Rift Herald. This one is going down pretty fast, and there's no contention from SD. A lot of good targets. They could break open the mid lane here, that last outer turret, open up the map some more for themselves.
And I think UCI are playing a lot more cleanly in comparison to the last game. And even guess the early game of this match, we saw a lot more running in, trying to skirmish here, but now I think UCI has been very, very objective focused. Although they haven't been finding flashy kills left and right, when they needed to skirmish, they've come out ahead, and they've been able to avoid a lot of these fights here. But unless you are postured very, very far forward, you might get caught out.
Dwang Pro getting some chomps in onto Unless, who feels the need to flash out of there. That's a big engage tool lost from the side of SD. No longer do they have Flash Hook available for them. Herald will go in. Dwang Pro chomps the turret a few more times, and Shelly trying to get that charge off, but King Clueless, he's just barely getting those engages off. Starts another small one, but instantly backs out. He's going to be... Oh, that's such a big ultimate from King Clueless. Gets the knockup, but it's not going to be followed up on until it's too late. Not a good combo from Lemon Tart there, and it ultimately will fall flat. The execution just a little bit off.
Yeah, San Diego consistent time and time again. Diana approached, dashed forward, trying to bait, I think, the Cinnamon Bread's E from going off so that they could really dive in. I think that's why Yasuo didn't ult onto that full knockup from Diana, instead opting for the knockup provided by Nautilus. Unfortunately, not catching too many members, and everyone had flash up, essentially.
Yeah.
I think UCI's team comp, it's like sticky, essentially, because you have to deal with the Aphelios Gravity Gun. You have to deal with the fight right here.
Oh, that's so good. King Clueless has to go golden here, and there's 3 members of the enemy team around him. Gets pile-driven. The showstopper will put him in the dirt here.
And
now,
dying. After, I mean, so close to Dragon with all those cooldowns burned by UCI, there's no re-engage of possibility for San Diego here. They have to instead just opt rather pushing out these side lanes here. Top lane's already getting shoved in by Barrack, who has the TP to match as well. This is a really big pendulum swing for UCI. If San Diego wants to start stabilizing and try to get back into it, they need to put Yasuo in the side lane and just get him caught up with Cinnamon Bread.
Yeah, Cinnamon Bread, the counter pick just was too good for him at the end of the day. The fact that they constantly sent pressure in the mid lane too, they really knew how to play around the Yasuo pick. You gotta give him credit for that.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why I was so hesitant to give credit to it earlier on. Like, you've seen solo queue, bro. You see a Yasuo, just start ganking him until he gets upset at this game. But here
he goes again. Cinnamon Bread, he's got the red buff, does so much damage to Lemon Tart. All he's got is the Gore Drinker with a Phage in his pocket. I guess that's a lot though for him.
Yeah, lots of damage, lots of die potential, and you pair that with the Karma, you're gonna have to run for your life every single time. King Clueless and Unless looking just, I guess, for a little bit of pressure. They're trying to clear out vision the best they can, but a lot of control being exerted by UCI, both bot side and top. With no real objectives coming up just yet, it's just going to be another waiting game. I think UCI are very good at being patient and not overcommitting the fights, and San Diego aren't able to really find anything that goes in their favor.
UCI all timing their bases at the same time. They've got 4 people who have reset and got a clean buy. They're ready to all put their power somewhere, ready to 5-man it, and I think that's a perfect time. Onks is going to be tied up for a little bit, and that top lane really wants to get that farm. Pretty similar situation with Lemon Tart, so I'd love to see an opportunity where UCI can take advantage of all their members being out at once in the same place.
Already the on my way pings from the side of UCI. Cinnamon Bread has the ability to just walk through. It's similar to Dwang Pro, except on the mid laner here. Walk wherever you want. It doesn't matter if you get face check, because you can stall for so much longer. Lemon Tart, he knows his time's coming.
He drops the control word. He wants the TP here, but I don't think it's going to be coming in. Such a good pillar. And it will be King Clueless in the back. That's the Yasuo combo that they wanted. Barrack dropping very low. The curtain call opens up. Cinnamon Bread, so many shields onto him. Dwang Pro will be the next one to fall. The next taking down on him, but he's going to live thanks to his Trundle passive. They're re-engaging now. The Haymaker does so much damage. It's a triple kill for Mr. Dot. And they are not done yet.
They want it.
The Karma Tether lands onto Disrespectful. but ultimately they are not pushing any further. Such a big fight for UCI. Great catch, great re-engage. They're doing fantastic.
And that was the fight San Diego has been fishing for so long. They got their engage, but Yasuo just doesn't do enough damage to make it work here.
Duong Pro, he's
Disrespectful.
So fast. Boost Smite forces the flash out, and Duong Pro, he's not slowing down. Say what you will, but he constantly is applying the pressure.
And this is the death spiral we start to see consistently when UCI is in the driver's seat. Now Baron is up. UCI can just straight up walk through the jungle. This is what Duong Pro loves to do here. Unless can't even engage what looks like a free kill because there's not enough damage, not enough follow-up here. So now with objective bounties up too, getting this Baron buff is going to be pivotal for UCI.
Another pillar onto Onks will not be able to stop him enough. Yeah, UCI starting to pull very ahead here. Duong Pro finding King Clueless here. Drops the ultimate here, and it's not looking too good. King Clueless wants to find the big ultimate, but he's going to get exhausted. Has to wait it out. There's the showstopper. Cinnamon Bread being kept safe by Sterix, by the Haymaker. He will fall eventually, though, but it's Barrick swinging in like the action hero he is. Another swing will put him at the feet of King Clueless, and he's looking for some more here, but cannot deal enough damage. The smite does keep King Clueless safe for just a little bit longer. Some more damage out, yeah.
Unfortunately, no scoundrel kills to get the reset. I think that's what they were trying to fish for. It doesn't matter if Cinnamon Bread dies in the back line here, but he stalled for such a long time that it didn't matter. Now, that being said, Cinnamon Bread dying just for the support isn't favorable for UCI. I think that's a good trade for San Diego here. The problem is, can we really put that gold to good use just yet? I think this Baron fight isn't going to get decided by how much gold San Diego gained, but rather just the amount of teamfight potential from UCI. Even though San Diego technically has that teamfight comp with the Diana and the Yasuo, there's just not the damage to back it up.
That's true, yeah, and you're going to have a tough time popping all the members of UCI, really. It's going to be Shield Bow online for Barrick. We are seeing Mr. Dot with the stopwatch as well to keep himself safe. He's on the 2 items. Big spike for the Aphelios. So you've really got to watch out for him going into these fights here. UCI, they're looking like they're poised to take the next team fight home, but it really will come down to execution, just like you said. The Dragon about to come up, Ocean Soul, would be so huge for UCI. And UCSD desperately needs to do whatever they can to stop this.
Yeah, 4K gold deficit. I'd say that the win condition is try and get the shutdown gold from Aphelios onto a nice carry for San Diego here, but the pings are on the way.
He's just walking past, walking straight on in. Mr. Dot trying to get away here, but he's going to get Yasuo ulted. He goes gold and keeps himself alive. It's a double kill for Duong Po already. But there's the Aphelios going straight on down. Disrespectful, running for his life. Versus Barrick on the action, who's now arrived back in the action. Trying to take down Lemon Tart. Will be pretty fast here thanks to the Karma Shield. And he's got the Spider-Man swing, baby. Takes him down. 400 gold in the pocket. Reses the Aphelios as well. UCI wants to chase down this last kill. Then they can look for Baron.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try and get Jace off of it so they can do Dragon in peace, and that is what they're going to do. They've learned from the sins of previous games here. We saw it, Disrespectful left alone. Let's focus on this objective here. And although Disrespectful does have full health, he does not have ultimate to really contest this. This should just be a free Dragon for UCI. And now, with the 3v4, this is a tempo shift because we get to get Mr. Dot back up there. Do they commit to this?
Yeah, there's no way that that's a good fight. Barrick trying to get out of there. He kind of messed up the grappling hook a little bit, though, unless Hex flashes over the wall. Are they going to be able to steal this one away? There's no smite! It's the objective bounty! It goes over to UCSD at the cost of Axe's own life. But will it be worth it? He takes down a second kill here, surviving as long as he can. 2 kills and a dragon for Onks, the hero at the end of the day, and King Clueless trying to avenge him will ultimately be stopped by Cinnamon Bread. At the end of the day, though, pulls him on back. Duong Pro going to be able to get the pillar, but here comes Lemon Tart. Here comes Disrespectful. UCI staying way too long here. Are they going to be able to finish this one out? It's a big haymaker. Will it be enough to keep Cinnamon Bread alive for a little bit longer? He pulls back the Yasuo, and he's so tanky. But will he be able to keep alive? Haymaker goes out one more time. He's got the exhaust. He's got to keep running away. Lots of HP regeneration. Maybe he waits in the bush. Maybe he tries to get back in on a Disrespectful, but it's going to be really hard.
Oh my god.
He sees the indicator, and look, there's the red buff. He's got the slow, but he cannot get the pullback. Instead, the Haymaker doesn't finish it. It's such a critical error. And now Onks TPs in 2. What is this game? 700 gold shutdown.
Bruh. Duong Pro had smite that fight. That dragon was under 700 health for 5 seconds, and they do not smite it away. That is suboptimal, I'd say.
So
That is a lot of gold going over. Mr. Dot died twice in the span of 1 death timer after getting revived. That shutdown gold going over to UCSD. And this is a game that San Diego is bouncing back from. We've seen them recover from a 7-0 Aphelios. And our Aphelios right now is only 4-2 here.
Oh, Kim down, not you too. He's in a bad spot. Has to flash out there. Another resource used. And UCI just making some critical misplays in these decisive moments. Whether it be missing your Skullbreaker on set. Oh, but look at that. We got a big engagement here. So much damage piling in onto the mid laner of UCI. It's actually the jungler, Duong Pro, taken down with the Ignite. He's going to be able to run out of the depth charge, chasing after him, though. He's fast, but he cannot run the inevitability of Yasuo and Nautilus. That is going to be so tough for UCI. They got caught in their own jungle with their pants down, and now Baron's on the table. Cinnamon Bread face checks the bush.
Stop fighting these fights! It is unreal right now here, but San Diego recovering from such a huge deficit is very, very interesting here. Barrick and Kim Down are going to get the mid lane turret. That is a very nice consolation prize, but that is Baron buff. That is a lot of gold you have given over to the carry potential of Lemon Tart. This is the game San Diego wanted to play from minute 1, and they finally got 2 items on Yasuo. He's going to be critting on those auto attacks here.
Yeah.
Bruh.
It's all starting to go in their favor. The Shadow Flame online for King Clueless as well. You really got to hand it to UCSD for this gameplay. You know, they were getting smacked around in the early game. Onks, especially in the top lane, dove over and over and over.
And
now look at him, 6-4. He's bringing it on back. UCSD has such titanium mental. They are sticking in it to the very last, and they're showing that they will not go down without a fight here.
And match point for San Diego too. They must be at such a good spot morale-wise here. This is the game they want to play. Gold finally even up, and although UCI are at soul point, there is a Baron buff they have to deal with from the enemy team. Now, evening up the gold scale isn't the worst case, especially with the shutdowns coming in, possibility from either Jace or Diana. So there is a little bit of a snapback that can be done. The problem is UCI have just been fumbling these fights in the jungle consistently, and now they have to deal with all the wars that San Diego have established, plus this dragon that's coming up here. You're not going to have Kim Down back in time if they recall right here. So, San Diego, walk through, clear the vision, and have so much more control on the backside of the pit for Dragon here. I don't even think UCI are going to try to contest for right now.
Yeah, it's just such a tough situation. I think it might be a good play to just give this one up. It's the second Dragon. As bad as it feels, you know, you really can't afford to get caught,
no.
but King Clueless is looking to do just that. Mr. Dot has got to get out of there, and luckily he's barely managing to escape.
Another turret forced off. They're going to be able to get 2, I feel like. Here, just not enough members from UCI have fully reset yet. They're going to try and look for a fight here. I can see the blood in UCI's eyes here, but they got to wait for a key cooldown to drop off.
Duong Pro trying to charge forward. He's got the pillar. He's very fast, but here comes King Clueless. He gets the double
Good flash.
He gets the double charge, but he cannot get the ultimate. Now it's a separated fight. The big Aphelios ultimate comes in, and King Clueless is starting to go down. It's a flank from Cinnamon Bird from the backside. They've opened this one wide up for UCI. Levitar doing what he can, dash around the back line. The shield bow keeping him alive for so long. They finally managed to finish him off, and now disrespectful. The last one to fall. UCI salvages the game, and they're back in it.
Breathing life back to this matchup here after stumbling just a tiny bit here. It was all part of the script to make the comeback a little bit nicer. They're going for the inhibitor turrets here. What a huge amount of patience in that engagement here. They needed to wait for a very valuable cooldown. In that case, it was the win condition for San Diego. Getting Diana mispositioned, and then you execute here. Mr. Dot got his ult with Chakram ready to go, so he was just a huge DPS machine going forward. And then with Akshan as well, already being super far ahead. That was a very, very nice. They get the soul, they get mid inhibitor, they get the control of the top side. They can probably get top turret if they really wanted to force it, but they're going to be happy getting that vision here. Now, It is not curtain closed for San Diego just yet. We've seen the fact that they're mechanically very, very good in these team fights here. The problem is if they miss their win condition for the engagement, they just start to crumble and fall apart because there's so much just people running at disrespectful and the Yasuo essentially.
Yeah, it's a full-on front-to-back team fight, and you've got a bunch of backline access, whether it be set ult, you've got Trundle just charging at you. It's tough to deal with. There's not a whole lot of peel from UCSD coming in. It's mostly just engage and poke, so it's tough to deal with.
And like we said earlier, all that shutdown gold that was on the Jace and Diana, that got pocketed by UCI here. So that's why we have a nice gold lead here. You give it as an investment. You give some kills to get the shutdown, and then you kill the person with the shutdown here. But
you could just try not dying.
You could just not die, but that's not cool.
That's true. That's true. Now this team fight is gonna be a lot tougher. Mr. Dot, the one without flash now. That saved the entire fight last time. That play, alongside Cinnamon Bread's huge flank, managed to keep UCI in this, but they are starting to play a calmer, more subdued pressure game here. They're taking down the turrets that they can. They have the soul. They know that they can sustain through the poke, and this is exactly what they need to be doing.
Yeah, I think that UCI are going to be very happy just stalling out and playing the pressure game. San Diego are going to be the ones that have to be proactive here if they want to stop this sort of choking out of their base here. If they lose another inhibitor when either the Elder Drake or the Baron come up, UCI are going to rush to that and chop it down very, very quickly. If San Diego can keep applying pressure, finding these random 3v4s and starting to sort of like put death timers on the map, at the 31-minute mark here, those death timers are going to be long. You can take an objective after you kill one person. It's just UCI, I think, are starting to play a lot more restrained after seeing how quickly things can fall apart.
They're starting to slow down. They've reined Dwang Pro in.
They
put the tranquilizer in him, baby. And it's starting to get back to a more neutral game here. UCI definitely pressing an advantage. They've got the pressure, but they always have to be careful of the engage that King Clueless constantly threatens. It's playing on a knife's edge here. Look at him go forward.
Already you can see the positioning towards that Baron pit. It's going to be an uphill battle because for the side of San Diego, you have to clear the vision and find an advantageous fight, whereas UCI are more than happy kiting it out.
King Clueless goes in. It's a solo ult in onto Barrick. He's rooted out. Has to keep on running away, but this looks like a pretty good fight for UCI. Barrick gets a Yasuo ulted, but look, Mr. Dot's completely untouched here. It's such a messy fight. Lemon Tart running from the backside. Cinnamon Bread also trying to find his way into the fight. Mr. Dot, though, tagged by the Diana Q, will get 100 0'd. Barrick, though, finds a kill, gets the resurrection off onto Dwang Pro. UCI now ahead in this game. Starting to bear down onto UCSD as they chase them down through the mid lane. Cinnamon Bread, he's fast. Will be able to pull back Unless, and that's enormous here. Trying to finish out this kill. There's the tether. The flash away from Unless keeps him safe for just a little bit longer.
And although that
Dwang Pro, he's all alone. It's a 1v2 here. Is he brave enough to take this on by himself?
He's stopping the backs for the Nexus turrets.
You love to see it. Good job, Dwang Pro. He's doing exactly what he needs to do here as the rest of the UCI squad starts to clear out the Nexus turrets. It's going to be a desperate defense. Teleport comes in. Cinnamon Bread chunked out. And there's the Yasuo ultimate to catch two members, but it does not kill anybody quite yet. It does eventually. Now, it's going to be Mr. Dot the next to fall. UCI looks like they stayed just a little bit too long.
They really wanted to try and end the game right there, right then. But Lemon Tart, although he has been in and out of these fights, he is still a force to be reckoned with. Death Dance and the Shield Bow. So much survivability here. Now, losing those members with Baron up is so unfortunate for UCI. Although I don't think that San Diego can end off of a Baron take. These death timers are getting longer.
Look, it's Dwang Pro!
No way!
He's going for the Nexus! He's trying to base
No way! They got it!
He has the damage! They killed Kim down. He does not have the damage to do this in the face of two very, very strong members. He got it down to 2/3. And I'd say that's pretty big. The Barrick has the teleport if they've got a ward that can threaten the end. Is that a ward?
No, that's a death
That's
mark.
a death. That's
just
symbol.
a skull. So it is no wards. But you already see Jin. He's positioning bot side here. But I don't know if that's really worth here because although Trundle didn't have the damage to do that unknown, these teams have enough resources. They can send one back and still chip away at this Baron here. I don't know how that sets the tempo for the next game because now we have a 2K, almost 3K gold lead for UCSD. Jungler is off the map, and Duong Pro is such a big presence for creating vision and invading space for UCI. Right now, you already see San Diego taking full advantage, going into their bot side jungle, getting vision, getting wards, because they need to scrape as much space as possible so that for this next fight, they can end it on their terms. I think if San Diego gets a good fight with the Baron buff here, they could look for the end here. But right now, UCI is going to have everyone back up, and this is going to be everyone walking on a razor's edge for this fight.
Yeah, it's going to be an A-Rim to the very end here. Curtain
Oh my
Call
goodness,
comes
Mr.
out,
Dot.
trying to finish it off. Duong Pro being a homie and blocking it for Mr. Dot, though. Keeps him alive. Just a little bit longer. You're looking for the pillar here, but it does not quite land in the place that it needs to for them to commit onto that. Cinnamon Bread, he's in the backside, looking for that flank, just like last time. Will he be able to find it on the King Clueless
Oh,
here?
he's just... Oh,
So
no, he gets
close,
caught out.
but he got tagged. That gives Diana vision. They know that he's there.
This is Elder Drake 2 here, so either team picking this up, that could be lights out for
Yeah.
everyone involved.
Elder Drake at half HP. You gotta see this. Duong Pro gonna be going in, but it's King Clueless on the backside. They immediately delete Mr. Dot! And that could be it for UCI. They're fighting as hard as they can. Cinnamon Bread already out of the fight here. It's gonna be Kim down, taken down next. Barrick alive and still fighting. Can he manage to fend off Lemon Tart?
If he can get a
Probably
kill on a
not.
Scoundrel, that could reset the tempo and give UCI some time here. But right now, it's going to be San Diego picking up a very nice Elder Dragon as a reward for picking up Mr. Dot. That's so unfortunate, too. He has Flash ready to go. He just wasn't expecting such a quick dive going through here. Now, although it is an open open Nexus for the side of San Diego, there is a lot of space that can be taken with an Elder Drake and Baron buff.
UCI needs to do what they can to weather this storm. It's again, the double super buff for UCSD. So difficult to deal with at the end of the day. What do you do when you're Mr. Dot just getting absolutely obliterated in an instant in the back line there? It's so hard to play around. UCI needs to get that vision control down pat, under control here so that they know
Cinnamon Bread
King
gets
Clueless
caught.
is. But look, he's going in immediately onto Cinnamon Bread here. The shields do a little bit, but it's not anything in the face of the Elder Dragon.
He was trying to save that Haymaker for so long, but just a little bit too late here. Duong Pro sees that opportunity on Angst, though.
Yeah, he's going straight on in, but Angst actually doing a lot of damage here. Starts doing the trundle.
The
ultimate,
root!
gets rooted out, and that's so huge. Here comes Lemon Tart trying to finish it off. King Clueless is in as well, but he does not have an ultimate to follow that one up. It's
What
look
an
at
ultimate!
that! The Moonlight Vigil from Mr. Dot, able to finish off King Clueless. It's a desperate defense from UCI. Mr. Dot chunked out by the Shock Blast, gonna get rooted out by the Deadly Flourish. They have to defend him. They have to let him get onto the fountain. Duong Pro sets down the field. He's ready to go at a moment's notice. This is so tense here.
One misstep, and that is game over for either of these two teams here. It's going to be, unless still just trying to get out here, I don't think that anyone's going to cut out from San Diego here. Duong Pro really, really wanted to fish that one out, though.
Yeah, careful there, buddy. You do have King Clueless down. It could be a good fight, but you do still need to be careful. You have to respect the Elder Dragon. You might just want to play it slow. That's exactly what UCI is doing.
Going forward, it is still open Nexus for San Diego, although they are holding a lot of gold. We go way, way back to the investment idea, right? If you can get a shutdown on any one of these carries to give UCI that final 6-item build, whether it be on Aphelios or Cinnamon Bread, you saw how much damage comes through from Mr. Dot if he's able to actually play the game. Unfortunately, it's hard when you have a Yasuo, you have a Diana, and they can dive at a moment's notice. A flash engage from Diana, and you are lights out. No fighting for you, and that can be the game as well.
Yeah, now Mr. Dot does have the GA back up. Could be looking good for him in this next fight. We also have a GA on Barrick as well. And on Cinnamon Bread, actually, so lots of burst resistance here. Could be looking a little bit better than initially thought for UCI. We'll have to see how they play it.
It's a really interesting dynamic when you have Barrick on the auction to be able to revive people in addition to the GA, and you have to kill people.
Oh my god.
You also have to kill time sometimes. So it's a really, really, really rough time to pause. Everyone's super anxious, but what a series to watch here. It is make or break for either team.
Oh my god. I am just on the edge of my non-existent seat. I'm all the way, I'm like, I got a quarter of it on, you know? On my seat, on my non-existent seat. It is such a close game. Whew. Okay,
They're
all
going right back in.
We're going back. This could be it. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. King Clueless fishing
What's the
again.
damage?
They go back in, but it's Cinnamon Bread to start this one out. Look at the damage pouring in from the Fellas. The Moonlight Vigil goes in. King Clueless cannot find the ultimate that he needs to quite yet. It's frozen again. Please, God, no. Let us watch the last fight.
Smile.
I can't see what's happening. This is so sad.
Okay, we're going.
Oh, we get the shutdown in on 2. Disrespectful thanks to Barrick diving the back line. UCI piling in and out. They shut down King Clueless. And things are looking pretty good for them. Lemon Tart into the back line here. He's going to be going down though. Onks takes down Barrick, but how much will that matter? UCI managing to pull it out, shutting down Lemon Tart and winning the fight decisively.
Coming into our base, trying to kill our turret. You are getting shut down here. What a flank position from Barrick here, although he has to pay for it with his life. He shut out Disrespectful, and that's so much like mid-fight utility gone. The deadly flourish from Jin is really impactful, especially for catching out Mr. Dot, or maybe he's hiding for the front line. But now, with him out of the picture, it was just a matter of stat checking the Yasuo here. Now, 4 members, Kim Dao's getting shut out.
What is that damage? Onks takes down Kim Down in just an instant. The rest of the team's ignoring him though. They're going straight for the Nexus. Ophelia so much damage thanks to the Severum Q. And UCI pulls it out.
What a series here. We are going to game 3, and I am super excited to watch it.
Oh my God. Woo-wee! Look at that. That is League of Legends. That is some good League of Legends, baby. And that's what I came here for.
There was so much going back and forth here. Both teams, there was just consistent fights where it looked like either team could just take the whole game away here. But at the very, very end, unfortunately, 4 members dropping during that engagement at the base, and UCI just was able to finally go in for the kill here.
Yeah.
A little bit speechless.
I need some water. No, it's too spicy, man.
No.
Oh, that game, so good. It's 1-1 now, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is on the line. UCSD looking to close this one out. UCI looking to make the comeback that they need to. Find out what happens next after this ad break. Welcome back, everybody. We hope you had an opportunity to get some water, put some ice on your forehead, just cool down in general. What a spicy match that was. In the previous one we just saw, UCSD barely losing out.
Yeah, that was anyone's game to win, I feel like. San Diego just inching and clawing their way until they finally got that lead going for them. And unfortunately, that last fight right at the Nexus turrets of UCI, they were unfortunately taken out by that Akshan flank and a whole lot of good stuff here. But new match, new draft, and we got a lot coming for these picks and bans when they start to pull through.
Yeah, these assassin-type characters coming in from UCSD are really a force to be reckoned with. We had the Keon in the first game, the Diana in the second one now. What's going to come out next? They just keep the punches rolling. UCI, super good job responding to that, though. The set made a world of difference. Totally agree with Mark. He was just saying that as well. And I think that it worked out super well. The action's working also. That's something that hasn't, been banned or affected at all over the past 2 games. So I'm interested to see if that's going to be a target for UCSD as well.
I think that we don't get the set pick anymore just because of how much dive that the San Diego wants to play. It's so much easier to just target a ban that way. And I think the rest of the lanes of San Diego can afford to sort of play weak side, even if they have to play into something like they've been banning out. What has it been? What are they banning out for tops? I feel like they were trying to just get favorite matches for Jin. I'm sorry, Jays.
I'm trying to remember.
It was like 50 minutes ago at this point too.
They're banning their round 1 bans are like Victor, Thresh.
Right, yeah, they ban out the Victor. They prevent Thresh from coming through.
I can't remember what the last ban is.
But already, I don't know if investing that much. Okay, I'll say not investing into Victor, and then Victor got a pentakill the other game here. So choosing to ban it out, I guess, is solid. The problem is just if you want to play this dive-oriented comp, you need to get rid of every single counter pick, and that includes the set, and also includes the Lissandra, if UCI decides to play it out too. I think, like you were saying earlier versus the LeBlanc matchup, Lissandra does so good. It's essentially the AP version of set.
Yeah.
But if you take 2 bans just for that, then you leave Kim down to play the Thresh again. You leave Victor up as a really safe pick. So it's tough.
Yeah, I think in specifics, the set was just like a super anti-Yasuo tech. Like you see that versus AD assassins all the time. Lissandra not as popular versus those, I think.
Yeah.
Though, so
I was thinking more like for the Diana, really.
Yeah. That's gonna be a jungle focus thing again. Honestly, the reason that Diana got so ahead was because again, Duong Pro just playing interestingly in the jungle.
Suboptimal pathing towards CS that's in unsafe territory. That's the tech.
Yeah. Is that the technically correct term that we're going with?
I'm not trying to flame the people that pay me term.
That's true. Duong Pro, we love you, man. You're crazy. You're insane.
But I do agree that there was a lot of questionable plays, just trying to sort of throw your weight around when you don't have the support from your teammates to back it up just yet. Although the side lanes had a lot of pressure in the early game, if Duong Pro falls to 1 or 2 kills behind, it is going to take a while for that recovery to start setting in. And by that time, if King Clueless takes advantage of the tempo lead, they can definitely take a visit either to bot lane, either to mid lane, and really try to get one of their lanes going.
Yeah, it is difficult to manage in the early game, especially when you want to play so aggressively. You do have to be careful. Duong Pro did a lot better this game, though. And if he continues on this trend,
upward
starts here, goes here, maybe he's gonna be a mirror next game. It's just a matter of seeing what they decide to pull out, how it's gonna work out.
I am still very interested to see what Cinnamon Bread picks in the mid lane. I feel like, although the set pick came out, they feel very comfortable on the carry mids. Already you saw, even though Set's anti-assassin, he just does a lot of damage for no reason.
Yeah.
We could see something similar. Maybe if the Akali came back in a much more favorable matchup, I think that could be something to see. I wonder if they ban out the Kiana again as well, just to kind of give him a little more breathing room, because that Kiana was very dominant in game 1.
I think they can leave the Kiana up and just try to counterpick it, pick Malzahar.
But no one wants to play Malzahar.
I know nobody wants to play Malzahar. Nobody wants to play Malphite or Rammus either. But they're good picks regardless. I mean, you can look at the statistics right here on our second monitor. Malzahar, Pantheon, Renekton mid.
You just said 3 ticks that aren't there.
What? Boom. On
Okay,
the Kiana,
counter pick.
Kiana
Oh, Kiana, you'll get the
picks.
Kiana counter
Kiana
picks.
counter picks. So you
True,
leave it
true.
up. There's a lot of things that can dumpster Kiana in lane. It's just a matter of not letting him get
That's-
snowballing and out of control.
Pantheon is an interesting one because I think
love that.
It's one of those things where it could work so well, but if it falls behind, it's a dumpster fire for the rest of the game.
That's true. That's true.
Renekton, though, I do agree. Same thing. It can work. I think it has a little more flexibility than the Pantheon, who's very one-sided. But yeah, there are Kiana counters available. The problem is just, do you want to spend that much time countering the Kiana that you start to falter in your composition, right?
Very true.
Because there was a lot of like focus on giving Mr. Dot and topside with Barrick this ability to just free hit. Like, you have just enough peel and just enough anti-dive to just try and stave off. Now, granted, Mr. Dot wasn't playing half the game because he got deleted, but Akshan themselves, they have enough, like with the shield bow sustainability in these fights, to just start wailing by the time that Duong Pro finished his rotation is half health. So we'll see what happens, honestly, with the comps. I think we're still stalling a bit for the pro draft.
Just waiting to get in the pro draft here. I think that, Kiana's a great point to talk about. I think also, if we're going to see Jace again or not, that definitely has not been working out for UCSD. Maybe that's the only pick their top laner feels comfortable playing right now. I'd love to see that changed up. I don't think that Jace is actually super great. Most other picks would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just agree. Yeah.
Jace has just been completely invisible over the past even 3 games, maybe.
Jace has that ability to just out of nowhere half health the enemy backline, and it's hard to do that when you have the Karma shielding up. Even if you have like a Lux instead, you don't get as instantly of a shielding, but you can still throw it out to get your carries, right?
That's true.
I think it's tough to see the value unless Jace is like literally taking over the game, right? And I think in that late game, if Jace had the ability to hit the backline, it would have definitely gone, especially with Diana being able to flash forward and just cause a lot of ruckus. But yeah, there is a lot of options in that top side besides playing the Akshan Jace matchup.
Are they really going to opt into that again? Like, you either have to not pick Jace or just ban Akshan or something in between. I don't know, man.
You were talking about it earlier,
you just can't have
from
that.
San Diego's perspective, I think Shen would be not necessarily the missing piece, but would be a very, very viable option because you get to sort of match the pressure that Duong Pro exerts, but you get it so much earlier with Shen level 6. You can have anti-invade. You can just invade into his jungle and try to take it over. And I think Shen would be a really good option if you want to play more of a safer top side and really play through your mid lane here if you're the side of San Diego.
Totally agree. I think the fact that Shen's not being picked or banned here is really surprising. I think just the way he interacts with new teleport and just the new map dynamics makes him so powerful, and I'd love to see SD pick him up if they can. Because I remember the other ban for the third ban. They were banning Tryndamere.
That is true. Tryndamere has been taken off the table a lot.
Yeah.
But usually games aren't going this long where you get multiple uses out of your Unleashed teleport here. So yeah, if you're able to get that value early with the Shen, that is definitely a very nice choice here. What else? I think that we're starting to run out of picks in the top side here that we are low-key considering the Malphite as well. If we see
it's good. It's good versus Jace. So let's say they do, they round one. Ban Akshan, right?
Ban Akshan first pick.
They pick the Jace. Yeah, ban Akshan, pick the Jace. UCI can answer that with they just all they have to do is round 3 at the red side, pick Malphite. They ban Silas on the next ban because they have that immediately. That's something that could be super good. They also can potentially pick Malphite and Silas in some weird world. But I mean that seems pretty obvious. Yeah, so let's not do that.
Don't do that. I don't want to see that.
Malphite is a little bit dangerous to kind of pick. I agree.
Looks like we are going to be jumping in the draft right here. We are going to finally see the bans coming through. Nocturne and Victor, both respected still from that game 1 here. Kiana also taken off the table.
All right, Thresh, a little bit of a repeat of last time. Is it going to be the Diana as well? We will have to see. UCSD also not opting into the Akshan ban again.
UCI
keep playing that.
So if with this first pick, I'm curious to see what they prioritize here. It might.
Jarvan, huh?
But I mean, King Clueless had a very, very strong showing with the Cataclysm, consistently just choosing to brawl over and over again until it started working in favor of San Diego. And I think it works very well for their playstyle here. They love to just try and scrap fights here and there here. But now Tryndamere ban getting hovered, not locked in just yet. They might be considering Nope,
Oh,
they're
yeah,
going to
there it
lock
is.
it in here.
It's okay. I wouldn't want Tryndamere in my games either.
Let's
You
see.
know,
They
no
might
offense, Mark
prioritize
Merrill.
jungle, maybe. Maybe they pick up the Lee Sin. Actually, Jinx.
It's up. Yeah, that's right. UCI had been banning that previously.
I see. They are going to be opting to take that away from San Diego here. The response could be another bot lane chosen up. They might pick the Aphelios in response. They might pick Jhin.
Jhin, yeah. Jhin
Just
could
for...
be-
We've seen a lot of Jhin coming out from Disrespectful, so it could just be...
Can potentially play Ashe into this as well. A little bit less popular. There's the
Your
Jace.
favorite!
Okay, let's first pick Jace again, everybody. I wonder how top lane's gonna go for the 3rd time in a row.
Hey, this time's different, man. I'm going to just play safer. I'm going to just farm it up.
Jason Jhin, oh my god. It's like I'm stuck in Groundhog Day. I'm Bill Murray.
We are going to see the variety. Jinx is going to get picked up. I think Jinx it's so much easier to pilot than the Aphelios, but you get a little bit of the same return at the cost of losing the utility. From having 5 guns here, a little bit more of the same here.
Ooh,
Akshan
nice.
getting picked up. I definitely agree here. The Leona into Jinx. I think it's a very well-rounded bot side. You have a lot of peel for Jinx if you need it, but that engage and that strength can set them up for success depending on where those junglers are positioned here. I wonder if they pick up the support or they try to grab a jungler before the next ban phase here. They could try to go for...
Soraka.
They're not going to pick Soraka.
Pick Soraka. It's so good in Leona, guys. Come on.
Soraka's beneath us here.
Rel!
No, Rel is actually a very... I like this one too.
Really?
I like the Rel into Leona matchup because Rel is like a better Leona in some cases.
No way.
Dude,
No way.
It is a good choice.
you are
You can buff... No. As the resident bot laner here...
I also main AD carry.
As the resident bot laner
Oh
here,
my God.
former UCI graduate... Okay, also coming from the perspective of Jhin, right? Jhin really likes these brawly lanes if he's able to have people set up his W. If you're able to get a nice gank off, or just 2v2, if Leona fumbles a cooldown, it works so well for Jhin because you have Q 4th shot. Huge chunk of damage in a short time span, and Rel has enough disrupts that you can, if you catch both Jinx and Leona, you're able to just stall for long enough to Jhin get his full combo and then walk away from the trade. The problem is though, like you said, Jinx Leona is really strong, and if played perfectly, I think you're right. It does slowly, very slightly inch out the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Rel is better than Leona by any measure, but
That's your opinion.
It's
That's
the
your
solar play
opinion.
that makes a difference. But besides that, Diana banned out from UCI. Good ban there. Don't want to see that again. Vex and Set again. You predicted the Set ban, so that might telegraph that they're looking to pick another aggressive assassin-ish type pick. We might have to pull out Pantheon or Malzahar, like we were saying earlier, but. UCI's got one more ban here. Maybe they opt to
I don't
ban.
think they ban Yasuo.
There's no way they ban Yasuo.
The thing is, does SD play the Yasuo again?
No.
With the knockup potential here. It's one of those choices where once it worked, like they got gold onto him, it was working well. But without the Diana setup, right, even though they might really want to, might be play some comfort picks here, yeah. They might not pick it up here. It's tinted champ select.
I think we took a
Okay.
screenshot of that. Hecarim.
Oh, I like
Hecarim.
that.
Oh, that
I
is
really like this
spicy.
composition here. That is a lot of running down the squishy marksman for the side of UCI here. And Leona does not have enough peel to deal with both.
You're unstoppable during your ultimate anyway. Hecarim
Mhm.
is a fantastic pick. I really love this. Trundle. Super strong, but I'm not sure how this is going to go. You have tons more early pressure, but Hecarim just comes out as a team fighting monster. And it's so good with Jason Jhin because they can deal damage from far away too.
The
tough to deal with.
unfortunate part here is because UCI opted to get the first pick for Jinx, they're giving up the counter pick for mid lane. So Cinnamon Bread is going to have to pick blind into an already really scary like front line coming from SD. If he chooses to go for something like Akali again, I think he just gets annihilated from draft alone. That being said, we are just waiting 10 seconds away. I want to see what they try to fit into here. If they choose for something safe or the LeBlanc blind.
Okay.
Lissandra's on the
Lissandra.
table as well.
Where is it?
That's such a good comp for San Diego to run here versus what can work if it snowballs.
Yeah, they have plenty of damage too. Lissandra can follow up decently. You
This
know?
is like an insta lock for me. I'm wondering what what
Yeah.
is their question, like legitimately, what could they be questioning besides the Lissandra pick?
Maybe they'll opt into assassin versus assassin again. Maybe
They
they want to
maybe-
pick like I don't know, Kassadin, dude.
Akali, they
Interesting.
ego checking that at the start.
Assassin versus Assassin.
It's
No.
not the safe pick, but it's the exciting. It's the game 3 pick.
There it is. It couldn't get any more exciting than this. We got a bunch of fun characters to watch. LeBlanc is a great. Akshana was exciting too. Akali, Hecarim on the other side. Pleasures. You know, real, true ego measuring contest. Just like you said, we'll see who comes out on the longer, bigger ego here.
Definitely, this mid lane matchup is gonna be the focus for the most part. I think that macro-wise, right, Dwang Pro has a lot to do right now. He needs to make sure that Hecarim has a weak enough early game that he doesn't snowball while building a lead of his own, while also making sure mid lane doesn't die level 2, level 3. A lot of tasks on his task list, a lot of asks, but we've seen Dwang Pro do a lot of things, and I think carry can be one of them here.
It really could. I believe. Ladies and gentlemen, do you believe?
We are going to be going over to an ad break really soon, but really quickly, what do you think is going to be the time span for this? Are we going to have a 20-minute game, or is this going to be another 50-minute brawl?
This is so volatile. You have double roaming supports. You have Hecarim versus Trundle. Assassins in the mid lane. This game's over at 22 minutes is my call.
22 minutes. I'm going to, just to be a little bit of contrite, I'll go 23.
Oh
but
my God.
I think
that Price is Right me?
Price is Right me, $1 extra.
Are you freaking kidding me?
It is definitely going to be one of those games you get decided by who's get that first blood.
Yep.
If not, then some team is fumbling, and we've seen it. But
oh yeah, 100%. It's nothing certain, but you know we will see how it plays out when we do get into the game. Don't go anywhere.
We're not cutting just yet.
We're not cutting. Okay. Are we good?
Stop looking off camera. There's
I think it's especially cool that there's like an internal community within the UCs that like while we are also able to be competitive, it kind of makes us feel more cohesive in the grander scope of collegiate esports.
As a player myself, when you get to know the other teams like on a familiar level, you get more banter, more fun.
It's just a really cool way to bring together like all these UCs, and there's already been that sort of rivalry between what UC you go to, and now there's just an esports way to have a rivalry about it.
Competing against people in the same same state is better ping, so we don't need to complain about ping diff anymore. We can, roll people.
Mostly like just interacting with other UCs in the first place. It's not even just like, oh, trying to win or anything like that. it's more so like trying to build more of like a community / getting to know each other more of like other UC students.
The UC schools are all connected. All of them are elite institutions, and so it's really exciting to see really smart students all compete in the games that they love.
UC Merced Esports is pretty low-key to say the least, so it's really exciting to provide our club members with an event that feels collegiate level since, you know, it's against other schools, but it still stays within the UC neighborhood.
I would say it's just the opportunity to compete against other UCs in California because we're all part of the same system. We're all on the same team, I guess you could say. And so it's just great to be able to support each other like this.
I'm really excited to actually have an event where we can bring all the schools together and really duke it out, just as UCs. So I think that's really cool and really special just for students to participate in as well.
Welcome back, dear viewers, to the final game of UCSD versus UCI in the grand finals of the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. Man, it's been so interesting getting here. It's been such a wild ride. I'm so hyped to see how this one plays out.
Game 2, especially between San Diego and UCI, it was such a nail-biter here. A lot of leads taken, a lot of leads thrown, but at the end of the day, UCI was able to come out on top and bring this to a 1-1 series here. That champ select as well was a lot of thinking going into it there. This mid-lane matchup between the Akali and the LeBlanc, I think, is going to have a lot of eyes on it, just because that level 2 damage can come from either side. It's really going to be whether they choose to go for the risky play or if they just play safe, try to play around their jungler.
Yeah, I want to see those assassins start moving around the map, teaming up with their early game junglers. I'd like to see just ganks. You have Rel, Leona on both sides, heading around wherever you can make it. Akshan roaming around. It is all a recipe for success for whoever's able to roam the most effectively.
Yeah, and game 2, I remember Barrick roaming into that mid lane very early on. Starting that snowball for the mid lane was very pivotal. I think we're going to see a lot of it again because San Diego has decided to play the Jace into the Akshan for the third
time.
The third time, even though they've lost it 2 times already. I think they really want to play around that poke coming from topside, but I think we're both a little bit discontent seeing it again when there's so many other options to choose from. But that being said, we're going to jump into game
real
here.
fast before we jump into game. I have pizza. There's extra glass on it, so chat, you're right. Thank you. Anyway, let's go into the game here.
Can we say something like the Corsair cheese slice?
Corsair cheese slice, presented by Corsair. Glass, presented by MSI, of course, as the best topping in the universe. Now, we're on the Rift. Let's see what we got here. We got no spicy level 1, unlike the last game. Instead, Dwang Pro is hovering around the top side. Just, you know, waiting. He's biding his time. Can't go crazy yet.
I think the 2 best level 1s are going to be on that Akshan and the Trundle. So positioning them together, looking for that level 1. Might find something here on Onx. I think he's going to respect it and just accept the trades here.
Yeah, could not kill the ward either. But look at Dwang Pro. He's just running straight on through. Gonna try taking the red buff away again. Let's see if this goes any better than game 1. That was really something last time, where he just traded back and forth. Blue buff, went over to the blue buff, died. Respawned, went back to blue buff, died.
But so with this level 1, they know that Trundle tried to take away that topside buff and got it successfully. You can see him getting pinged on the wards. UCI tried to have their bot lane play super aggressive in those bushes, but since they knew they weren't leashing, something was up, and San Diego respecting that. Obviously, both these supports want to hit level 1, but I think Mr. Dot has a little bit of an advantage. Just the fact she doesn't have to reload her gun, she's going to get a little bit more control of the wave in this level 1.
Yeah, the Rockets just do so much for pushing that easy level 2 advantage. Kim down, starting to get real aggressive here, positioning super far up. There's level 2. Are they going to be able to make it happen? The zap lands, but it's going to be disrespectful too far back towards the turret for anything to really happen.
Yeah, they also see Hecarim on the ward. That's really nice tracking. It allows UCI to play this far up without any worry. Don't have to worry about like a 3-camp clear bot side and having Hecarim try to find something early or free. Instead, Hecarim's just going to be on farming duty here. Dwang Pro, level disadvantage, but he's going to go mid.
He went red to red also, which is something very interesting. That's going to put him at the top side of the map around the same time as Hecarim's there too, so maybe he's around to counter gank. But he's going to be very slow, has to do that buff again as well. Going to take him quite a little bit of time.
Yeah, right now, San Diego knows that Akshan autopilot wins versus Jace. So trying to send some juggle pressure just so Akshan isn't hitting for free, I think is very good. And the response by doing double buffs is a very good one here. Akali is very pushed in here, though. I really want to see if this mid lane amounts to something.
Yeah. Oh, King Clueless starting to get on in, hits the E, but Cinnamon Bread might be able to jump out soon. Doesn't quite have the W, but look at the Shuriken dash coming in. One more W, almost finishing it off, and Cinnamon Bread so low! It was the corrupting pot tick. At the end of the day, the smallest bit of damage finishes him off. Now King Clueless in a bad spot as well. Gets pillared out. He's going to be able to join his bot lane. A little bit of damage, not hit over the wall, and it will start to slow down here, but we have a regular teleport coming into the bot lane turret. UCI wants to chase this down. Lemitard has no teleport. It's going to be a 4v3 here. King Clueless goes down. Dwong Pro picks up the kill. It's a stun onto Unless, who has to jump away with the crash down. Double flash forward, but the kill is not confirmed.
They're pausing that one out here. The kill onto Akali was it. Everything else is just gravy for UCI right here now. Teleporting bot side, picking up those extra frags. It is phenomenal right here for the early game here. It is not over yet. There is a very, into the mid and late game, there is ways for San Diego to get back into the game. But the problem is now you have essentially a Fed LeBlanc. She's going to have agency over that Akali. And that engage, deciding to E onto the Akali and dive under turret versus using her E to sort of E backwards, go into the smoke, throw out your Q, and then back up. You could still force the flash from LeBlanc and get a return gank. But instead, forcing that dive is unfortunate. It's so close, and honestly, in another universe, it did work out for them. But that corrupting potion with that auto from the range minion is what set him apart.
So much of it. I'm wondering if there was a Time Warp tonic maybe that gave LeBlanc just a little bit more health. That could be something that could have made a difference. But yeah, the corrupting potion saving the life of Cinnamon Bread right there in the mid lane, and also killing off Lemon Tart. The so much value out of that one little item that you wouldn't expect.
Exactly here. Going forward, the recovery plan for San Diego is going to be a hard one here. Because Hecarim, you're not really coming online, unless the lane's super overextended, you're not coming online till you get 6 and can really throw your weight around. That gives enough time for Dwang Pro, and we've seen it time and time again. He will, whether it's good or not, he will path into your jungle and make you deal with him. And sometimes it works out. You get a free kill on the tunnel. But a lot of the time, that 1v1 threat is still you have to respect. And I think now that he just straight up has a lead, and the mid lane for the side of UCI has a lead, you have to respect it. You can't just collapse super easily. You have to bide your time. And Akali following with the level disadvantage going forward here is going to be rough for him.
Yeah, and I mean, take a look at every single lane too. LeBlanc versus Akali. LeBlanc gets prio. She has much better wave clear. Jinx into Jhin. You have rockets to help you out. Almost every single lane helps respond much faster than their counterparts, even if they weren't getting pushed all the way to the turret. So, Dwang Pro, again, a dominant position. We've seen this before. He can do it.
We've seen him in this position before.
We believe in him.
And we've seen him win games. We need both to happen right here, and I think it'll work out good.
You know, it's crazy. We've had 3 games of Jace Akshan and 3 games of Red Buff Invade, with just nothing changing. But it's like the top side is stuck inside of some kind of weird time stasis where the same things happen over and over.
Yeah, and well, fortunately, it's repeatedly gone into UCI's favor. Barrick has been phenomenal on that top side. Akshan, there's not a whole lot for San Diego to do right now other than just keep your head down and farm up. Akali can trade into the LeBlanc given the W's up, but when you use W, you become susceptible to gains. You lose a lot of your pushing power because you're not able to get the energy regen and Q the wave a whole lot. So it's tough. It's a really big balancing act, and it's not until level 7, level 8 when you get more levels into your Q that you can really match what Cinnamon Bread has just by pressing W here.
So look at the ward that Cinnamon Bread just put down in the top side. If they see Hecarim there, they might even be willing to try to start setting up Dragon. That is up. Dwang Pro is on the complete wrong side of the map, though, so probably not.
I think, yeah, being able to track this Hecarim, maybe San Diego really wants to try and shut down while both topsiders are 0-0. Try and get their lead right there. If they're able to maybe get Jace ahead for once, have him be a threat in this mid-game fight, that is when Jace is going to be strong. If it finally pays out for them, they can contest these mid-game fights with the LeBlanc. Although you're bursting down our carries, Jace is also a threat, and he can poke out before the fight happens, so you do get a little more stall potential.
Yeah, I'd really love to see the Jace come online. Jace is an early game character, so finally activating him, like you said, would be so good for UCSD here. It looks like that's what they're going to try to commit on. It's going to be King Clueless jumping in. Barrick already committed the grappling hook, I believe, so he has to flash out here, but it's a flash forward from Angst to try to finish it off. What a sidestep! Fancy feet from Barrick, barely keeping him alive. So close there, so close to being amazingly good for SD.
Barrick should die there, bro.
I mean, unfortunately, yeah. It's
Barrick should die there. You shouldn't, but yeah, I think the stealth was No, wait, he had the exclamation mark too, so they saw
Yeah,
him.
they see you. They're in the circle.
Okay, well,
anyway,
another engagement bot side
Pro,
here.
look at that, disrespectful, forced to flash away. That's the power of the Trundle Pillar. You get pinned against the wall like that, you've got no choice but to take the long way around or commit your flash. So one more of those and it could be disaster.
Akali's trying to run down.
Kim down, caught under the turret, a little bit of damage onto him, but ultimately not the end of the world. They don't have anything to really close that one out. Instead, they are setting up the dragon like we predicted before.
Okay, Akali does not have Sork Shoes or anything just yet, but they do have their ultimate online. I think Dwangpro being this low could be the go button for Lemon
They need to save Jinx. Oh, it's going to be Mr. Dot all caught out all by himself. He's got no flash, could not get himself out of there. And now, look at that, Lemon Tart over the wall here. Stunned out, but a lot of damage poured in onto him. Kim down, exhausted, but Leona's so tanky. It's going to be Cinnamon Bread next up, landing the chains. Unless Chunk's out, it's the red team that slays the dragon. UCSD getting that early lead and ultimately walking away the victors of that fight.
Yeah, I think since Lemon Tart couldn't see where Trundle was, he tried to just use that second part of his ultimate, hoping the hitbox would hit the execute. Unfortunately, he just got transported into 3 people. But Burke taking a lot of damage from Onks here. If you take the full combo from Jason, it doesn't matter if you're playing a counter pick or not, you're going to be very low.
Yeah, but he's got that Vampiric Scepter. Look at him gain all of
yeah, it
his
doesn't
HP
matter
off of this wave.
Just
Also
simply heal it
has
for
the
it.
refillable pot too. That's another 200 HP, 250 HP in his pocket as well. Doesn't even matter. Right. So ultimately
Looking mid lane,
pretty
they're
good.
fighting.
We're taking a look at the gold difference here. It went by too fast to see, unfortunately, but we are having CS leads in a significant way in pretty much every lane for UCI, aside from jungle if that is a lane.
Yeah, jungle, every lane is the jungler's lane when you think about it. Dwangpro is going to get sighted out on this ward, though. Are they going to commit to try to find something? Instead, everyone's going to be safe here. It's a very, very bad time, especially to have Dwangpro fall behind. Keeping the tempo up, try and get this next dragon, or maybe Rift Herald as their next point of contention is going to be huge here. But Lemon Tart, a little bit sneaky in the backline as a ninja.
Sneaky ninja, but the horse is not so sneaky. They're going over the wall, straight in on a Dwangpro. So much healing from the Smite and the Trundle passive, and Onks is able to finish it off. The healing was not enough. Great 3-man collapse from the side of SD, and that's exactly what they need to be doing. But Cinnamon Bread, Barrick might have something to say about it. So much damage from Cinnamon Bread there, but they're all collapsing in onto him. Barrick dives in, and Cinnamon Bread goes down. King Clueless doing so much damage there, spinning that scythe around. 300 more gold in his pocket, and it's a double kill for SD.
And we talked about it earlier off stream, but the San Diego comp is so easy to pilot in comparison to UCI. Although there was a lead in favor of UCI in that very, very early game here, these really scrappy fights like Hecarim, if he's able to stack Conquer and press Q a bunch of times, he is going to be something you have to deal with here. And there's not enough burst just yet from Cinnamon Bread to take him out here. Dwangpro versus King Clueless, that's 2 levels with the UCSD jungler in favor here. He's going to be able to clean this up.
Yeah, Smite goes over to King Clueless, going to be able to win that one. Dwangpro, blue smites, he has to flash out of there. Can Lemon Tart follow? He cannot. Dwangpro, again, getting outplayed at every turn this game. It's going to be tough for him.
And it's interesting because we thought that Cinnamon Bread and Dwangpro would be able to take a lot more agency here, but it's actually Lemon Tart and King Clueless who are fighting a lot more ways to throw their weight around here, unless hitting the support roam. I don't think they're able to commit to Barrick just because of the passive and the cloak. But Lemon Tart, I think he's playing this properly, trying to find kills outside of laning phase here, just because that pure 1v1 does not favor him anymore. But Sork Shoes, and you're getting that component for Proto Belt here, you're going to be dishing out a lot of upfront burst. That could be enough to shut out either Mr. Dot or Akshan in the top side.
Huge power spike. You're dealing so much damage to squishy targets with the Sork Shoes, and it's a little bit of extra flat damage on top, which really helps out in the early game. Yeah, that's a great point out there.
Trinity Force, though, already done for King Clueless.
Yeah, wow. Look at that. Trinity Force this time, not Divine Sunderer. Trinity Force, touted by Freak as the best item in the game. You'll love to see it really, really good in extended fights, so I hope that King Clueless puts it to some good use. Wants to start playing around the bot side again, too.
I think their train of thought is more attack speed versus, like, you get a lot of power from Divine Sunder, but I think with the Mythic Pass, you're getting more attack speed, you're able to stack Conquer a little bit faster. Maybe they just want to keep King Clueless going, but yeah, regardless, he's on his Mythic. He is well on his way to snowballing out this game here. Being 2 levels ahead of Dwangpro, despite all that early game here, it's very interesting to see how King Clueless is just consistently strong in every single match.
Exactly, yeah, King Clueless has been
Go to that top side real quick.
Oh, yeah, what's happening? Oh, Barrick. gonna get pushed away. Yeah, going back to what we were saying, King Clueless constantly an MVP for his team. Always, always, always bringing it up in the performance department, really. It's tough to beat him. Now, Dwong Pro gets sniffed out by the sweeper.
Ooh, and King Clueless, he's passing bot side as well with a Rift Herald. A fight going in the favor of UCSD, and that's a big opening for them. They can start to even up the gold and even get plating, but instead, you can see him pathing just towards Drake originally, but...
It's an all-in from Lemon Tart. Look at how much damage that is there.
Oh!
What an execution! I can't even speak! Lemon Tart coming out of nowhere. I thought that matchup would be so LeBlanc favored, but ultimately it does go over to the Akali there. Great flash away from the Jinx rocket from downtown, and now Dwong Pro has to take down the Rift Herald all by himself. He can't smite it before it gets the charge off, so that's a sizable amount of money going over.
Yeah, and Lemon Tart is definitely not out of this game anymore. I think that spike with the magic or the pen boost is going to be a lot more value. Bot side, we're still fighting though.
Yeah, but here comes the Hecarim, King Clueless, charging on in straight into Mr. Dot. The curtain call opens up. Mr. Dot is all but dead. They cannot kill Kim down, unfortunately, but here comes Dwong Pro. Going to have something to say about it. Going to try to take down unless to teleport to the turret. They trade kills back and forth. Dwong Pro has to try to get out of there. But it's the onslaught of shadows that veers him right back into the middle of everybody. Cinnamon Bread, now the last man alive, has to keep on running away. Cannot make anything happen for UCI here.
Oh,
turret blocks the ultimate.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate caveat to ultimate on Akshan here. Very, very close to shutting down, and I think Barrick would have loved having that shutdown gold, getting on his mythic item, but instead, it is going to be Cinnamon Bread here. He still wants to see what's going on in this Dragon Pit, but I don't think he has the resources to really shut it down.
Yeah, it was close. I feel like it could have been a potential steal, but Smite does so much damage at this stage of the game that it's really, you know, maybe 10 minutes later.
Yeah. Now, with the lanes starting to look like it's in favor of San Diego here, with UCI, they pick the top side Akshan to get a lead and then start to snowball from there. But unfortunately, Anx was able to get a kill early, and now he's going toe-to-toe with Akshan as laning phase is going to start, you know, turning plating falls down, laning phase starts to end, and Cinnamon Bread, although he got that first blood, is not able to take advantage as much as Akali here. So I want to see if Lemon Tart is able to continue these roams. He's going to be a lot more valuable right now.
Yeah, Lemon Tart, so much power there. He's got to keep on using it. And now King Clueless is super powered up as well. They've got their mythics before, or King Clueless has mythic before pretty much anybody else. The bot laners do have theirs as well, though. Oh, they're moving it on up to the top lane. Oh, here comes Lemon Tart. Trying to do the same thing again, gets rooted out. Cinnamon Bread just does not have the same damage. At this part of the game now, dashes forward.
Oh,
there's the first part of the execution. Cinnamon Bread has to flash away. It was so close to being fully confirmed.
Yeah, he hits that E, and a perfect execution is going to shut down Cinnamon Bread. I think these trades, the more they go, like the longer they are, it's gonna help out Cinnamon Bread as long as he's hitting his chains and stuff. Because Akali wants to get that burst, jump in quick, get their utility out. But if they mess up their E and they're not able to escape away,
oh, so close, but they forgot about the Shuriken flip there. Solar Flare committed.
Look at him play on the edge of the smoke there. He just feels very comfortable on that pick. Almost fearless in a way. I think it's really rough for LeBlanc to try and straight up 1v1 the Akali just because there's so many tools here. You really have to wait for Lemon Tart to misplay or wait for jungle pressure. And Dwong Pro doesn't have as much agency anymore, so it sucks. It sucks.
It's tough. I feel like short trades are good for LeBlanc up until you start getting auto-attacked by Akali. If you're able to just get that QW, it could be good. But, yeah, it's very, very volatile. It's just so much damage. LeBlanc is a very squishy mid laner. Now Dwong Pro, is he going to be walking into this? They are able to see it with the far sight alteration thanks to... who's actually
Hello, Kim Down.
That? Kim Down's here in the middle of everybody.
Goodbye, Kim Down.
Just going to wave the scythe at him and walk away, do a little friendly helicopter twirl and say, see ya.
Rift Herald is on the table here. Anx is trying to get a little bit of pressure topside. They might try to contest this if they're able to get mid lane pushed out here, and both these bot laners have the ability to shove the wanes out. It's just that UCSD has a lot more safety pushing past that midpoint of the mid lane. King Clueless can come from the map a whole lot quicker just because of Ghost and how Hecarim works here. Dwong Pro does have his Thunderer. I think he's going to be a bigger threat to King Clueless if he tries to hit the dive in, but Dwong Pro initiating might not be the best play anymore. You really just have to wait and play the counter engage when you're that far down in levels.
100%. Yeah, counter engage is going to be the name of the game. You want to be stopping Hecarim with the pillar when you can. When he ults in, you just ult him and try to delete him as fast as you can. That's what it's going to have to be. All the while keeping Mr. Dot safe, because Jinx is one of those immobile, just stand there like a rock pick. So, got to do a lot to help the Jinx keep rolling.
Right now, it is going to be UCI trying to pick up this Rift Herald. This could be a very nice way to swing the pendulum back in their favor. A 2-gold deficit is not irrecoverable as a comparison to 10K. And they're going to get it uncontested for the most part here. The missing pings are getting shown here, but right now, it is just a Rift Herald in the pocket of Duong Pro. Using that maybe to open up the mid lane, if they were feeling really, really crazy, could be a way. The problem is that if they mess up the turret take, essentially, they're going to get shut down on their own mid turret, and there is a dragon coming up real soon here. It might just have to sit in Duong Pro's pocket for a while until they find a favorable fight, essentially.
Yeah, and it's so surprising that went over uncontested, too. Simply because of how strong King Clueless and Lemon Tart really are. I'm in shock that they didn't try anything or try to maintain vision control over that. There's Lemon Tart stop in the back. Yeah, they're both level 11 now, so even in levels, but isn't even in damage. Who's to say for sure? We haven't seen them clash.
That level 2 ult on Akali is gonna start cutting into people, and I'm scared, honestly, for the bot side. That Jinx is a diveable target if those chompers are taken off the table, and with so many things that Jinx has to get peel from, the Jace, the Hecarim, the Rel, there is an opportunity where Lemon Tart could just bide his time and can cool down. But right here,
King Clueless.
bot side turret.
Krugs, but look at the top side. There's some action going on there. Couldn't quite catch that. In the mid lane, though, Jinx getting chased off. Are they going to be okay? Yes, they are. Going to be a lot of turrets conceded around the map everywhere except for top lane. But here comes Cinnamon Bread trying to say something about it. That's a lot of damage. Rel,
the
not
root
so
gets
tanky without Aftershock. Look at that. Now Herald's still going in top lane too. They do want to push that out as fast as they can. Going to be important to see here if this is able to get the charge off on this turret. Barrick's pushed off maybe, but there's the all-in from Anx. Has to flash away. Here's Duong Pro. Ults him just to make sure they can secure the kill. And meanwhile, across the map, it's a kill from Lemon Tart onto Cinnamon Bread. Again, winning the 1v1 down there. So tough to deal with that Akali.
That was such an interesting series of takes from UCI. I want to say it's intentional just because taking that top side and that bot side, organizing the dive trying to bait Angson was very, very well played. Being able to sort of finally break the game open and use the leads that you do have is a very good way, I think. The Rift Herald was phenomenal in sort of resetting the tempo. Right now, though, it is going to be actually going to be Baron coming up real soon here. That is going to be a lot of vision. You need to take control of top side, and cracking open that turret makes it really hard for San Diego to sort of go in there for free. You have to either come with your Rel or just have King Clueless face check everything. And if Drake comes up, if a fight breaks out bot side, it's going to be devastating to have King Clueless not there.
Yeah, and it's 4th Drake coming up in just a little bit. That's going to be the important one. Of course, it is unfortunately Cloud Soul for UCSD, so not as much value as usual. Kind of sad that both times they were about to get Soul, it's been Cloud, but
yeah, getting
that's the Team Liquid curse, right? They find themselves among good company, to say the least. So
a lot of 4s going for San Diego too. 4 dragons possibly, the Jhin with 4, but actually Cinnamon Bread looking for something here.
Cinnamon Bread just getting absolutely obliterated here. He's gonna go back in for more. Are you kidding me? Yeah,
he has the mobility.
Probably don't want to do that.
But
Duong Pro is there to try to help this one out though. Now that Jace has blown that damage.
Oh.
Woo! Just turns around instead. He's got the Shock Blast back up. Cinnamon Bread not catching a break this game. Instead, will get taken down. Now Duong Pro.
He does have ult.
He's next, but it will not be SD committing to this in whole.
And now you have to ask, what does San Diego gain from not being topside here? They get to push a wave in the bot side turret. Dragon is not up, and you can see already a whole lot of vision on that topside jungle in favor of UCI here. So right now, I think San Diego are kind of losing that grip they had in the mid lane.
They're not going to try it, are they?
They're going to try it, and
wow.
Wait.
There's no vision.
Yeah, UCI can't take this away. Jinx has Kraken Slayer. This is a make or break fight right here.
Duong Pro can't tank this for that long, especially not without dodging the skill shot.
Yeah,
there.
UCSD is coming in. This is going to turn really bad really quickly.
This is real bad. It could be a flash from Unless, but instead he's just going to walk forward and zone him on out. Oh, if he has
Kali backline.
He really could have made it happen. And meanwhile, Hecarim in the mid lane, King Clueless, unstoppable as he charges straight at Cinnamon Bread.
Oh,
Now what's going to happen here? Dwong Pro in a bad spot. Mr. Dot alongside him. They are caught between a rock and a hard place. That's a full team of 5 people in the top side. Big shutdown. Mr. Dot doing his best to run away, but the Onslaught of Shadows is able to catch up with him. Kim Down has arrived, but it's way too late. UCI has been all but completely routed in that top lane fight. And now Baron is on the table for SD.
They are going to be able to get that mid lane turret here. Objective Bounty is a consolation prize here, but 3k gold. San Diego says you can take that turret. We're going to take a Baron and get our turrets that way here. Now, Cinnamon Bread is going to be up in time. It looks like it's going to be very dicey right here on this fight.
Are they going to be able to catch out Lemon's Heart? It's so much damage here. Look at the E dash back in.
Oh!
Only doing so much, but it will be a trade back and forth. Ultimately in the favor of SD as they manage to collect that Baron buff. Going to be looking good for them. I mean, I guess you could consider this in favor of UCI since they wiped out Baron off of one person, but so close there. I don't agree with the LDR second. I think that is not it, and if you didn't have that, you probably won that fight.
It is a debatable thing. I think it's a question of, do you want to deal with Trundle and Leona, or do you want to blow up the carries and then let everything else come, or let the pieces fall where they may? I think you are right. If you get the Collector, you get a little bit more mid-game presence. Your Curtain Call does a little more damage, especially versus Jinx. And then if you need to deal with tanks, you have Hecarim.
This is Akshan with the LDR.
Akshan with LDR. I thought you were talking about Jin.
No.
Jin. I'm such a ball. I'm looking at ball lane here.
You're good. Yeah, Akshan LDR second. I'm not sure if I 100% agree with that. Probably.
I just straight up don't know.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a hidden
I
tech.
think the idea is that you need to start dealing with this Hecarim in some way, and that Frozen Heart on Hecarim is a big chunk of armor to deal with. But
yeah, wow, that got bought out of 2 cloth armor. That's how much gold that King Clueless was able to back with there.
A lot of gold in his pockets, but the bigger they are, the harder they fall. A 1k shutdown if it goes onto somebody here, and with so many ways for teams to rubber band here, I think.
Clueless, look at him charging straight on in. Dwong Pro drops that ultimate though and forces him back off. Ultimately, nothing really committed from the side of UCSD, and this could be looking pretty good for them. Barrick going God knows where, and it's going to leave UCSD to just take control of this mid lane here. They've got the Baron buff. They want to apply the pressure. It's a lone Mr. Dot that leaves it up to clear this out.
Red team has slain the dragon.
Magic Production told us in our ears back, way back, almost a year ago, it was a similar matchup here. San Diego lost to UCI 2-1 in the finals, so they have a lot of ground to recover. They want to sort of make their name here, but King Clueless is going to start a fight.
Yeah, that's the Onslaught of Shadows driving Dwong Pro back into the waiting arms of Lemon Tart Dreep. And that will be looking good for UCSD as they continue to push in with Baron buff. They've eliminated the jungler from UCI. Now, with the full strength of a 5v4, might be looking to push in more, but we're just going to play it slow for now.
Technically, they're behind schedule. We called a 22-minute or a 23-minute game. So, right now...
look at the flash in from Unless, though, instantly deletes Mr. Dot. That's going to be all she wrote for that Jinx. Now, it's going to be up to UCSD to push this in. Shuriken flip landed. Lemon Tart will not follow it up. UCI now in dire straits as their inhibitor has been cracked.
Yeah, this is a very strong position for San Diego, and I'm a little less lenient to say that they could throw it away here. I think there's so many pieces that have fallen for San Diego. Having Hecarim just be an absolute monster with no... Okay, Trundle is a answer, but do you have enough damage at this point to really deal with it here? They're going to start for the re-engage here, 3v5.
Yeah, Kim Down getting caught out, CC'd out goes Gold, and Dwong Pro waiting on the outside, but look, the flip lands on the Barrack. He's going to try to swing away as fast as he can. He's barely alive, though. A big zap from Mr. Dot could save this whole game. Look at the damage coming in onto Unless. The reset is there. Now it's up to Mr. Dot to run forward. Dwong Pro barely alive, and he's going to get taken down as well. Onslaught of Shadows does not land. It's a flash away from Barrack. UCI hanging on by the skin of their teeth, and they're still at the disadvantage here. It's up to Mr. Dot and the Barrack to do whatever they can to keep UCSD off of their structures.
And you have no front line to play around right now for at least the next 4 seconds here. San Diego, though, they're going to respect the damage. Mr. Dot, that was a very well-timed time to come alive, essentially. Going forward, it is going to be clawing all that vision away from San Diego. they're going to maybe try contest Eldrick, contest the Baron. And it's tough, but if you have a Jinx, get 1 kill in these team fights, it can swing things over for the side of UCI. That's the way you can take out Trundle. That's where your damage is coming from. But it's still a tall order because you still have to wait for someone on San Diego to essentially give up their life to get that passive going.
Who will sacrifice themselves for the team fight today? We'll have to see. UCSD very comfortable in the driver's seat, though, starting to maintain that vision control. That's one thing that will be critical in leading them to victory. They've got 3 sweepers on their team, so able to completely plunge UCI in the darkness here. And it's just a matter of waiting until the next few objectives come up. Elder Dragon and Baron absolutely backbreaking. There's only so much UCI can do against those.
And it really sucks. We had Cinnamon Bread have that first coup, but now they are falling so far behind. Akali, they have 3 items. That Zhonya's going to be very, very huge in giving Lemon Tart the ability to dive on the Jinx, shut it down, and then Zhonya's to stall out. Such a slippery character when you have that up. Right here, I think it's going to be very, very bad for UCI to try and fight this here when you have 2 inhibitors down. But they like to posture aggressive. They like to make sure San Diego gets nothing for free. I really hope they don't overextend it too much, though.
That's very true. Don't want to overextend and get caught out. It's going to be 3 members of UCSD waiting in the top side here. And ultimately bearing down everywhere else on the map as well, making sure those super minions get in as far in as possible. Barrick, he's alone here. How much can he do?
Not a whole lot, unfortunately, and that's just the nature. If you haven't snowballed on that auction, you're not going to find too much here. Cinnamon Bread, he might have to become big here. Baron is starting to get taken here, unfortunately. Or he stops the back. Let's see what he does with it.
Managed to get the vision. And he's waiting in the wings here.
Oh, he avoids.
Unless that will not be able to detect him, actually, with the sweeper.
Oh, no, he's picked up.
Ultimately does see him, though. Pops the blast cone, but doesn't make it over the wall. Now, Cinnamon Bread, he's diving
Bold.
in. Can he manage to find anything? He cannot. Instead, that's a clean Baron take from UCSD. And it looks like this could be the tragic end of UCI.
San Diego, 10k gold lead, Baron, and 2 inhibitors down. This is textbook league for them right now. It is going to have to be a miracle play from someone on UCI. If they can stall for 20 minutes, they might have a chance here, but right now, they are knocking on the Nexus turrets.
The team fight breaking out here. The turrets are taking so much damage. Solar Flare goes completely wide, and Dwan Pro gets rooted out. So much damage on him as Oliver goes out in the backline. King Clueless trying to stop. Disrupt UCI, and it's Mr. Dot that's taken out by the perfect execution there. He's in the fountain. Gold in the fountain, gonna be going down after that minion dies. Now, Akshan has revived his teammate, though. Mr. Dot's back alive, back in this can. They managed to hold on for just a little bit longer here. It doesn't look like it. UCSD in a tour de force game will take home the entire UCEI Invitational, presented by Xfinity.
Grand Finals getting taken by San Diego. What a game to end on, too. It's similar, just going back and forth. It was legitimately anyone's game here, but I think we have to give a lot of praise to that mid laner. Akali, despite being down in that early game, was able to roam with King Ruthless and just annihilate, essentially. They were able to match the roams, match the pressure, and essentially put a pin on what Dwang Pro and Cinnamon Bread wanted to do in that mid game.
Yeah, such a good draft at the end of the day for UCSD. The Hecarim, just a linchpin that made everything work. You dive in, there's basically nothing that can stop you. I thought that it worked pretty well for them, even though there was some contention about it on paper. But you know, UCSD ultimately piloted to great success and took everything home.
Yeah, I think that was a very good draft by either teams. It was just, San Diego had an easier job. If Hecarim got ahead, there was one tool to stop them, and unfortunately, just Dwang Pro started to fall behind. He was 2 levels down at a point where he needed to be pressuring the map, and I think that was just very unfortunate for the side of UCI.
Truly. Now, we are going to have another matchup between UCI and UCSD tomorrow. in Valorant, so that's something to look forward to for sure.
It is going to be, you were talking about deja vu in the top
Yeah.
side here. It's going to be a deja vu in the bracket. San Diego are sitting in the losers bracket waiting to see who whoever gets sent in the winners final two.
Yeah.
It would be very interesting to see who comes out. I believe it's UCR versus UCI. So
Yeah.
whoever comes out on top will be playing. We might see a little bit of a reunion going on essentially here.
Yeah, so not quite UCI versus UCSD confirmed just yet, but a very sizable potential for it as well. Also, cannot forget to dole out the MVP award for this game. So, any thoughts on that, Asprin?
It was honest. It's very tough because every single game there was very strong team members in that. In that game too here, you could give it to Barrick, you could give it to Cinnamon Bread here because both that set choice really was what stopped Yasuo Diana from winning with the game. But in that third game here, it was so clearly just Jungle on the side of San Diego getting ahead with King Clueless, and I think that he was playing very well throughout the whole series. Just he was never really behind despite consistently not having red buff in level 1. So I'm personally going to give it to him just because time and time again performed as a jungler, didn't fall behind despite he should have been behind. And I think he was pivotal in that win.
You know, I really agree with that. I think the other argument that could be made is for Lemon Tart also having a very consistent performance. Both of those players commanded respect in every single draft. They warped the game around themselves, and I think that's the true quality of an MVP. I will give it out to King Clueless, though. Just so consistent. The Nocturne in game 1, what was it? The Diana.
Nocturne,
the
Diana.
It's just purely for the Diana, honestly. Like, that was insane how much you had to play around that. The Diana game 2, and then lastly, the Hecarim, the game deciding pick in game 3.
There is a chance for you in Twitch chat to vote on who is going to be the MVP as well. The winner is going to be winning an MSI laptop as well. Going to be gaming on some nice high frame rate, good old gaming action, and I'm really excited to see who takes it home. So we are going to be announcing that on stream. Be sure to get your votes in. In the meantime, we're going to sit here and just talk about the game a little bit more.
Sure. Yeah, sounds good. I mean, so crazy that game. I can't believe that it was finally time for Onks to break out and start having more of an impact in the early game. Gotta feel good for him. You know, he didn't get dove to the point where he was 3 deaths, and instead actually managed to have an impact. You know, turned around, killed Cinnamon Bread once or twice, and ultimately did much better than the earlier 2 games.
Yeah, I think that UCA got a little too comfortable just assuming top lane was, you know, autopiloted. The problem is that, if Jace is able to not get dumpstered in lane, they're an early to mid game champ. They're going to have the influence before Akshan did.
You have to respect it.
It is questionable itemization. I think they were banking more on having Akshan deal with Hecarim in some way. They're just trying to put out that fire. But yeah, not having Rage Blade, you miss out on a lot of late, just consistent DPS. And they weren't able to make it work. They thought maybe Jinx could take that Void, and it looked like they could. Towards the tail end of that fight, there was some shutdowns going over to Mr. Dot, but it's so tough. At the end, Hecarim was literally diving past 2 Nexus turrets to get things going.
That's just what Hecarim does best. You know, you run past literally everybody else, and you go plant
I choose
your hooves
to die today.
Yeah, you plant your hooves in the face of the AD carry, and you trample him to death. And that's really just it at the end of the day. That's what you pick Hecarim for. That's what you want to do. So, piloted well. You'll like to see it again. Also, it makes me wonder. I'm going to say it again. Malphite, could it have changed the game? Could you have shut down the Akali as she dashed in? Potentially.
Okay, now this is one of those things where on paper you should,
Seems
unless
good.
Malphite has flash, you should be able to time your flash. You should be able to avoid it. But things, especially as chaotic as games were, I do see a little bit of value. The problem is just if you give enough agency. I think it's just like Barrick does so well, like being able to roam the map.
That's true.
With the Akshan, that when you put him on Malphite, like it is a counter for that lane, but you lose out on the agency you got throughout the game. And
yeah, Barrick was doing so good. It would be a disservice for him, I think, to be on Malphite. Just an unfortunate game and how that one shook out. And now we are ready to announce the MVP of the UCEI Invitational Grand Finals. The MVP
presented by Xfinity.
Presented by Xfinity. The MVP is King Clueless. So congratulations, you glorious jungler. You sure earned it. Leading your team to victory today. Enjoy your laptop.
But be sure to come by tomorrow and Sunday. We're going to have a whole lot of games coming through. We got a little bit of a Valorant. Could be a rematch. We'll see as we go through the bracket tomorrow. And on Sunday, we are going to have a bunch of Overwatch gameplay coming your way and 3 show matches. There will be an All-Stars NorCal versus SoCal show match between the side of essentially UC Davis, Berkeley, Merced, Santa Cruz versus the sunny SoCal UCs of UCLA, SB, Riverside, Irvine, and San Diego. Maybe putting aside the rivalry to put band together up against NorCal here. I'm excited to see it. We will have.
It's a dream team. Coming from the South.
Yeah, exactly.
That
You know,
could be-
if
that could be
you're
so
gonna
good.
have everyone, like you saw how closely contested this was. Putting them together could be
So good.
very good. But yeah, be sure to drop by in next time. Whole lot more giveaways, a whole lot of fun and stuff. I'm Jamel Aceman Hopkins, joined by my wonderful co-caster, Spencer Ultravox Cameraman. Thank you for stopping by. We hope you have a wonderful night.
Thank you.